Chapter 1. The water was cold in a way that seemed personal. Josephine Tam had a mind that ran numbers even in disaster, and she registered the flood temperature as something like 34 degrees, maybe 33. Cold enough to stop breathing reflexly. Cold enough to stop breathing reflexily. Cold enough to turn the muscles in her arms into slow wiring. She had one hand hooked through the grate of the submerged underpass, and the other clamped around the dog, a wire-haired terrier with panic in its eyes, and no understanding that the woman holding it was not its owner. The current pulled. The grate held. The dog trembled against her chest. This, she thought, was a statistically terrible idea. She had seen the animal bolt from the parked car after the driver slid on the ice and hit the barrier. She had seen it disappear into the drainage swale, just as the rain-swelled canal overflowed the retaining wall. She had been standing on the sidewalk with groceries in both hands, already late for nothing important, and the calculation had happened before she could stop it. The dog would drown, the owner would watch, and she was the only person close enough to do anything. The calculation had not included the underpass current, or the submerged debris, or the way her coat filled with water like a second skin pulling her down. The dog made a sound, high and terrible. Josephine pushed it higher onto the grate, onto the narrow ledge where the water only lapped instead of swallowed. The terrier scrambled, found traction, looked back at her with an expression she refused to read as gratitude, because animals did not do gratitude, they did survival, same as her. The grate shifted. The current took her under before she could scream, before she could draw the breath she would need, and the last thing she registered was the faint orange glow of the street lamp above the water, distorted, getting farther away, and the thought that followed was not fear but annoyance, pure and clean, and absolutely her. I did not finish the laundry. Then nothing. She woke to the smell of lye soap and old straw. The mattress beneath her was thin, the blankets rough in a way that scratched even through the shift she wore, and the ceiling above was dark timber stained with decades of lamp smoke. Every joint in her body ached with a specificity that felt nothing like being dead and everything like being alive in the wrong place. Josephine lay still and let her mind catch it to her body. The last thing she remembered was water, cold, darkness, the dog, the grate, the light going strange and distant. She should be dead. She felt dead, or close enough that the distinction seemed academic, but dead people did not have aching shoulders and a bladder that needed attending, and the faint, unmistakable sound of someone arguing in a corridor beyond the wall. She sat up. The room was narrow, servant quarters, a single bed and a wooden chest and a chipped wash basin on a stand. A uniform flung from a peg, gray wool with a white apron folded over it, and the sight of it triggered something in her chest that was not quite memory and not quite recognition. She knew that uniform. She crossed to the wash basin before she could think about why, before she could name the shape of the dread coiling in her stomach. The water in the basin was cold and clean, and the face that looked back at her was not hers. Brown eyes, black hair, tangled from sleep, cut plain and practical. A face she had seen before in illustrated character art, in profile on a loading screen, in the margins of a game she had played through 6 times because the branching routes were complex enough to hold her attention, and the BL romance never asked her to imagine herself inside it. Nimre, the cheerful maid, the minor extra who appeared in exactly 3 event cutscenes and existed otherwise as background texture, a face in the corridor, a name on the servant roster that players never remembered because the game did not expect them to. Josephine stared at her reflection. The reflection stared back with Nimre's brown eyes and did not explain anything. She was still processing, still refusing the obvious conclusion, when the voices beyond the walls sharpened enough for her to catch words. Cannot keep her if she cannot manage the schedule. The voice was female, older, clipped with the authority of someone who had spent decades managing people who thought they were above management. Another voice answered, younger, defensive. Nimre has never missed a morning round. She was ill yesterday, that is all. And if she is ill again? We do not carry spare capacity. The household does not slow because one girl has a feeder. Josephine's hands stilled on the edge of the basin. The argument continued, low and practical and utterly without malice. That was the worst part. They were not being cruel. They were discussing a piece of furniture that might need replacing. A maid was useful. A maid who fell ill was a gap in the schedule. A gap in the schedule was a failure of management. None of it was personal because none of them had to make it personal. The household absorbed obedience and silence and labor, and when the body producing those things stopped working, the household found another one. Josephine had known this intellectually. She had played the game. She had read the codex entries about servant turnover, had clicked through dialogue trees where noble characters discussed staff as extensions of the furniture. But knowing it as a mechanic and hearing it applied to the body she now occupied were different things entirely. She looked down at her hands. Smaller than her hands. Paler. The nails cut short and clean, the skin chapped from cold water and lye soap. A tiny scar she did not remember on the pad of her left thumb. Nimre's hands. Her hands now. The voices outside the door shifted, and a third voice droned, male, younger, carrying the particular weight of someone who expected to be heard. The Margrave is asking for the household ledger before the midday bell. Someone needs to bring it to the study. The corridor went quiet. Josephine's mind, trained by years of actuarial logic and route optimization spreadsheets, clicked through the implications faster than her emotions could catch up. The Margrave, Crispin, Drennock, the grumpy, grieving, devastatingly competent older brother whose route ended in either political stabilization or violent succession collapse, depending on how the early gay events tipped. And the household ledger request. She remembered that. It was a trigger event, small, almost invisible in the game's flow, a detail tucked into a background dialogue bubble that most players scrolled past. But she had not scrolled past it. She had mapped your traits. She had memorized the failure conditions. The ledger request was the first domino. If the ledger reached Crispin's study before a certain discrepancy was discovered, the discrepancy would surface during the household gathering 3 days later, a gathering where visiting retainers and local gentry would witness the Drennock brothers at odds, and the public fracture would begin. Josephine knew this the way she knew the sinking feeling of current closing over her head. She was inside the game. Thornveil Hall was real around her. Crispin Drennock was a real man with a real temper and a real grief, and the servants arguing in the corridor were real women who would lose their positions if the household destabilized. And Nimre, the cheerful maid who existed only in cutscene margins, was now the only person in Thornveil who knew how the story was supposed to go. The door to her room was closed. The uniform hung on the peg. The voices in the corridor had moved on, discussing the ledger delivery, arguing about who would carry it, treating the whole matter as routine. Josephine stood very still in the body of a dead woman and felt the weight of every decision she had not yet made pressing down on her chest. She could stay quiet. She could dress, report for duty, and let the game play out the way it was written. The household would fracture. Crispin and Benwick would split. The succession crisis would unfold, and Nimre, a minor maid with no lines in the main plot, would be swept away by events too large for her to touch. Or she could move. She could remember every trigger, every threshold, every hidden codex entry she had ever read. She could use Nimre's access to the servant corridors, to the back passages, to the information that nobles never saw. She could try to steer the house away from its worst ending without anyone noticing that a maid was doing the steering. The ledger discrepancy. She needed to find it before the document reached Crispin's hands. She crossed to the peg and pulled the uniform down. The wool was rough against her fingers. The apron strings took 2 tries to tie. The morning light through the small window was gray and thin, the kind of light that came before rain, and Thornveil Hall was already awake around her, already moving toward its fate. Josephine Tam, who had died in freezing water with a stranger's dog in her arms, buttoned Nimre's uniform over Nimre's body and opened the door. Chapter 2. The corridor swallowed her. Not metaphorically. The stone passage narrowed 6 feet from the door, pinching into a servant run that smelled of damp wool, coal dust, and old cooking fat. The main hall of Thornveil existed somewhere to her left, behind a paneled wall, but here the ceiling dropped and the candles burned in iron brackets rather than brass. Josephine stepped forward, and her body knew where to go. That was the first strange thing. Her mind still fumbled with the overlay of game map and real space, trying to match corridor angles to remembered background art, but her feet moved without her directing them. Nimre's body had walked this route 1,000 times. The muscle memory was deeper than thought. Left at the third door, past the linen press, through the short passage that opened into the back of the still room. She stopped in the doorway and counted. 4 women, 1 man in steward's livery, a younger maid with red hands from scrubbing, a senior woman with a ring of keys at her belt, a scullery girl carrying a basket of ash. The steward was the one who had spoken about the ledger. They all looked at her. The senior woman, a wiry figure with gray streaked hair and sharp dark eyes, made a small sound of assessment. Nimre, you're up. Josephine had no name for this woman in her game memory. The game had not rendered the senior housekeeper's face in any cutscene. But Nimre's body knew her the way a hand knew a familiar tool. Yes, Josephine said. Her voice came out steadier than she felt. I'm well enough. The senior woman studied her a beat longer. The Margrave wants the household ledger before midday. Greta's taking it. She nodded at the red-handed maid. You'll finish the breakfast silver and see the north corridor is swept before the guests arrive. Guess. The game had mentioned retainers arriving, but Josephine could not remember the exact timing. Her mental map of route triggers was organized by event, not calendar. The north corridor, she repeated, testing whether Nimre's body knew which one. It did. A sense of direction tugged behind her ribs, a path she could have walked blindfolded. Unless you've forgotten where it is, the senior woman said, and the dryness in her voice made the other maids glance at each other. Not forgotten, Josephine said. She moved past them into the still room, where the breakfast silver waited in a wooden rack. Her hands found the cloth, the polish, the correct pressure for removing tarnish without scratching. Nimre had done this task so often, the motions were automatic. Josephine let her body work while her mind raced. The ledger was already moving toward Crispin's study. She needed to intercept it, examine it, find the discrepancy before the household gathering 3 days from now. But she could not simply walk up to the Margrave's study and ask to see the household accounts. That was not a thing maids did. She finished the first fork and moved to the next. The rhythm of the still room settled around her. The scullery girl carried water. The senior woman, whose name Josephine still did not know, gave orders in a voice that carried without rising. The steward left. Greta, the red-handed maid, took the ledger from a locked cabinet and wrapped it in oilcloth. Josephine's eyes tracked the medicament. The key. The cabinet had a brass lock, and the steward had opened it with a key from the ring at his belt. But that was the duplicate, the one kept in the still room for daily access. The master key lived in the study, on a hook behind Crispin's desk unless he carried it. The game had a scene about the key. Josephine's hands stilled on the silver. The memory surfaced like something rising through dark water. In the original route, a key went missing. Not the stillroom key. A different key, a small iron one that opened the old account room where the household's historical ledgers were stored. The loss was discovered during the gathering, traced to a junior clerk who had borrowed it without permission, and the resulting argument between Crispin and Benwick about record security became the public crack that never fully healed. But that scene was triggered by the ledger disturbance, not before it. Wasn't it? She replayed the trigger chain in her head. The ledger reached Crispin. The gathering happened. The discrepancy surfaced during the presentation. Crispin demanded the historical records to verify the figures. The account room key was missing. Benwick suggested incompetence or theft. The public fracture began. The key had to be taken after the ledger reached the study, during the window between the request and the gathering, which meant it was still in place now. Josephine looked at the iron bracket where the steward had hung his key ring. The duplicate key was there, but if she could reach the account room before anyone noticed, she could check the old ledgers against the current one, find the discrepancy herself, and place the information where Crispin would see it without involving the missing key disaster at all. The hiding was tighting. She turned. A man stood at the end of the corridor, broad-shouldered, dark-skinned, in the livery of the inner guard. His hand rested on the pommel of a short sword, and his expression held nothing at all. She recognized him from the game's background art. Isla Maldu, captain of the inner guard, a character who existed mostly as a stationary presence in cutscenes, guarding doors and saying nothing. He was not saying nothing now. "You're a long way from the North Corridor, maid." Josephine's body went still. Not the stillness of fear, but the stillness of Nimre's trained response to being caught somewhere she should not be. The broom. She should have brought the broom. A maid with a broom was cleaning. A maid without a broom was wandering. "I took a wrong turn," she said. Iskal's days moved past her to the account room door and back. He did not believe her. She could see that in the way his weight shifted, the way his hands stayed on the sword. "The account room is not a wrong turn," he said. "It is at the end of a corridor that goes nowhere else." Josephine had his god's guilelessness. Josephine her helding against the hastile groom was agreeing. "I said I took a wrong turn. I didn't say I was lost." Something flickered in his expression. Not approval, recognition. The same recognition she had seen in the senior woman's eyes, the acknowledgement that Nimre was speaking differently today. "The Margrave will have the household ledger before midday," Isla said. "If you are looking for something that belongs in that ledger, you will not find it here until the key is available." It was not a question. It was a statement, flat and certain, and it told Josephine that Isal Madu knew more about what was happening in Thornveil than any guard should. "I am not looking for anything," she said. "Good." He stepped aside, leaving the path to the servants' stair clear. "Because the key is still in the Margrave's study, and it will stay there until the Margrave decides otherwise." She walked past him, feeling his gaze on her back all the way to the stair. Her hands were steady, her breath was even, but her mind was running through every root branch she had ever memorized, searching for the one where Isal Madu spoke to a maid about a key, and finding nothing. The game had not prepared her for this, and the key was still 3 days away from being borrowed, which meant she could not check the ledgers, could not find the discrepancy, could not stop the chain from starting, unless she found another way in. She reached the still room door and stopped. The senior woman was watching her from across the room, the ring of keys at her belt catching the light. Not the account room key, but a ring of keys nonetheless. And the steward's duplicate was still hanging in the still room cabinet. Josephine counted the seconds until the senior woman looked away. 4, 5, 6. Then she reached for the cabinet latch and let her fingers find the familiar shape of the still room key, the one that opened the locked chest where the household's daily accounts were kept. Not the account room, but close. She pulled the key free, slid it into her apron pocket, and felt the weight settle against her thigh. 3 days. She had 3 days to find the discrepancy before the gathering. 3 days before the key went missing and the public fracture began. 3 days to prove that a maid with a calculator's brain could outpace a disaster written into the bones of the story. She pressed her fingers against the key in her pocket. The game had never accounted for Nimre, and Josephine intended to keep it that way. Chapter 3. The key vanished, and Josephine only learned of it when she reached the still room and found the door locked from inside. She stood in the corridor with her hand hovering over the latch, listening. Voices. 2 of them. The senior housekeeper speaking in low, clipped tones, and a man answering in a voice that carried the particular strain of someone trying to sound calm while drowning. She could not enter without being seen. She could not eavesdrop without being caught. But she could wait, and waiting was a kind of investigation. 3 minutes. 4. The door opened and a man walked out. She knew him from the game's staff roster. Steward Renfer, the household quartermaster. A thin man with the red-rimmed eyes of someone who had been up all night counting things that did not add up. He passed her without a glance. The senior housekeeper was still in the still room. Their eyes met. "You are still here," the woman said. Josephine let the silence sit before she answered. "There was a commotion. I waited." Smart. The woman's gaze dropped to Josephine's apron pocket, the one with the stolen still-room key, and held there a moment too long. Then she looked away. "The Margrave study is being searched. Someone has taken the account room key from the hook." Josephine kept her face still. "When?" "Before dawn. The steward found the hook empty when he went to fetch the quarterly grain tallies." Before dawn, not 3 days from now, already done. The game had lied, or the game had only shown her one version, or the timeline was never fixed to begin with, and she had built an entire strategy on sand. "Which steward?" she asked. Renfer had been the one to discover it. Renfer, who had looked at her with red-rimmed eyes and walked past without speaking. Renfer, who according to Game Codex notes had been passed over for a senior position the previous winter, and had not been heard to mention it in public since. The senior housekeeper's expression sharpened. "That is the wrong question to ask out loud, Nimre." "I did not ask it out loud." "You are thinking very loudly." Josephine counted the keys on the woman's belt. 7. Still room, pantry, wine cellar, linen, silver, servant quarters, chapel. Not the one she needed. "I need to check the north corridor," she said. "You need to be in the north corridor." Josephine turned and walked. Behind her, the senior housekeeper said nothing, which was its own kind of answer. She moved through Thornveil's lower passages with Nimre's feet finding the worn boards, Nimre's hand brushing the cold walls where the line wash had flaked. The house was talking. She could hear it in the rhythm of footsteps above her, the creak of doors opening and closing on their own schedule, the murmur of voices that stopped when she passed and resumed half a tone lower. The account room key was gone. The steward had found it missing. The steward had been the one to raise the alarm, and the steward had been the one awake before dawn, counting grain tallies that could not possibly have needed counting at that hour. She did not believe in coincidences. Her old life had taught her that coincidences were what people called patterns they lacked the data to understand. She reached the service stairs and paused. From above, a voice she recognized. Renfer again, talking to someone in the main corridor. She pressed herself into the shadow of the stairwell and listened. "Cannot be accounted for," Renfer was saying. "If the Margrave asks, the ledgers will show a gap. And if there is a gap, there will be questions." "About the key or about the ledgers?" Isfalmadu's voice, flat and unhurried. "Both. Brother, the key is how they connect. Then find the key before the Margrave asks." A pause. Renfer's voice dropped so low, Josephine barely caught it. "The key was not stolen. It was moved. There is a difference." She held her breath. "Who moved it?" Isel asked. "I do not know, but I know where it was moved to." "And you are telling me this because?" "Because if it is found in the wrong hands, I want a witness that I raised the alarm before the discovery." The footsteps moved away. Josephine stayed in the shadow of the stairwell, her hand pressed flat against the cold stone, her mind running through every root branch she had ever studied. The key was moved, not stolen. Renfer knew where it had been taken, and he had told Isilmadu, which meant he expected blame to fall on someone specific. She knew the layout from the game. She knew the account room corridor had only one place where a key could be concealed without being immediately visible. A loose stone in the far wall, just past the door, where the original architect had left a niche for a lamp that was never installed. The game had marked it as a hidden object location in Marvine's route, a detail that had no apparent purpose except atmosphere. But in the real Thornveil, every detail had a purpose. She moved. The corridor was empty when she reached it. The door to the account room stood locked, as it had been, the brass plate catching the light from the single window at the far end. She walked past it, her steps measured, her gaze fixed on the wall. The stone was 6th from the floor, 4th from the doorframe. She knelt, pressed her fingers into the gap that barely existed, and felt it give. The key was inside. Not just the key, a folded slip of paper wedged beneath it. She pulled both free, her pulse steady, her hands steady. The key was brass, heavy, warm from the confined space. The paper was crisp and new, folded into a tight square. She opened it. A single line, written in a hand she did not recognize. The first discrepancies in the winter grain accounts. The second is in the oath ledger. The key was hidden to keep you looking in the wrong place while the second preparation was completed. She read it twice. 3 times. The key was a decoy. The ledger discrepancy was not the main event. Someone had hidden the key to draw Crispin's attention, to make him look for the first error while the second was being laid. And they had left her a note. In the same hiding place, as if they knew she would find it. As if they were counting on her. She heard footsteps behind her. She turned, the caper still in her hand, the key still pressed against her palm. Isilmadu stood at the end of the corridor. He had not been there a moment ago. He was not supposed to be there now. And the look in his eyes said he had seen everything. "I don't know, but I know where it was moved to." "And you are telling me this because?" "Because if it is found in the wrong hands, I want a witness that I raised the alarm before the discovery." The footsteps moved away. Josephine stayed in the shadow of the stairwell, her hand pressed flat against the cold stone, her mind running through every root branch she had ever studied. The key was moved, not stolen. Renfer knew where it had been taken, and he had told Isilmadu, which meant he expected blame to fall on someone specific. She knew the layout from the game. She knew the account room corridor had only one place where a key could be concealed without being immediately visible. A loose stone in the far wall, just past the door, where the original architect had left a niche for a lamp that was never installed. The game had marked it as a hidden object location in Marvine's route, a detail that had no apparent purpose except atmosphere. But, in the real Thornveil, every detail had a purpose. She moved. The corridor was empty when she reached it. The door to the account room stood locked, as it had been, the brass plate catching the light from the single window at the far end. She walked past it, her steps measured, her gaze fixed on the wall. The stone was 6th from the floor, 4th from the doorframe. She knelt, pressed her fingers into the gap that barely existed, and felt it give. The key was inside. Not just the key, a folded slip of paper wedged beneath it. She pulled both free, her pulse steady, her hands steady. The key. Chapter 4. Iskalmadu did not move. He stood at the end of the corridor with his hands loose at his sides, the low light carving shadows across his face. He had seen the key. He had seen the paper. He had seen her kneeling at the wall like someone who knew exactly where to look. Josephine's fingers closed around the note. The paper crumpled against the brass of the key. She stood slowly, her spine straightening one vertebra at a time, her face blank. Captain. Nimre. Neither of them spoke for a beat. The corridor held its breath around them. You are supposed to be in the north corridor, he said. Sweeping. I finished. Then you should be reporting to the still room. I will. She did not look at her hand. She did not look at the wall. She looked at his face and waited for him to tell her what he had actually seen. He took a step forward, then another. His boots made no sound on the stone. He stopped 3 feet from her, close enough that she could smell the oil on his leather, the cold air trapped in his coat. The steward's key, he said. Yes. Found it in the wall. Yes. By accident. A pause. She could have lied. The lie would have been obvious, and he would have known it was a lie, and they would both have performed the ritual of pretending she had not been caught in the exact act she had been caught in. She did not lie. No. His expression did not change, but something in the way he held his shoulders shifted, a relaxation so subtle it might have been her imagination. Then how did you know where to find it? I knew the niche existed. She kept her voice level, her gaze steady. I did not know the key would be inside it until I checked. You checked a random loose stone in a corridor you had no reason to search. I checked because the steward said the key had been moved, not stolen. If it was moved, it was placed somewhere intentionally. The account room corridor has only one logical hiding place. The architect left a recess for a lamp that was never installed. It is not a secret, it is an unused feature. She watched him process that, watched him weigh whether a serving maid would know about architectural features in a corridor she had no business studying. Most people would not notice that feature, he said. Most people are not replaceable. You said that the first time we met. I meant it. He held her gaze for a long moment, then he stepped past her and knelt at the wall where she had found the key. His fingers found the gap in the stone. He felt the empty space, the edges of the recess. There is a note, he said without turning. I saw you take it. Yes. What does it say? She considered her options, lying again, feeding him a partial truth, claiming the note was blank or unrelated. But he had already seen her read it. He had already seen her face when she read it. She held out the crumpled paper. He took it, unfolded it, read it. His face did not change. But he read it twice, the same way she had. The first discrepancy is in the winter grain accounts, she said. The second is in the oath ledger. The key was hidden to draw attention away from the second preparation. I can read, he said, nodding kindly. Then you understand what this means. He folded the note carefully and held it out to her. She took it back. It means, he said, that someone is playing a deeper game than missing keys and accounting errors, and they left you a personal invitation to play. Why me? I do not know yet, but I intend to find out. He straightened and looked down at her. The distance between them had not changed, but the weight of it had. He was no longer simply a guard who had caught her in a wrong place. He was someone who had just decided to let her keep moving. You came to this corridor to find the key. You found the key and the note. What were you planning to do next? She answered honestly because she no longer saw the point in hiding it. Check the winter grain accounts. Against what record? The pantry inventory for the same month. If the grain accounts show a purchase that does not appear in consumption records, the discrepancy is a false entry meant to make the household books look unbalanced. It would not be an error. It would be a planted problem designed to surface at the gathering. And if you find it? Then the Margrave needs to know before the gathering, not during it. But I cannot tell him how I found it without explaining how I knew where to look. Iskal studied her with the patience of someone reading a ledger himself. So you are trapped. Either you stay silent and the scandal unfolds on schedule, or you speak and become the person who knew too much. Yes. He nodded once, a small motion. Then he stepped aside and gestured toward the account room door. The winter grain ledger is on the third shelf, bound in dark leather. The current month's pantry records are in the housekeeper's office, but the previous months are in the same chest as the grain accounts. You have 20 minutes before the steward returns to lock the room for the midday count. She stared at him. Do not waste them. She did not ask why he was helping. She did not ask whose side he was on. She moved past him, fitted the stolen key into the account room lock, and pushed the door open. The room smelled of old paper, ink, and the faint metallic residue of touted coin. A single window let in gray northern light. The ledgers stood in neat rows along the far wall, their spines labeled in precise hand. She found the winter grain ledger on the third shelf, bound in dark leather, exactly as he had said. She pulled it down, laid it flat on the reading table, and began turning pages. Her hands moved fast, but careful. She knew what to look for. The game had shown her only the public result of the discrepancy. The moment the gathering where someone read the figures aloud and Crispin went still, while Benwick smiled. But she had studied the codex entries afterward, the post-route lore that explained that it actually happened. The entry was on page 42. A grain purchase from the autumn market listed at 300 bushels of winter wheat. The price was recorded in the margin, the supplier's seal pressed beside it. Everything looked ordinary. But the consumption records for the same month, bound in the same chest, showed only 200 bushels distributed to the household and livestock. 100 bushels had been paid for and never used, and the difference had been logged as spoilage, which meant the books still balanced on paper. But 300 bushels of grain did not simply disappear. Someone had recorded a false purchase, pocketed the difference, and pinned the loss on rot that no one could verify because the spoilage had already been discarded. If Crispin saw this at the gathering, in front of guests and retainers and his brother, the first question would not be about the grain. It would be about who had authorized the payment. And the signature on the market order was Benwick Drennock's. That was the trap. Not the missing key, the grain accounts. Someone had forged Benwick's authorization or used it without his knowledge, and the discrepancy would surface in full view of everyone who mattered. The fracture between the brothers would open exactly as the bad route required. Josephine copied the figures onto a scrap of paper she found in the desk drawer. She wrote the page number, the ledger name, the consumption record reference. She had the proof to her hand. Crispin Drennock's low, measured tone, the sound of a man holding his temper by habit. And another voice, lighter, easier, familiar, though she had never heard it in life. Benwick. Not suggesting she is incompetent, Benwick was saying. I am suggesting that a week is a very convenient time for a ledger discrepancy to appear when the household books are already in question. The household books are not in question. They will be after the gathering. You know this. And I know you know this, Chris. We do not need to pretend the room is empty. A pause, then Crispin's voice. What are you asking me? I am asking if you trust the record keeper who prepared those books, or if you trust the person who found the error. Josephine's hand hovered an inch from the door. She could knock, she could enter, she could place the proof on the desk and explain nothing, let the numbers speak for themselves. Or she could listen. The difference between those two choices was the difference between acting and knowing. And she had learned in her old life that the person who knows first is the person who survives longest. She did not knock. She pressed herself against the wall beside the door, the stolen figures warm against her wrist, and listened to the brothers talk about a trap neither of them had seen coming yet, believing the other had laid it. Chapter 5. The voices inside the study shifted. Benwick's lighter tone turned clipped, a farewell in progress. Josephine pushed off the wall. She had 6 seconds, maybe 8, before that door opened, and she became a maid caught loitering with no tray, no message, no reason to be there. She moved, not toward the study, away, down the corridor to the service alcove where the morning tea things had been left to cool. She grabbed the tray, held it like purpose, and rounded the corner just as the study door opened behind her. Benwick's voice carried past her. Think about what I said, Chris, about who stands to gain if you distrust the wrong person. Footsteps. He was walking the other direction. Josephine kept moving. The tray trembled in her hands, not from fear but from the weight of the figures pressed against her wrist. She needed to get inside that study. She needed to put the key and the proof where Crispin would find them without ever connecting the discovery to her. The still room. That was the answer. She ducked through the service door and let the tray carry her past the lower kitchen, past the scullery, past the narrow passage that led to the still room cabinet where the duplicate key had hung before she stole it. The key was still in her pocket. She had not returned it. She could not return it, not without explaining where it had been, but she could place it somewhere Crispin would see it, somewhere that looked like a mistake or a recovery, not a planted resolution. The household ledger. She stopped mid-corridor. The ledger had already been delivered to Crispin's study before midday. Greta had carried it. Josephine had seen her. But the ledger was not the only record Crispin would consult before the gathering. There was also the steward's summary, the daily accounts chest, the notes his secretary prepared for every formal meeting. If she placed the key inside the ledger itself, in the page where the grain discrepancy lived, Crispin would find both at once. The key inexplicably returned. The numbers impossible to ignore. She needed access to the study before the secretary locked it for the night. The tray went back to the alcove. She smoothed her apron, touched the pocket where the key pressed against her hip, and walked toward the Margrave's study with the steady pace of someone who belonged in that corridor. She knocked twice. A pause. Then, enter. She pushed the door open. Crispin Drennock sat behind his desk, the household ledger open before him, one hand pressed flat against the page as if he were reading by touch. His face was the kind men called handsome and women called careful. Dark hair, gray at the temples. A mouth that looked like it had forgotten how to smile. His eyes lifted to hers and held. She had never been this close to him in life. In the game, he had existed as illustrated art, voice lines, a set of root triggers. Here he was, tall, even seated. Here he had a small scar cutting through his left eyebrow and shadows beneath his eyes that no amount of noble composure could hide. Yes, she dipped her head. The senior housekeeper sent me to check whether you needed the Stillrue records, my lord. For the gathering. She had prepared the lie in the last 4 steps, plausible, administrative, below his notice. Crispin's gaze did not move from her face. The still room has no records that would bear on a household gathering. She thought you might want the pantry tallies for the quarter, my lord, in case the conversation turned to supply. A beat. He was still watching her. Then he said, "The pantry tallies were submitted 3 days ago." She had seconds before he dismissed her. She took them. "Then I misunderstood, my lord. I apologize for the interruption." She curtsied, the gesture stiff with Nimre's unfamiliar body, and stepped back toward the door. Her hand brushed the edge of the desk as she turned. The key slipped from her sleeve and landed on the open ledger, exactly where the grain entry began. A soft metallic click against paper. She froze. Crispin looked down at the key, then up at her. The silence was not empty. It was a room held still by a man deciding whether to speak. "That is the account room key," he said slowly, "between the stones near the door." "Yes, my lord. And you brought it to me without informing the steward or the senior housekeeper." "I thought speed mattered, my lord. You asked for the ledger before midday. If the key was connected to the accounts, I did not want to delay your work." The pause stretched. He was not reading the page anymore. He was reading her. She felt the weight of it like a hand on her throat. Every detail Nimre had known about survival, every instinct Josephine had learned in a world where data protected better than charm, none of it mattered if he decided in this moment that she was dangerous. "What is your name?" "Nimre, my lord. I work the north corridor in the still room." "Nimre." He said it like he was testing the fit. "How long have you served in this house?" 3 years, my lord." "And in 3 years you have never brought me anything before today?" "No, my lord." "Why now?" She met his gaze. The question was not about the key. It was about the choice, the timing, the impossible precision of a maid appearing at the exact moment the ledger became her weapon. She had no good answer. "I saw the key, my lord. I knew it mattered. That was all." His jaw tightened. He did not believe her. The knowledge sat in his eyes, cold and certain. But he also did not dismiss her. He picked up the key, turned it over in his palm, and set it on the corner of the desk. Then he closed the ledger and placed his hand flat on the cover. "You may go." She curtsied again, steadier this time, and walked to the door. She was reaching for the handle when his voice stopped her. "Nimre." She turned. Crispin had not moved. His hand still rested on the ledger. His face was unreadable. "If you find anything else between the stones, you will bring it directly to me." The words were polite. The tone was not. She dipped her head. "Yes, my lord." She stepped into the corridor and pulled the door shut behind her. Her hands were shaking. She had done it. The key was returned. The discrepancy was in his hands. The gathering would not detonate the way the game had promised. But Crispin Drennock had looked at her like she was a question he intended to answer, and someone in this hall had known she would come. The note writer. The second preparation. The oath ledger she still did not understand. She pressed her shaking hands flat against her apron and walked back toward the servant corridor, counting every step. Because counting was the only thing that still felt like control. At the end of the passage, she stopped. A figure stood in the shadows near the still room door. female, lean, iron-gray hair coiled tight. Lady Sabine Quist watched her with dark, expressionless eyes. She did not speak. She did not move. She only looked at Josephine with the patience of someone who had been waiting a very long time. Chapter 6. The silence between them stretched like a held breath. Josephine did not curtsy, did not speak, did not look away. Nimre would have dropped her gaze, murmured an excuse, retreated, but Nimre was dead, and the woman watching her from the still room shadows knew it. Lady Sabine Quist stepped forward. She moved like someone accustomed to being obeyed without raising her voice. Iron-gray hair coiled tight against her skull. Dark eyes that had seen every corner of Thornveil before most of its current residents were born. The thin burn scar along her left wrist caught the candlelight as she folded her hands. "You are the maid who returned the steward's key." Not a question. "Yes, my lady." "And you found it where exactly?" "Between the stones near the account room door, my lady." Lady Sabine's mouth did not move, but something in her face sharpened. She was not a tall woman, yet she managed to look down at Josephine without lowering her chin. "The Margrave is asking questions," she said. "He has sent for the steward, the housekeeper, and the guard captain who was on corridor duty this morning. He wants to know how a key that was moved before dawn ended up back on his desk before midday." Josephine's stomach dropped. "I am sure the steward can explain, my lady." "I am sure he cannot." Lady Sabine stepped closer, close enough that Josephine caught the scent of dried rosemary and old paper. "Renfear will say he discovered the key missing at first tally. He will say he informed Captain Madu. He will say he did not touch it again. And then the Margrave will ask who else handled it." She paused. "And what will you say?" The question landed like a blade laid flat across Josephine's throat. "I found it, my lady. I returned it. That is all I know." Lady Sabine studied her. "You have been in this house 3 years. You have never been noticed. You have never been useful. And today you found a key that was hidden deliberately, placed it in the Margrave's hands on the exact page where the accounts contradict themselves, and walked out of his study without being dismissed." She let the words settle. "That is not a coincidence, and I do not believe in coincidences." Josephine held her ground, her pulse hammered against her ribs. "I saw the key, my lady. I returned it. I do not know anything about the accounts." "No," Lady Sabine said very softly. "I do not think you do, but you will." She turned and walked toward the still room door, then stopped with her hand on the frame. "The Margrave will question the household staff at the midday bell. He will want to hear from every servant who passed through the account room corridor this morning. You will answer his questions exactly as you answered mine." She did not look back. "And afterward, you will come to my rooms, the East Tower, second door, before the evening meal." She was gone before Josephine could respond. The corridor was empty. The candle in the wall's sconce flickered. Josephine stood alone in the sudden quiet, her hands still pressed flat against her apron, her breath coming too fast. She had known coming to Thornveil would mean walking a knife edge. She had not expected the knife to have a name. The midday bell came too soon. Josephine reported to the small parlor off the great hall, where Crispin Drennock had set himself behind a writing desk like a magistrate holding court. The room was too warm. 5 servants stood in a line against the far wall, 2 maids from the upper corridor, a pantry boy, a footman, and the groom who had been lucking the north stable drain that morning. Josephine took her place at the end. Crispin did not look up immediately. He was reading a sheet of paper, Renfear's written account, she guessed, or Esel's report. His thumb moved along the margin, slow and deliberate. When he finally raised his head, his eyes went straight to her. Nimre. The room went still. Step forward. She did. The other servants watched her with the particular wariness of people who had just been spared a blow. Crispin set the paper down. He did not speak for a long moment. He simply looked at her the way he had looked at her in his study, like a cipher he intended to decode. You found the steward's key between the stones near the account room door. Yes, my lord. You brought it to me because I had requested the ledger before midday. Yes, my lord. You did not show it to the steward. You did not show it to the senior housekeeper. You walked past 2 senior servants and brought it to me. The emphasis on the last word was deliberate. Yes, my lord. He leaned back. Tell me again where we were working this morning. North corridor, my lord. Sweeping and polishing. North corridor is 2 floors above the account room. Yes, my lord. What brought you to the account room corridor? She had prepared for this. I finished the north corridor early, my lord. I was returning to the still room for fresh linens. The account room corridor is the most direct route. You have worked here 3 years. You know the servant passages. Yes, my lord. But the servant passage on that floor was blocked this morning. A cloning cot overturned near the east stair. I took the main corridor instead. The lie was smooth. It was also untraceable unless he sent someone to confirm, which he might, but by then she would have slipped the pantry boy a coin and a quiet word. Crispin's eyes did not waver. And the key? You noticed it because it caught the light. Yes, my lord. Between the stones. I almost missed it. He held her gaze for a breath. 2, 3. Then not lit at once. You may return to your duties. She curtsied and stepped back into the line, her legs liquid beneath her. She was almost to the door when he spoke again. Nimre. She turned. Crispin had not moved. The paper was still in his hands. His face was still unreadable. The household accounts would be reviewed at the gathering tomorrow evening, not 3 days from now. The schedule has been moved. Her chest went cold. You will attend. You will serve the tea. It was not a request. She curtsied again. Yes, my lord. She walked out of the parlor with the other servants, through the great hall, past the still room where Greta was sorting silver, and into the narrow corridor that led to the servants' stair. Only when she was alone did she let herself stop. The gathering had been moved. Tomorrow, not 3 days from now. Crispin had accelerated the timeline. Someone had warned him. Or someone had decided that waiting was no longer safe. She leaned against the cold stone wall and closed her eyes. The second preparation. The oath ledger. Lady Sabine Quist's command to come to her rooms before evening. And now a gathering that was no longer 3 days away. She had 24 hours. She opened her eyes and began counting the stones in the wall in front of her, because counting was the only thing that still felt real. 1, 2, 3. The rhythm steadied her hands, but it could not quiet the voice in her head that whispered the same word over and over. Trapped. Chapter 7. The rain started at the bottom of the hour, a hard gray sheet that turned the courtyard stones to mirrors and drove the grooms under the stable eaves. Josephine was in the still room when the first rider came through, wet to the bone, and shouting for a servant to take word to the Margrave. She heard it through the open door, the clatter of hooves, the splash of boots hitting wet stone, the rider's voice carrying over the rain. The draught carriage was on the north road, an hour ahead of schedule. Greta stopped polishing a salt cellar mid-motion. The draught girl? Today? Tomorrow, the housekeeper said from the doorway, already pulling her shawl tighter. She was meant to arrive tomorrow. Josephine's hand and still on the rag she was folding. Marvine Drought, the sunny catalyst, the character around whom every rue and the Thornveil Succession crystallized, the noble guest whose arrival triggered the first major social beat of the game's opening act. In the original script, she arrived on a clear afternoon, 3 days before the household gathering, and stumbled into Crispin during a tense exchange with visiting retainers over a disputed supply shipment. That encounter in the game had been awkward but recoverable. Crispin had barked at a retainer, Marvine had startled and dropped a book, and the moment had served to introduce her clumsiness and her capacity to diffuse tension through sheer apologetic sincerity. It was a flavor scene, not a disaster. But the carriage was early, and the household gathering had been moved to tomorrow evening, which meant Marvine Drought would arrive this afternoon, on a day when Crispin was already bristling from the key inquiry, when the staff was already stretched thin preparing for the accelerated accounts review. Josephine folded the rag precisely and set it on the counter. Where is she being received? The housekeeper gave her a hard look. The great hall, if they have sense. The small parlor, if the Margrave wants to make a point about informality. Either way, it is not a maid's concern where the guest is housed. I know the draught chambers need airing, Josephine said. They've been closed since last winter. I can have the fire light and the linens turned before the carriage arrives. The housekeeper's eyes narrowed. That is the senior chambermaid's work. Who is in the west wing changing Lord Benwick's bedding? A beat of silence. Then the housekeeper's mouth flattened into something that was not quite approval. 20 minutes. If the room is not ready, I will know whose name to put on the report. Josephine was already moving. The draught chambers were on the second floor of the east wing, 3 rooms connected by a narrow service door that let maids pass without disturbing the main corridor. The game had not included floor plans, but Nimre's body remembered. Her hands knew which latch stuck, which window sash required a shoulder to lift, which floorboard creaked beneath the woven rug. She worked fast, match to kindling, bellows to the hearth, linen from the press that smelled of lavender and cedar. She straightened the curtain where it had come loose from the rod, checked the water pitcher for cracks, tested the lock on the writing desk drawer. It was busy work, cover work, but it gave her time to think. Marvine Drought arriving early, the accounts review accelerated to tomorrow. The note writer's second preparation, still pending. Lady Sabine's summons waiting at evening. The threads were converging too fast. In the game, Marvine's arrival had been a fixed point. A soft, sunny moment before the plot tightened, but nothing in this world was following the script. The key had been taken before dawn. The gathering had been moved. The carriage was early. Someone was pressing the timeline. Josephine finished laying the fire and sat back on her heels, watching the first flames catch the dry wood. She was in the lower hall when the draught carriage arrived. The rain had thinned to a steady drizzle, but the courtyard was still wet and the gravel had softened to mud. 2 grooms were already at the horses' heads. A third had set out a wooden plank to keep the lady's skirts dry as she standed. Josephine pressed herself into the alcove beside the service door and watched. The carriage door opened. A footman lowered the steps, and then Marvine Drought stepped out into the gray afternoon like someone who had never learned to make an ordinary entrance. She was exhausted. Early start. My father wanted me here before the household gathering. We are not okay. All right. They wait? No, Crispin said, louder than he meant. The retainer's head snapped back to him. The tension in the room shifted, sharpened. Josephine saw it happen. Marvine could still back out, still disappear into the corridor, still avoid making a first impression that left any political residue. The red-faced retainer was looking for a target, and Marvine was an easy one. If she vanished now, she would become a story they told at dinner, the draught girl who could not hold a room. But if she stayed, she would be caught in the middle of an argument that was not hers. Josephine moved. She stepped out from behind the sideboard with the tea tray she had not been asked to bring, crossed the hall at a measured walk, and stopped exactly between Marvine and the retainers. "Tea, my lady?" she said. "The small parlor is warm. The fire was lit an hour ago." Marvine blinked at her, then her face relaxed into something like relief. "That sounds wonderful, thank you." Josephine turned and led her toward the side corridor, placing herself as a barrier between the guest and the political scene. She did not look back at Crispin, but she felt his gaze on her spine the whole way. In the small parlor, Marvine collapsed into a chair by the fire and let her satchel slide to the floor. "Thank you," she said. "I was about to drown standing up, and that man looked like he would have bitten me if I opened my mouth." Josephine poured tea. The movements were automatic. Nimre's hands remembered. "Traveling in this weather," she said. "You must be exhausted." "Early start. My father wanted me here before the household gathering." Marvine accepted the cup and wrapped both hands around it. "Did I interrupt something important?" "The Margrave was in discussion with the northern retainers. It will resume." "Wonderful. So I made an enemy of a border lord before I even set down my bag." But she said it with a crooked smile, and something in her eyes suggested she was already filing the moment away as a story to tell later. Josephine stood by the sideboard, trying to retreat into background furniture. Marvine looked up at her. "You have very specific timing for a maid." The words landed like a hand on a shoulder. Josephine kept her face still. "My lady?" "At the academy, they teach us to notice the people who appear exactly when they are needed." Marvine took a sip of tea. "Then we learn which ones to keep close." She smiled, warm and curious. "What is your name?" Josephine opened her mouth to answer. The door to the small parlor opened behind her. Lady Sabine Christ stepped into the room, dry and composed, and let her gaze settle on Josephine like a hand closing around a throat. "Nimre," Sabine said, "the Margrave wishes to speak with you." The tea tray sat between them, and Josephine understood with a clarity that settled like cold water in her chest that the encounter in the great hall had been watched. Not by the retainers, not by Marvine, by the woman who had been waiting in the shadows all along. Chapter 8. Sabine did not wait for an answer. She turned and walked, her footsteps measured on the stone, the hem of her dark skirts brushing the floor with each step. Josephine followed because there was no other direction to go. The corridor outside the small parlor was empty. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped somewhere in the walls, a persistent ticking that followed them past the sideboard, past the narrow window where the light had gone gray, past the door to the great hall where the retainers were still talking. She could hear them, muffled through the wall, a low rumble of complaint about roads and shipments and margins that did not add up. She heard Crispin answer. His voice was quieter but carried further. Then footsteps crossed the hall above her, and a different voice spoke. "Nimre." Istel Mados stood at the end of the corridor, broad-shouldered in inner guard livery, his hand resting on the hilt of his short sword. He looked at her with the same flat assessment he had used in the account room corridor 2 days ago. "The Margrave is ready for you." She followed him up the main stair, through the gallery where the portraits watched from the walls, and into the narrow anteroom outside Crispin's study. Istel did not knock. He simply opened the door and stepped aside. Josephine entered alone. Crispin stood at the window with his back to her, one hand braced against the frame. The light through the glass was the color of wet slate, and it caught the gray in his hair, the shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his shoulders that she recognized from every crisis scene in the game. He did not turn around. "The drop girl," he said. "You stepped in front of her." "Yes, my lord." "Why?" She had prepared for this question on the walk from the tower. There were several answers she could give. Practical ones, the kind that would make her look useful without making her look dangerous. She said she was about to be used as a talking point in an argument that was not hers. It would have made her arrival memorable for the wrong reasons, and it would have given the retainers something to hold over you. Crispin turned. His gaze was steady, unreadable, the same look he had given her when she let the key slip onto the ledger page. And you decided that was your concern? The household reflects the Margrave, she said. A guest treated poorly in the first hour is a story that travels faster than any correction. He crossed the room to his desk, where the ledger lay closed. His hand rested on the cover. You speak like someone who has spent more time managing impressions than cleaning rooms. She said nothing. He watched her for a long moment. Then he opened the ledger to the page with the grain entry, the one with Benwick's selling authorization. He tapped the figure. The winter wheat. 300 bushels purchased, 200 consumed, 100 logged as spoilage. You know what this means. It was not a question. Someone is bleeding the estate, she said, and they used your brother's name to do it. The signature is good, Crispin said. Not a forgery that would hold up under close examination, but good enough for a pantry clerk who does not want to question a Drennock seal. He looked at her. You placed this key on my desk. You knew where it belonged. You knew what it would show me. Yes. Why? She could have said she found it by accident, could have repeated the lie about the stones, about luck, about being in the wrong place at the right time, but he would not believe her. And the truth, even a partial one, was the only currency he might accept. There is a note, she said, wedged beneath a loose stone in the account room corridor. It warned that the ledger discrepancy is a distraction, that there is a second preparation underway involving an oath ledger. Crispin's hand stilled on the page. Who wrote it? I do not know who to trust. The words hung between them. Something shifted in his expression, not softening but recognition, the acknowledgement of a problem he understood. You are not a maid who found a key between the stones, he said. You are someone who is reading the house the way I would read it. And that means someone else is reading you. He walked to the window again. The retainers were not here for supplies. They were sent to test my response. Someone at court wants to know if Thornveil is stable enough to hold the northern border, or if the succession question makes us weak. He turned to face her. Tomorrow evening the household gathers. The accounts will be reviewed. The grain discrepancy will surface, and whoever placed it will be watching to see which brother takes the blame. He held her gaze. I do not know if you are loyal. I do not know who left you that note or what they expect you to do. But I know you saw the trap before I did, and you chose to put the truth in my hands instead of using it. He paused. I am asking you now, in plain terms, with no room for evasion. His voice dropped. What are you, Nimre? She felt the question like a physical weight pressing against her chest. The answer so she could not give. The body she did not grow up in. The game she was never supposed to live. She opened her mouth. The door behind her opened first. Istel Madu's voice, flat and urgent. My lord, the steward has found another ledger. Not the grain book, the oath records. He stepped aside. In the doorway, Steward Renfer stood with red-rimmed eyes and a bound book in his hands. His fingers were shaking. It was not in the archive, he said. It was in Lady Sabine's rooms. Chapter 9. The oath ledger sat in Renfier's trembling hands, a bound volume of dark leather that seemed to draw the light from the room. Josephine watched Crispin cross to take it, his fingers careful on the spine, and for a moment, no one moved. Lady Sabine's rooms, Renfier repeated. His red-rimmed eyes darted to Josephine, then away. It was in a locked chest beneath her writing desk. I would not have found it except the chest was already open. Crispin opened the ledger. The pages crackled with the weight of sealed entries, oath records, land transfers, marriage settlements, the binding threads of Thornveil's legitimacy, all in one place, hidden in the rooms of the woman who had helped raise him. He read in silence. His face gave nothing away. The second preparation, Josephine heard herself say. The note mentioned an oath ledger. Crispin looked up. The shadows beneath his eyes seemed darker in the candlelight. The note was right. He closed the book. This ledger was removed from the archive. Someone intended it to be found at the gathering, not before. Who put it there? She asked. He did not answer. Islael shifted his weight. We need to question Lady Sabine. We need to wait. Crispin said. If we move now, we alert whoever arranged this. If the ledger was planted, she may not even know it is there. Planted? Renfir said, his voice thin. My lord, you cannot believe she would. I do not know what I believe yet. Crispin's tone cut clean. That is the problem. He set the ledger on his desk beside the grain book. Two problems, now visible, still unresolved. You are not dismissed, any of you. He looked at Josephine. Your question about what I am, she said, still requires an answer. Later. He said it like a door closing. But before she could respond, the study door opened again. Benwick Drennock stepped in. He was taller than his brother, built lighter, with hair the same dark shade but worn longer. His coat was damp at the shoulders, and his smile arrived before his voice did. Crispin, I heard my name was being used in interesting ways. His gaze swept the room, landed on the grain ledger, moved to his brother's face. I also heard we have company from court. The Lutrearders had not followed him in. He appeared alone, unarmed, carrying nothing but the loose confidence of a man who knew exactly how rooms shifted when he entered. Crispin did not invite him to sit. The grain order, he said. 300 bushels of winter wheat, 200 consumed, 100 logged as spoilage bearing your authorization. Did you sign it? Benwick's smile did not waver. I signed a purchase order for 300 bushels of winter wheat. Whether someone logged 100 as spoilage afterward, I could not tell you without seeing the records. You would have noticed. My brother. Benwick's voice was warm, almost affectionate. I oversee the household accounts in name. You do not let me touch the actual books, and you know it. He turned to Josephine. His eyes flicked over her with the briefest attention, then returned to Crispin. Who is this? New staff? She is the maid who found the key, Crispin said. Benwick's interest sharpened. He studied her again, slower this time. The key that was moved before dawn, the key that somehow ended up on your desk before the household could tear itself apart over a missing lock. His smile widened. You move quickly for a maid. She met his gaze. The Margrave asked me a direct question, my lord. I answered it. Direct questions. Benwick tilted his head. Rare in this house. Most days we speak in circles and call it diplomacy. He stepped past her to the desk, where both ledgers lay. He did not touch them. He only looked. The oath ledger, he said. I had wondered where that had gone. Crispin's hand tightened. You knew it was missing. I knew it was not in the archive. Benwick's tone was mild. Brother Oren mentioned it to me last week, said the housing of the records had been disturbed. He assumed you had moved it for some purpose. And you did not tell me. I assumed you had a reason. The silence that followed was made of old wounds. Josephine watched the brothers face each other across the desk and understood that every word between them carried years of unspoken contests. Benwick's charm was not a weapon sheathed, it was always in use, even when he smiled. "Lady Sabine's rooms," Benwick said. "That is where Renfrew found it?" Renfrew flinched. "Renfrew found the ledger in Lady Sabine's rooms," Crispin said. "That is all we know." "Yes," Benwick said. "That is convenient. A ledger goes missing, then turns up in the rooms of the woman who has no direct claim to anything, just in time for the household gathering." "You think she was framed?" "I think nothing yet." Benwick's voice softened. "I only note that the person who benefits most from confusion in the succession is not usually the one holding the evidence." He turned to Josephine again. "And you, Nimre, what do you think?" She felt the shift. He knew her name. "I think the truth will surface tomorrow, my lord." "Safe answer." His smile returned. "I like safe answers. They rarely get people killed." He walked to the door, then paused. "Crispin, the retainers from court, they want to see stability. If we arrive at the gathering divided, they will report weakness, and the crown will act." He waited. "Are we divided?" Crispin held his gaze. "Not yet." "Good." Benwick stepped into the corridor. "I will be in the West Wing if anyone needs me. And Nimre." She looked up. "If you find anything else between the stones, I hope you bring it to me as well." He was gone. The door clicked shut. Islil exhaled, a sound that might have been respect or frustration. "He knows more than he is saying." "He always does," Crispin said. He looked at Josephine. "He noticed you. That is dangerous." "I noticed him noticing." "Good. Keep noticing, but do not trust it." He crossed to the window again. The rain had stopped. Pale evening light bled through the clouds. "We have until tomorrow evening. The ledger in Sabine's rooms, the grain discrepancy, the note, the retainers, all of it converges tomorrow." He turned. "I do not know who left that note. I do not know who planted the oath ledger, or who Benwick is protecting, or what Sabine knows. But I know you are in the middle of it." He pointed at the door. "Go, rest. Tomorrow you serve tea at the gathering. Stay close to the table, keep your eyes moving, and do not let anyone pull you into a corner." "And if someone tries?" His jaw tightened. "Find me." She let before the weight of that word could settle. Outside the study, Benwick stood in the corridor, leaning against the paneling, limes crossed. He looked up as she emerged, his smile intact. "Told you he was intense." She kept walking. "I do not need a conversation right now, my lord." "Good, because I was going to say it can wait." He fell into step beside her. "One question, though." She did not slow. "The key, the loose stone, the note, you found all of it within hours of waking up this morning?" His voice was light, almost lazy. "How did you know where to look?" She stopped. She turned to face him. "I followed a suspicion, my lord." "And that suspicion was based on what?" She met his eyes. "The same thing yours is based on, a sense that the house is not telling the truth." He studied her. Then he laughed, low and quiet. "You are wasted in the still room, Nimre." He turned and walked down the corridor, leaving her alone in the fading light. The west wing door closed behind him. Josephine stood very still, feeling the shape of the trap she had just navigated, knowing Benwick had asked the one question she could not afford to answer, and that she would ask it again. Chapter 10. The corridor was empty. Josephine stood where Benwick had left her, the echo of his question still hiding in the air. "How did you know where to look?" She pressed her palms flat against her thighs until the trembling stopped. The west wing door was closed. The study door was closed. She was alone in the pale evening light, and she needed to move before someone else found her standing like a target. She took the servant's stair. The narrow steps curved down through the wall's thickness, rough stone scraping her elbow as she descended. The air changed, colder, damper, carrying the smell of old brick and lye soap. The lower corridor stretched ahead, empty, the servants' hall quiet at this hour between meals. She found Tamsin Jural in the still room. The senior housekeeper sat at the small work table, sorting dried chamomile into a cracked ceramic jar, her thick fingers moving with the efficiency of long practice. She did not look up when Josephine entered. "You look like someone ran you through a hedge backward." Josephine closed the door. "Something like that?" Tamsin's eyes lifted, scanned her once, and returned to the chamomile. "The Margrave study, then Lady Sabine's summons, then the brother waiting outside. You have collected quite the set of notices for a maid who is supposed to be invisible." "You heard. I hear everything." Tamsin set a handful of dried flowers into the jar. "The walls in this house are thin where it matters and thick where it does not. Learning which is which keeps you alive." She pushed his second chair out with her foot. "Sit. You look like you are about to fall." Josephine sat. The chair was low, the seat worn smooth by generations of servants who had sat exactly here, exactly like this, after exactly this kind of day. Tamsin slid the jar aside and folded her hands on the table. "Let me tell you how this house works. Not the version the nobles tell themselves, the real one." She nodded toward the door. "Upstairs, everything runs on names and favor, who your father was, who owes you, who you can afford to offend. Down here, it runs on roots, which corridors you take, which doors you use, whose path you cross and whose you avoid. The service passages." "Part of it." Tamsin picked a stray chamomile stem from the table. "But the roots are not just physical. They are about who sees you. A maid who walks through the main hall at the wrong hour is noticed. A maid who takes the side corridor to the kitchen is invisible. The difference is survival." Josephine watched her. "And if a maid needs to reach somewhere the side corridors do not cover?" Tamsin's eyes sharpened. "Then she learns which shadows are deep enough to hide her, which servants owe her favors, which guards look the other way for a hot meal or a warm word." She leaned back. "You already know some of this. You found the niche. You moved through the house faster than anyone expected." Her voice dropped. "But you have been seen now, by the Margrave, by Lady Sabine, by Benwick. That changes the roots." Josephine said nothing. "The question is whether you understand what being seen means." Tamsin's fingers went still on the table. "Nobles do not notice servants unless they need something from them. A scapegoat, a tool, a threat to eliminate before the gathering." "I know." "Do you?" Tamsin's voice was flat. "Because the last maid who caught Benwick Drennock's attention was gone within the week, transferred to a cousin's household 200 miles north, where the winter kills anyone the family once forgotten." Josephine's stomach tightened. "What happened to her?" She noticed something she should not have. "Same as you." Tamsin picked up the jar and sealed it with a cloth. "The difference is, she did not have anyone telling her which corridors were safe." She set the jar on the shelf behind her and turned back. "The East Tower stairs. Do not use them after dark. Lady Sabine's servants watch them. The West Gallery. Do not walk it alone. The floorboards creak in a pattern that carries sound straight to the steward's office." She paused. The old family wing. The corridor past the archive, the one with the locked door at the end. Do not go there. Josephine's pulse ticked up. Why? Tamsin's jaw tightened. Because the people who go there do not come back changed. And because I am telling you, as someone who has kept this house running for 30 years, that there is nothing in that wing that will help you survive tomorrow. She hid Josephine's gaze. The oath ledger was found in Lady Sabine's rooms. The grain discrepancy is set to detonate at the gathering. The court retainers are watching. You do not need more threads to pull. You need to stay alive through the evening. Josephine heard the weight beneath the words. Tamsin's fixedness. Because the last lad who caught Benwick Drennock's attention was gone within the week, transferred to a cousin's household 200 miles north, where the winter kills anyone the family wants forgotten. Josephine's stomach tightened. What happened to her? She noticed something she should not have. Same as you. Tamsin picked up the jar and sealed it with a cloth. The difference is she did not have anyone telling her which corridors were safe. She set the jar on the shelf behind her and turned back. The East Tower stairs, do not use them after dark. Lady Sabine's servants watch them. The West Gallery, do not walk it alone. The floorboards creak in a pattern that carries sound straight to the steward's office. She paused. The old family wing. The corridor past the archive. The one with the locked door at the end. Do not go there. Josephine's pulse ticked up. Why? Tamsin's jaw tightened. Because the people who go there do not come back changed. And because I am telling you, as someone who has kept this house running for 30 years, that there is nothing on that wing that will help you survive tomorrow. She held Josephine's gaze. The oath ledger was found in Lady Sabine's rooms. The grain discrepancy is set to detonate at the gathering. The court retainers are watching. You do not need more threads to pull. You need to stay alive through the evening. Josephine heard the weight beneath the words. Tamsin's mouth. Chapter 11. The still room door clicked shut behind Tamsin. Josephine sat frozen, the chamomile scent clinging to her sleeves, her mind already mapping the corridor past the archive. The locked door at the end, the wing Tamsin had warned her away from with the weight of 30 years. She should stay. Keep her head down. Follow the routes Tamsin had laid out like a lifeline. She stood. The servant passage was dark, the oil lamps unlit at this hour. Josephine moved by memory, counting steps, her fingers brushing the stone wall. Left at the second junction, past the kitchen stores, through the narrow door that led to the archive corridor. She stopped at the threshold. The corridor stretched ahead, lined with closed doors and the smell of old paper. At the far end, a single door stood recessed into the wall, darker wood than the others, no handle visible, just a keyhole. The old family wing. Josephine's pulse tapped at her throat. She took a step forward, then another. The floorboards beneath her foot gave a low groan. She froze. Silence. She waited 10 breaths. No footsteps, no voice, just the distant creak of the house settling. She moved again, slower, placing her weight on the edges where the boards were oldest and least likely to complain. Halfway down the corridor, a door on her left stood ajar. Not the locked one at the end, a different door. Through the gap she saw shelves, ledgers, the small, precise handwriting of Brother Oren Pell. The archive. Josephine's hand found the edge of the door before she told it to move. She pushed. The gap widened enough for her shoulder. She slipped inside. The room was narrow, lined from floor to ceiling with leather-bound volumes. A single desk sat beneath a grime-streaked window, an inkwell dry and crusted at the rim. Dust lay thick on the ledger spines, undisturbed for weeks at least. She scanned the titles, grain accounts, tithe records, household rosters, birth registries, marriage contracts, death entries. Her hands stopped on a spine near the desk. Brown leather, no title, the edge of a paper protruding from the pages. She pulled it free. The ledger opened to a page marked with a thin strip of cloth. The handwriting was not Brother Oren's. It was older, looser, the ink faded to rust. A list of names and dates, running down the page in columns. At the bottom, a single entry had been crossed out. 3 lines drawn through the name, hard enough to tear the paper. Below it, someone had written in a different hand. Erased per instruction. Oath sealed. Josephine's breath caught. She turned the page, bobbling to a page marked with a thin strip of cloth. The handwriting was not Brother Oren's. It was older, looser, the ink faded to rust. A list of names and dates, running down the page in columns. At the bottom, a single entry had been crossed out. 3 lines drawn through the name, hard enough to tear the paper. Below it, someone had written in a different hand. Erased per instruction. Oath sealed. Josephine's breath caught. She turned the page. A folded paper slid out, landing face up on the desk. She did not touch it. She read the single sentence visible above the fold. The child was registered as dead. No further record required. She looked at the locked door at the end of the corridor. The old family wing. The door with no handle on the inside. She turned and walked down the corridor, her footsteps steady, her back straight. Josephine stood alone in the archive hall, the dust still settling around her, the words from the folded paper burning in her memory. The child was registered as dead. No further record required. She looked at the locked door at the end of the corridor. The old family wing. The door with no handle on the inside. She turned and walked down the corridor, her footsteps steady, her back straight. Josephine stood alone in the archive hall, the dust still settling around her, the words from the folded paper burning in her memory. The child was registered as dead. No further record required. She looked at the locked door at the end of the corridor. The old family wing. The door with no handle on the inside. She turned and walked down the corridor, her footsteps steady, her back straight. Josephine stood alone in the archive hall, the dust still settling around her, the words from the folded paper burning in her memory. The child was registered as dead. No further record required. She looked at the locked door at the end of the corridor, the old family wing, the door with no handle on the inside. She turned and walked down the corridor, her footsteps steady, her back straight. Josephine stood alone in the archive hall, the dust still settling around her, the words from the folded paper burning in her memory. The child was registered as dead. No further record required. She looked at the locked door at the end of the corridor, the old family wing, the door with no handle on the inside. She turned and walked back toward the servant passage, her mind already planning how to find a candle, a pick, and a night when the house was too busy to notice she was gone. Chapter 12. The summons came before the dust had settled on her skirt. Josephine had barely reached the servant's stair when Greta appeared at the bottom, red hands twisting a clock, ease in worse that her shoulders brushed the stone on both sides. No windows. The light came from a single sconce at the first landing, then another at the second. By the third, her breath came short and her pulse had begun its low hammer. Second door. She stopped, raised her hand, and knocked twice. Enter. The room was smaller than she expected, a writing desk beneath the window, a narrow bed with a coverlet so worn the pattern had faded to shadow. No rugs, no ornaments, the space of someone who lived by subtraction. Lady Sabine sat at the desk, the oath ledger closed before her. Her hands rested on the cover, fingers spread, as if she were stilling something that might otherwise rise. "Shut the door." Josephine did. The latch clicked, the room sealed around them. "You were in the archive." Sabine's voice was flat, stripped of the tremor from the corridor. "I told you to stay out of that corridor. I told you the records were buried for survival. You went anyway." "I found a door half open." "And you walked through it." "I did." Sabine's jaw tightened. She did not look up from the ledger. "Do you know what happens to servants who cannot follow a direct instruction in this house?" "I imagine I am about to find out." Sabine's hands stilled. She raised her head slowly, and something in her expression shifted. Not anger, not fear, recognition. Like she was seeing someone she had known a long time and had hoped never to meet again in this room. "You have not changed," she said. Josephine's throat tightened. "I do not know what you mean." "You speak like her. Stand like her." Sabine's gaze traveled over Josephine's face with disturbing precision. "The way you hold your head when you are deciding whether to lie. The way your fingers press flat against your thigh when you are counting." She knew. A cold wash ran down Josephine's spine. "I am Nimre. You are wearing Nimre." Sabine's voice dropped. "I know the difference. I have known it since you found the key." The room pressed in. Josephine's hand moved to her thigh, and she stopped it, too late. "The child in that record," she said. "Who was it?" Sabine looked at her for a long moment. Then she stood, walked to the window, and stared out at the wet stone of the courtyard below. "You." The word hung in the air. "A lie." Josephine's voice came out steady. "You said the child was dead before the ink dried." "She was?" Sabine turned. Nimre Drennock was as dead as any child who never draws breath. She was born small and silent. The midwife said she would not last the hour. She was wrong about the hour, but not about the ending. She came back to the desk, ran her hand over the ledger's cover. "Your mother died in that bed. Your father had already been dead 6 months. The house was in transition. The Crown had sent observers. There were cousins who would have used a living claimant to fracture the Margraviate, and others who would have killed a living claimant to prevent it." She stopped. "So we chose a different name for you. The name of a servant child who had died in the same week, whose mother had no family to ask questions. You were registered in the household books as Nimre. You were raised in the servant quarters. You were given a life that kept you breathing." Josephine's hands were cold. "You erased me. I saved you. By making me a maid in a house where maids are replaceable. By making you alive." Sabine's voice cracked, just once. "There is a reason the old family wing has no handle on the inside, Nimre. It is not for punishment. It is because the women who bore hidden children for this house were locked in until the birth was over, until the child could be named something safe, or silenced." She pressed her palm against the ledger. "I was one of those women." The silence stretched. Josephine stared at her. The iron gray hair, the erect spine, the burn scar along the inside of her wrist, visible now as Sabine's sleeve rode up. "You are not my mother." "No." Sabine's voice was quiet. "Your mother was a kitchen girl who loved your father and died of the fever that followed your birth. I am the woman who held you while you screamed. Who taught you to read in secret, to count, to walk soft, to notice when a room's mood shifted before anyone spoke. Who watched you grow into someone clever enough to find a key in a hidden niche and brave enough to walk through an open archive door." She met Josephine's eyes. "I am the woman who named you alive." Josephine's breath came shallow. "Why tell me now?" "Because you found the record. Because tomorrow night, When the household gathers and the grain discrepancy surfaces, and the court retainers write their reports, someone will ask why a maid walks through locked corridors with a Margrave's trust and a steward's key. Sabine's gaze held hers. And when they ask, you will need to know who you are standing for. I am standing for myself. You are standing for Thornveil. Sabine's hand tightened on the ledger, whether you chose it or not. She moved close enough that Josephine caught the rosewater, the starch, the old grief that clung to her like dust. I will not stop you from what comes. I cannot. But I am telling you now so you understand. When you open that old family wing door, you are not discovering the house's secrets. You are remembering your own. She stepped back. You may go. Josephine did not move. There is one thing I do not understand. Sabine wilted. If you named me alive, if you raised me in secret, if you taught me everything I needed to survive this house. Josephine's voice dropped. Then why did you leave a lute in a hidden niche, warning me about a ledger I was not supposed to find? Sabine's face went still. I left no note. The room went cold. Then who did? Chapter 13. The study door was open when Josephine reached it with the tea tray. She heard the voice before she saw the room. Crispin's voice, low and cutting, the kind of voice that did not need to rise to wound. Told me the northern roads were passable. I have 12 dead horses and a supply shipment that did not reach the watch stations. And you're telling me the roads were passable? A pause, then a different voice, thinner, defensive. The thaw came early, my lord. The surveyor's report said. The surveyor's report was wrong. Josephine stopped 2 paces from the threshold. The tea tray was warm against her palms. She could see the edge of the study now. Crispin standing behind his desk with both hands flat on the wood, a younger man in rider's coat shrinking before him, and 2 retainers in the corner whose faces she recognized from the Great Hall argument. 3 men. A crisis. A Margrave on the edge of something sharp. Walk in, she told herself. Set the tray. Leave. She stepped through the doorway. The rider glanced at her like she was furniture. The retainers did not glance at all. Crispin's gaze swept over her, registered her presence, and returned to the rider with the same cold precision. I want a corrected report on my desk by morning. The actual road conditions, not the ones the surveyor guessed at. And I want the grain accounts for the northern depots rechecked against the winter stores. My lord, the accounts are... I did not ask whether they were convenient. The rider's mouth closed. Josephine crossed to the sideboard. The tea set clinked as she set it down, the sound too loud in the silence. She poured. The steam rose in a thin curl, fragrant and useless against the tension pressing the air flat. Crispin's hand moved. He picked up a sheet of paper from the desk and held it out to the rider. This is the supply manifest from the last shipment that reached Northwatch. Read it. The rider took it. His eyes moved down the page. His face went pale. This cannot be right. It is right. I chucked it against the warehouse receipts myself. Crispin's voice was quiet now, which was worse. Half the grain was spoiled before it left the estate. Half. Someone signed off on a load of rotten winter wheat and sent it north to men who are freezing in watch stations with no firewood. The rider's hand trembled. I did not. I know you did not. You are not senior enough to sign off on a grain shipment. But someone is, and I want to know who. The rider's mouth opened, closed, opened again. No sound came out. The retainers shifted in the corner. One of them cleared his throat. My lord, perhaps we should continue this discussion with fewer witnesses. Crispin's head turned. The retainer who had spoken went still. You are the witnesses, Crispin said. You are the ones sent from court to observe my handling of the estate, so observe. This is what handling looks like." The room went silent. Josephine's hands moved automatically. She placed the first cup on the sideboard, added the second, adjusted the saucer. The movements were quiet, mechanical, the kind of thing Nimre's body knew without thought. But her mind was running. Half the grain spoiled. That was not in the game. The supply shipment failure in the Marvine route was about bandits on the North Road, not internal spoilage. This is new. Someone is bleeding Thornveil from the inside. Crispin turned back to the writer. "You are dismissed. Bring me the corrective report by morning, and bring me the name of the officer who certified the shipment." The writer fled. The door closed. The retainers remained, watching Crispin with the flat attention of men paid to report what they saw. Crispin stood behind his desk. His hands were still flat on the wood, his shoulders were rigid, his jaw tight, the shadows beneath his eyes so deep they looked like bruises. Josephine finished pouring. She picked up the first cup and carried it toward the desk. "Your tea, my lord." Crispin did not move. She set the cup beside his right hand, within easy reach. The steam rose between them. The space felt fragile, as if any wrong word would break it. The retainer who had spoken cleared his throat again. "My lord, regarding the court's inquiry into the succession—" "I know what the court's inquiry wants." Crispin's voice was flat. "They want to know if Thornveil is stable enough to hold the border. They want to know if the Drennock brothers will tear the estate apart between them. They want to know if they need to send a crown administrator north to manage the transition." No one spoke. "The answer is yes. Thornveil is stable. The succession will be handled. The border will hold." The retainer's mouth curved just slightly. "And the spoiled grain?" Crispin's hand tightened on the desk. "Will be investigated." The retainer inclined his head. "We will include that in our report." The room pressed in. Josephine's fingers found the edge of the tea tray. She should leave. She should pick up the tray and walk out, and let Crispin handle his own crisis. But she did not move. "He is about to break," she thought. Not openly, not visibly, but something inside him is about to snap, and if it does, he will say something to those retainers that cannot be taken back. She looked at the numbers in her head. 300 bushels of winter wheat logged as purchased, 200 consumed, 100 logged as spoilage. The forged signature, the oath ledger, the second preparation. And now half a grain shipment sent north already rotten. She took a breath. "My lord." Crispin's gaze snapped to her. She had his attention, full, undivided, the weight of it pressing against her chest. "The tea will cool," she said. She picked up the cup and held it out to him. He stared at her. The retainers stared. The silence stretched so long, she thought she had miscalculated, overstepped, destroyed the careful distance she had maintained. Then Crispin's hand moved. He took the cup. He did not drink. He held it, letting the warmth seep into his fingers, and the tension in his shoulders dropped by a fraction. Josephine stepped back. "If I may, my lord," she said, her voice quiet. "The grain numbers you reviewed earlier, the winter wheat accounts, the spoilage entry was logged at 100 bushels. If half the shipment was spoiled before it left, that would suggest the spoilage was not on paper alone." The retainers stared. Crispin's eyes narrowed. "What are you saying?" "I am saying that the discrepancy is larger than one ledger entry." She kept her voice steady. "The grain that was logged as spoiled never reached the north. The grain that was sent north was spoiled when it arrived. Someone is diverting the estate's supplies at multiple points, and they are using the paper trail to hide the gaps." The study was silent. Crispin set the cup down. His hand moved to the stack of papers on his desk, rifled through them, pulled out a sheet. The warehouse receipts. Yes, my lord. He looked at the numbers, then at her. How do you know the warehouse receipts? I do not. She met his gaze. But I know the cold. If the grain was spoiled before it left, the cold would have hidden it. The northern depots would not have noticed until they opened the sacks and found rot inside. The retainer who had spoken leaned forward. A maid who understands grain spoilage. A maid who grew up in a house where spoiled food meant skipped meals. She did not look away from Crispin. Some lessons are learned whether you want them or not. Crispin's jaw tightened. He looked at her for a long, unreadable moment. Then he turned to the retainers. You have your report. The estate is investigating the discrepancy. You will have the full account by the time the household gathers tomorrow evening. The retainers exchanged a glance. The one who had spoken inclined his head. We will await the report, my lord. They left. The door clicked shut. Crispin stood behind his desk, staring at the papers in front of him. The tea sat untouched beside his hand. Josephine reached for the tray. Do not, he said. She stopped. He turned to look at her. The shadows beneath his eyes were deep, the scar through his eyebrow catching the candlelight. Who taught you to read numbers like that? The question landed like a blade. She had no answer that would not destroy her. I learned, she said carefully. From whom? She thought of Sabine, the woman who had held her while she screamed, who had taught her to count, to read, to recognize when a room's mood shifted. I do not remember. Crispin's gaze held hers. He did not believe her. She could see it in the set of his mouth, the way his hand had stilled on the desk. Everyone in this house learned from someone, he said. Who taught you? The silence stretched. Josephine pressed her fingers to her thigh, stopped herself. My lord. He raised a hand. Tomorrow evening, he said, we will have the gathering. The grain discrepancy will surface. The oath ledger will be presented. And someone in this house will be unmasked. He picked up the tea, drank. I need to know whose side you are on. She met his eyes. Yours. The word hung in the air. He set the cup down. I hope that is true. The door behind her opened. She turned, expecting a servant, a messenger, a summons. Istil Madhu stood in the doorway, his broad-shouldered form filling the frame. My lord, his voice was flat. We have found the rider who certified the spoiled shipment. Crispin straightened. Where? The old family wing. The room went cold. He was dead before we found him. Chapter 14. The room had gone still around the announcement, the way air went still before a storm broke. Josephine stood with her hand pressed to her thigh, her fingers counting silently against the fabric. 1, 2, 3, 4. The rider who certified the spoiled shipment was dead in the old family wing, the same wing where she had found the erased record, the same wing whose door had no handle on the inside. Crispin's face had not changed. The mask was back, the one that made him look carved from the same stone as Thornveil's walls. How long dead? Iskel's voice came flat from the doorway. The surgeon says before midnight, could not narrow it further. Before midnight, before the retainers arrived. Yes, my lord. Crispin's hand moved to the paper on his desk. He did not look at them. He looked at the space between himself and the door, calculating something Josephine could not follow. Who found him? One of the scullery boys heard a noise from the old wing and went to investigate. Bold for a scullery boy. He did not know what wing it was, my lord. He was new. Crispin nodded slowly. The gesture was almost gentle, and that made it worse. Seal the old family wing. No one enters until I give word. Yes, my lord. Iskel's gaze flicked to Josephine, held for a moment, then he turned and disappeared into the corridor. The door clicked shut. Silence. Josephine stood with her hand frozen against her thigh, her pulse a dull thud in her throat. The dead rider, the old family wing, the erased child entry, Sabine's confession, the gathering tomorrow. The pieces were stacking faster than she could sort them. Crispin turned to her. You said the discrepancy was larger than one ledger entry. She forced her voice steady. Yes, my lord. Show me. He pulled a sheet of blank paper from the stack on his desk and slid it across the surface, then dipped his pen and held it out. She stared at the pen, at the paper, at the invitation to write in front of him. She could not refuse, not after what she had already revealed. She took the pen. Her fingers settled into the grip without thinking. The weight of the instrument was familiar in a way that Nimre's hands should not have known. She bent over the paper and began to write. 3 columns. The grain ledger total, the documented spoilage, the estimated actual loss based on the cold weather and the northern depots. She worked quickly, the numbers flowing from her memory of the pages she had seen, the logic of the theft laid bare in figures. She set the pen down. Crispin picked up the paper. He read it in silence. His eyes moved down the columns, paused at the bottom, then returned to the top and read it again. When he looked up, his expression was unreadable. Where did you learn to write like this? The question was quiet. That made it worse. A shouted accusation she could have deflected. A quiet question demanded an honest answer. I told you, my lord. I do not remember. Your hand is precise. He held the paper up. This is not the hand of someone who learned to write in a servant's kitchen. The spacing, the structure, the way you organized the columns. She said nothing. This is an educated hand. The word hit like a door slamming shut. She kept her face still, kept her breathing even, pressed her fingers to her thigh and counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. My lord, the numbers are accurate. Does it matter whose hand wrote them? It matters, he said, because you are the only person in this house who has given me a clear summary in 3 days. Everyone else has buried the truth in procedures, excuses, and loyalty to the wrong people. You gave me the truth. He set the paper down, and I do not know why. She met his gaze. The shadows beneath his eyes were deeper in the candlelight. The scar through his eyebrow caught the flame. Because I am on your side, she said. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. The silence stretched. She could hear the rain against the windows, the distant clatter of the kitchen below, the beat of her own heart in her ears. Crispin looked at her for a long moment. Then he moved. He stepped around the desk, stopped a few feet from her, close enough that she could see the gray threading through his hair, the small scar disrupting the light of his eyebrow, the shadows beneath his eyes. You walk through this house like you are invisible, he said. You intervene at exactly the right moment. You read numbers like a clerk. You write like a scholar. And you keep saying you do not remember who taught you. He tilted his head. I am going to find out. The words were not a threat. They were a promise. And somehow that was worse. She held his gaze. I know, my lord. Something shifted in his expression, not softening, not quite, but a flicker of something that might have been recognition. Have you eaten? The question landed so far from what she expected that she blinked. What? Have you eaten? He said it flatly, like it was the most obvious question in the world. You have been on your seat since dawn, running between the still room, the archive, and my study. When did you last eat? She opened her mouth, closed it. I do not remember, she said finally. He turned toward the door. Greta set it on the corner of the desk and retreated without a word. Crispin gestured. Eat. She reached for the bread. Her hands were trembling. She had not noticed until now. Chapter 15. She left Crispin's study with bread still warm in her stomach and the taste of tea on her tongue. The corridor was empty. The candles had burned low, guttering in their sconces. Rain still hammered against the high windows, and the house creaked around her like a ship in heavy weather. She took the servant passage toward the still room, her mind turning over what she knew. The gathering was tomorrow evening. The grain discrepancy would surface. The oath ledger would be presented. The court retainers would watch every reaction. And someone had killed a man in the old family wing before midnight. She needed to think, to map the possible outcomes, to find the angle that would let her survive whatever detonated tomorrow. The voices reached her before she reached the still room. Loud, angry, male. She slowed at the junction when the servant passage opened onto the main corridor, peered around the corner. Benwick stood in the great hall, coat still damp, hair plastered to his temples. Two of the court retainers faced him, their postures rigid. Behind them, a serving girl hovered with a tray of wine, unsure whether to approach or flee. You are suggesting, Benwick said, his voice carrying, that Thornveil cannot account for its own supplies. We are suggesting, the older retainer replied, that the Crown would like to see the full ledgers, not a summary, not a selection, the full accounts. The accounts will be presented tomorrow evening as arranged. Then there is no reason to delay showing them now. Benwick's smile did not reach his eyes. There is every reason. The books are in order, and they will be presented in the proper forum, with the proper witnesses. That is how this house conducts its business. The retainer did not back down. The Crown's patience is not infinite. Neither is mine. The tension in the hall was a coiled wire. The serving girl took a step back. The candles flickered. Josephine pressed herself against the wall, calculating. Benwick was holding the retainers at bay, but badly. His charm was wearing thin. The cracks were showing. If he lost his temper in front of them tonight, the gathering tomorrow would be a formality. The retainers would report instability. The Crown would move. She needed to leave, to get to the still room, to think. She turned and took the service stair. The step was narrow, winding, and unlit. She knew the treads by feel now, the uneven stone worn by generations of servants. She counted as she descended. 8 steps, landing, turn. 12 steps, landing, turn. On the third landing, her foot caught something. She pitched forward. Her hands shot out, found nothing. The dark swallowed all reference points, and she was falling. Weight tipping past the point of recovery, her shoulder already bracing for impact with the stone. An arm caught her, hard, across her ribs, lifted her back onto her feet like she weighed nothing. Isla Madhu's voice came out of the dark, flat and calm. Careful, Nimre. She stood frozen, heart hammering, her hands gripping his forearm where it still pressed against her. Someone oiled the third step, he said, right at the edge where the shadow hides it. She turned to look, though she could need to Norm. Oiled. Deliberately. He released her, stepped past, and bent to run his hand over the stone. When he straightened, his fingers were slick. Fresh. Applied within the hour. She felt the words settle into her chest like cold stones. Who? If I knew, I would have them in the cells. His voice was flat, professional. But I know who benefits from a maid breaking her neck on a service stair. She should have asked. She should have made him name the names. But she already knew the answer. Everyone who wanted the investigation silenced. Everyone who wanted the questions to stop. The same person who had killed the rider and left him in the old family wing. I was supposed to hit my head, she said. Fall wrong. Be found at the bottom in the morning. Yes. You found me because you were watching. He did not answer. She turned to face him in the dark, though she could not see his expression. You have been watching since the archive. Crispin ordered an escort, Isla said. He did not say it loudly, and he did not say it to you. But he told me before you left his study that the corridors are dangerous after dark, and a servant should not walk them alone. The words hit her like the warmth from the study fire. He said that. He said you have more enemies than you know, Isla replied, and that he would prefer you alive for the gathering tomorrow, so he could watch you explain yourself. That sounded more like Crispin. She almost smiled. Then you are my escort. I am the corridor you do not see coming. He paused. And the step someone sought to account for when they laid the oil. She breathed out slowly. Thank you. Thank the Margrave. I am following orders. But she heard the shift in his voice again, the smallest crock in the professional wall. She walked toward the still room, and his footsteps followed in the dark, steady and close. The house creaked above her, the rain hammered against the stone. And somewhere in the corridors behind her, the person who had oiled that step was waiting for news that the maid had not broken her neck. Tomorrow, the gathering would change everything. But tonight, she was still alive. That would have to be enough. Chapter 16. The still room was cold. The fire banked on embers, the herbs hanging in dark bundles from the rafters like dried bodies. Josephine sat on the workbench with her hands wrapped around a cup of water she had not drunk, waiting for her pulse to settle. Isel stood at the door, one shoulder against the frame, watching the corridor. Tamsin sleeps in the south attic, he said. Third door past the linen press. She will wake if you knock twice. You know her schedule. I know everyone's schedule. It is my job. She set the cup down. Her hands were steady now. The tremor had passed somewhere between the stair and the still room, burned away by the cold clarity of knowing someone wanted her dead. What do you know about the gathering tomorrow? Formal presentation at the sit-up hour. The great hall prepared for 40 guests. The droll potty seated near the head table. The court retainers positioned to observe without appearing to observe. He paused. Benwick requested the seating arrangement be reviewed 3 times this evening. That is normal. That is desperate. She looked at him. In the low light, his face was all angles and shadows, unreadable. You think he is involved? I think he is afraid, Isel said. And fear makes people do things they would not otherwise consider. She stood, smoothing her apron. Walk me to Tamsin's room. The corridors were dark and silent. The rain had stopped, leaving the air thick with moisture that clung to her skin. Isel moved ahead of her, his footsteps almost soundless on the stone, pausing in each corner to listen before nodding her forward. They passed the west gallery. The floorboards creaked beneath her weight in the pattern Tamsin had described. She counted the steps anyway. 32 to the intersection, 4 more to the linen press. The south attic door was plain, unpainted, the wood warped with age. She knocked twice. A long pause. Then the sound of blankets shifting. Bare feet on wood. The door cracked open. Tamsin's face appeared in the gap, silver hair loose, eyes shut despite the hour. You are alive, for now. Tamsin's gaze moved past her to Isel, standing half in shadow at the top of the stair. She studied him for a moment, then pulled the door open. "Get inside, both of you." The room was small, neat, with a single window of Zlunkurvar. A bed, a chest, a chair with a mended cushion. Tamsin lit a candle from the embers in her hearth and turned to face them. "Someone oiled the service stair," Josephine said. "The third landing, fresh within the hour." Tamsin's face did not change, but her hand stilled on the candlestick. "Who? If I knew, I would not be standing here." Tamsin looked at Isel. "You saw it. I caught her before she fell. And whose orders put you on that stair at that hour?" "Crispin Drennock's." Tamsin absorbed this without visible reaction, but Josephine saw the shift in her posture, a fractional relaxation of the shoulders. "Then you are the shadow he keeps talking about." "I am the guard who follows orders." Tamsin turned back to Josephine. "What do you need?" "Information. The gathering tomorrow, who sits where, who speaks when, what the protocols are. I need to map the room before I walk into it." Tamsin moved to the chest, pulled out a folded piece of parchment, a seating chart drawn in Tarful hand. "Marvine Drault will sit at the head table to Crispin's right. Her aunt, Lady Ilara Drault, to his left. Benwick will be at the foot, with the court retainers flanking him. The steward will present the ledgers in order. House roll first, then grain accounts, then the oath ledger." "The oath ledger is being presented publicly?" "Brother Oren insisted. He says the oath records must be read aloud to maintain their legal validity after being moved from the archive." Tamsin's mouth tightened. "He is not wrong, but he is not being helpful either." Josephine traced the seating chart with her finger. "Who speaks first?" "Crispin. A welcome toast, then the steward presents the household accounts, then the grain accounts, then Brother Oren reads the oath ledger." "And the court retainers?" "They watch, they take notes, they report back to the succession office." Tamsin's voice was flat. "If the oath ledger contains anything irregular, they will note it. If the grain accounts show signs of malfeasance, they will note it. If the brothers argue publicly, they will note it." "Then we cannot let them argue." Tamsin looked at her with something like pity. "You cannot control what Benwick does. You cannot control what Crispin does. You can only control where you stand and what you say." Josephine looked at the chart again. Marvine Drault, Crispin's right hand. In the game, Marvine's presence at a formal gavin triggered a specific conversation threshold. If she was seated within 2 seats of Crispin and the wine was poured before the toast, she would mention the northern supply routes. That mention would lead Benwick to question Crispin's management of the border, which would escalate into the public fracture. But in the game, Marvine had arrived on schedule. In the game, the accounts review had not been accelerated. In the game, no one had tried to kill a maid on a service stair. She pressed her fingers to her forehead. "What if I shift the seating?" Tamsin raised an eyebrow. "Should it how?" "Move Marvine 1 seat farther. Put someone between her and Crispin, someone who does not trigger the route." "You sound like you are talking about a game of tiles." Josephine looked up. "Maybe I am." The candle flickered. Isel shifted in the corner, saying nothing. "I will need access to the Great Hall before morning," Josephine said. "Before the servants set the tables." "Impossible. The hall will be locked from midnight until the first kitchen staff arrives at dawn." "Then I need to be in the kitchen when the first staff arrives." Tamsin studied her for a long moment. "You want to affect the serving order." "I want to affect the wine service. If the wine is poured after Marvine's second course instead of before the toast, the conversation changes." "That is very specific." "I know." Tamsin's gaze was sharp, assessing. Then she nodded slowly. I will be in the kitchen at the 4th hour. If you are there, I will find a way to adjust the wine service. Thank you. Do not thank me. Tamsin's voice hardened. I am not doing this because I trust you. I am doing this because whoever ordered that stair will try again, and I would rather have you alive and useful than dead and a problem. Josephine met her eyes. That is fair. She stood, folding the seating chart and tucking it into her sleeve. I will be at the kitchen at the 4th hour. See that you are. She moved toward the door. Isel straightened, ready to follow. At the threshold she paused. Tamsin. Yes. The rider has certified the spoiled grain. He was found dead in the old family wing. Killed before midnight. Tamsin's face went still. I know. How do you know? Because I heard the body being moved. Tamsin's voice was quiet, level. 3 hours before dawn. Someone dragged a heavy weight past my door, down the west gallery toward the archive corridor. I assumed it was a drunk servant being put to bed. Did you see who? No, but I heard the footsteps. She paused. They were wearing boats with a worn heel, the left side, the kind of wear that comes from pacing a stone floor for years. Josephine felt the cold settle into her chest again. Who paces a stone floor? Tamsin looked at her in the candlelight. Someone who has been waiting a long time? Chapter 17. Dawn came gray and wet, the kind of northern morning that never fully committed to daylight. Josephine was in the still room by the 3rd hour, sorting dried herbs she did not need, because staying still meant thinking about the oiled stair and the worn left heel and the person who had been waiting a long time. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the 3rd landing tilting beneath her foot, felt the empty air where solid ground should have been, heard the whisper of oils soaking into stone. The gathering was tonight. She pressed the heel of her hand against her sternum and counted. 7 hours until the first toast. 7 hours to adjust seating patterns she could not openly touch, wine service she could not control, a root trigger she could only hope Tamsin could blunt. The door clicked. Josephine looked up, already shaping an excuse about inventory. Marvine Drault stood in the doorway, hair escaping its pins, sleeves rolled to her elbows, looking like she had wandered into the wrong corridor and decided to stay. Oh, Marvine said. There you are. Josephine's hand stilled on the chamomile jar. My lady? Marvine, please. I am not a lady worth the title if titles required earning. She stepped inside, glancing at the bundled herbs with open curiosity. I have been looking for you since breakfast. Josephine's stomach tightened. Has there been an issue with the gathering preparations? No. Yes, I do not know. Marvine pulled out a stool and sat without waiting for invitation. I wanted to thank you. For what? For yesterday, in the Great Hall, when I walked into that argument like a fool with a talent for bad timing. Josephine remembered it clearly. Marvine tripping over her own hem, stumbling into the middle of Crispin's confrontation with the northern retainers. The moment of frozen tension before Josephine had stepped in, redirected the servants, steered Marvine toward the small parlor. You would have recovered on your own, she said. I would have recovered more awkwardly. Marvine smiled, and it was wide and genuine and disarming, in a way that made Josephine want to step backward. You saved me from making a worse impression. I noticed. I was doing my duty. Were you? Marvine tilted her head. At the academy, they taught us to watch for people who appeal exactly when needed. You seem to appear a great deal. Josephine kept her face neutral. I work in the still room. I cross the great halls several times a day. It is coincidence. Is it? The question hung in the air, light as dust, heavy as stone. Josephine picked up another bundle of chamomile and began separating the stems. Is there anything else my lady needs? I need you to stop calling me my lady. Marvine then. Better. Marvine leaned forward, resting her elbows on the work table. Do you like it here? At Thornveil? The question was so unexpected that Josephine's hands paused. I serve here. That is not the same as liking it. That is a careful answer. I am a careful person. I noticed. Marvine's smile softened. You are also the only person in this house who has looked at me like a person instead of a piece on a board. Josephine's throat tightened. She had looked at Marvine exactly as a piece on a board, as a trigger threshold, a root variable, a conversation that needed to be shifted one seat to the left. Thornveil is a house of careful people, she said. Everyone measures their words here. I know. Marvine's gaze dropped to Josephine's hands. That is why I wanted to find you. To talk to someone who does not measure everything they say for political advantage. I measure. Then measure less. The request was so simple, so impossible, that Josephine almost laughed. She set down the chamomile. Why me? There are dozens of servants in this house. Any of them would speak with you. None of them would speak with me. Marvine's voice was quiet. They look at my clothes and my rank, and they retreat into formality. You retreated into formality too at first. But yesterday when you pulled me out of the hall, you did not treat me like a noble. You treated me like someone who needed to be moved out of the rain. You were about to say something damaging. I know. Marvine's gaze was steady. But she looked at you like someone who has already lost you. The still room felt smaller. The candlelight flickered, casting long shadows across the table. Josephine did not know what to say. Marvine did not push. She simply touched Josephine's hand once, briefly, a brush of warm fingers against chapped skin. I will leave you to your herbs, she said. But if you ever want to be seen as a person instead of a piece, you know where to find me. She left. The door clicked shut behind her. Josephine stood motionless, her hands resting on the chamomile bundle, Marvine's words echoing in her chest. She looked at you like someone who has already lost you. She pressed her fingers to her lips. The gathering was in 6 hours, and someone in this house had been waiting a long time. Chapter 18. The still room felt smaller after Marvine left. Josephine stood with her hands braced against the work table, chamomile petals sticking to her damp fingers. 6 hours until the gathering. 6 hours until every thread she had pulled converged in one room with 40 witnesses and a Margrave who had promised to learn her secrets. She could not afford to wait for the gathering to begin asking questions. She found Tamsin in the south corridor, checking linens against a stack of pressed tablecloths. The senior housekeeper looked up as Josephine approached, her thick fingers pausing mid-fold. You look like you have seen a ghost. I need to see the chapel records. Tamsin's hands resumed folding, but slower. The chapel records are Brother Oren's domain, not mine. Then I need you to get me into Brother Oren's domain before the gathering. Tamsin set down the cloth. Her eyes were flat, unreadable, the eyes of a woman who had spent 30 years watching nobles tear each other apart over signatures and bloodlines. What are you looking for? A child's record, a gap in the rosters, something that should be there and is not. The silence stretched. Tamsin looked at her for a long moment, then straightened her apron. Follow me. She did not ask why. That was worse than if she had. They moved through the servant passages in silence, past the kitchens where the smell of roasted meat and bread thickened the air, past the wine cellar where a boy was polishing decanters for the evening. Tamsin walked with the economy of someone who knew every creaking board and every shadow that could hide a person. "The chapel archive is accessed through the vestry," she said, her voice low. "Brother Oren keeps the key on a hook behind the altar screen. He will be in the garden until the third bell, reviewing the oath readings." "How do you know his schedule?" "I have been here 30 years. Tamsin's not look back. I know when everyone breathes." They reached a narrow door set into the stone, painted the same gray as the wall. Tamsin pressed the latch, and it swung inward onto a dark corridor that smelled of old paper and dust. "The vestry is at the end. You have until the third bell." Josephine stepped into the dark. "Tamsin." The housekeeper paused. "Why are you helping me?" Tamsin's face was half in shadow. "Because I have watched 3 generations of Drennocks bury their sins in ledgers and chapel books, and I am tired of being the one who knows where the bodies are and says nothing." She pulled the door closed. Josephine stood alone in the corridor. The air was cold and still. She moved forward, one hand brushing the stone wall, counting her steps by instinct. 23 paces brought her to another door, this one carved with the Thornveil crest, a tower wrapped in ivy. The vestry. The lock was simple, an iron mechanism that gave when she worked the latch with the thin blade of her stillroom knife. The door swung open onto a room of polished wood and tall shelves lined with leather-bound volumes. Chapel records, burial registries, tide accounts. She started with the burial registries. The volumes were organized by year, each entry written in the same careful hand that had marked Brother Oren's pages in the archive. Births, marriages, deaths, servants and nobles alike, their names pressed into the record with the same ink. She traced her finger down the entries for the year Nimre was born. 15 births recorded in Thornveil that year. 3 servants' children, all with minute annotations of baptism dates and godparent names. 2 stillbirths, recorded with a single line and a cross. No entry for a kitchen girl's child. She checked the next year, then the year before. Nothing. The gaps were not where she expected them. There was no erased entry, no cross-hatched line like the one she had seen in the archive ledger. There was simply absence. A space where a record should have been, and was not. The burial lists told a different story. She found the kitchen girl's name in the servant burial registry, dated 6 days after the child was born. Cause of death listed as childbed fever. No child mentioned in the entry. Josephine's hand trembled. She turned the pages, searching for any mention of an infant buried in that same week. Nothing. No unnamed child, no stillbirth notation, no record of a priest blessing small bones. Someone had not only erased Nimre's name, they had erased the evidence that she had ever drawn breath. The door behind her creaked. Josephine spun. Brother Oren Pell stood in the vestry doorway, his mild face unreadable in the dim light. He was not angry. He looked tired, the kind of tired that came from watching the same cruelties repeat themselves across decades. "I wondered when you would come," he said. Josephine did not move. "Brother Oren," she found the gap in the record. He stepped into the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click. "I have known it was there for 7 years. I have never been certain what to do with the knowledge." "You knew the child existed." "I knew a child was born and not recorded." His voice was quiet. "I did not know who she became, until recently." He looked at her and his eyes held something she could not name. "You move like someone who was trained to be invisible. You read numbers like an educated person. You ask for chapel records instead of household ledgers." He paused. Who taught a maid to look for lineage ghosts? The question shone between them. Josephine's pulse hammered in her throat. I taught myself. No. Brother Oren shook his head slowly. That kind for firm favory would not eximus my Nornick. That kind of precision is not self-taught. Someone showed you how to read the gaps. Someone who knew what to look for. He took a step closer. I am not your enemy, but I need to know who is pulling the threads in this house, because the person who left you that warding note in the archive corridor knows more than I do. He reached into his robe and withdrew a folded piece of paper. I found this wedged beneath the altar stone this morning. He held it out. Josephine took it with fingers that would not stop shaking. She unfolded the paper. One line of ink. The door in the east tower has 2 keys. Sabine only knows one. Chapter 19. The note's paper was warm from Brother Oren's palm. Josephine read the line 3 times, then folded it into her sleeve. The altar stone, she said. That is where you found it. Wedged beneath the left corner. I nearly missed it. Brother Oren watched her with that tired, measuring gaze. Whoever left it knows I opened the vestry before dawn. They know my habits. Which means they have been watching long enough to learn them. Yes. She thought of Tamsin's worn left heel, of the person who had oiled the 3rd step within the hour of her using it, of Sabine's grief in the gallery shadows. Thornveil was a house of watchers. Thank you, she said. Brother Oren inclined his head. Be careful with that knowledge, child. Doors exist for reasons, and not all of them are kind. He left without another word, his soft steps receding down the corridor. Josephine stood alone in the vestry. The gathering was in 6 hours. She slipped the note deeper into her sleeve and went to find Tamsin. The kitchens were already moving when she reached them. Servants crossed the scullery in quick, practiced arcs, carrying trays of polished glassware and stacks of linen. The air smelled of roasting meat and the sharp tang of beeswax being heated for the chandeliers. A girl she did not recognize was arranging silver on a long table, each piece angled precisely. Josephine took a breath and stepped into the rhythm. She reached for a stack of napkins, began folding them into the formal Thornveil crease, the one that made a small pocket for the bread roll. The motion was automatic. Nimre's hands knew it better than her mind did. She had covered maybe a dozen when the door opened behind her. The kitchen girl arranging silver looked up, went still, and dipped into a curtsy. Josephine did not need to turn. Drennock. Benwick's voice was warm, unhurried, the tone of someone who had all the time in the world and intended to enjoy it. She turned. He stood in the kitchen doorway, dressed in a coat of deep blue wool, his dark hair still damp from washing. He looked freshly shaved and faintly amused, like a man who had wandered into a place he was not supposed to be and found the trespass delightful. Nimre, he said, as if tasting the name. I have been looking for you. I have been in the laundry all morning, my lord. You have not, he smiled. I checked. Her stomach tightened. I wanted to thank you, he said, stepping into the kitchen. The girl with the silver melted backward, suddenly busy at the far end of the table. Benwick did not acknowledge her. His attention was fixed on Josephine with the focused warmth of a lamp held close. For what, my lord? For keeping my brother from throttling the retainers yesterday. I heard you intervened. Brought them tea, smoothed the waters. He stopped in front of her, close enough that she could smell the soap on his skin. That was clever. It was my duty. It was politics. His smile widened. Do you know how rare it is to find a servant who understands the difference? She did not answer. Benwick picked up one of the folded napkins, turned it in his hands, set it down. You are wasted below stairs, Nimre. You must know that. Everyone serves Thornveil in their place, my lord. Neat. He tilted his head. Did you practice that answer, or did it come naturally? A lifetime of answering direct questions from people who expect a specific reply. His laugh was genuine. Surprise out of him. I like you. I have liked you since I saw you in the corridor outside my brother's study, pretending you had not just come from the archive. She held still. I saw you, Nimre. I did not say anything then because I was curious what you would do next. He leaned against the table, arms crossed, casual as a man settling in for a good story. And you have done a great deal. Found a missing key, uncovered a forged grain order, wound up in the archive, spent time in the chapel records this morning with Brother Oren. Her pulse was a drum. You have been busy. Brother Oren and I were discussing a discrepancy in the baptism registry, she said. A child whose birth was never recorded. He asked me to help locate the entry. It was the truth, just not all of it. Benwick's expression did not change. A child, he repeated. Yes, my lord. How fascinating. He straightened, brushing a speck of dust from his sleeve. You know, my father used to say that Thornveil's records were like its walls. What you see on the surface is always prettier than what holds it together underneath. He was looking at her with those bright, assessing eyes. I wonder what you will find in the East Tower door. The words dropped into the air between them. Josephine's throat tightened. I do not know what you mean, my lord. No? Then why is that note in your sleeve making a crease against your wrist? She did not look down, did not move. But with it smiled again, softer this time. I am not your enemy, Nimre. I am simply the only person in this house who will tell you the truth before it is too late. He stepped past her, near enough that his shoulder brushed hers. Thornveil has always hidden its ugliest necessities behind pretty manners. Remember that when my brother looks you in the eye tonight and asks you who taught you to read. He walked to the door. Until the gathering, Nimre. The door closed behind him. Josephine stood at the table, her hands pressed flat against the linen, her breath coming in shallow, careful measures. The kitchen girl was staring at her. She forced her fingers to unfold the napkin, to pick up the next one, to keep folding. 6 hours until the gathering. Benwick knew about the note, and he had just told her, as clearly as if he had said it aloud, that he knew about the East Tower door too. Chapter 20. By the time the 6th hour bell rang, Josephine's hands were steady, and her stomach was not. She stood at the service door to the great hall, a tea tray balanced on her palm, and watched the room fill through the crack in the paneling. 40 guests, as Tamsin had said. Nobles from 3 neighboring holdings. Court retainers in their pressed wool and polished buttons. Lady Ilara Droth, a charcoal silk at the front table, her face arranged in the pleasant blankness of someone calculating every expenditure in the room. Marvine sat 2 seats from Crispin's right. Josephine had watched Tamsin adjust the placement herself, sliding the name card 1 position down the table while the senior footman was distracted by a wine stain. The change was small, unremarkable, the kind of detail only someone looking for it would notice. She hoped no one was looking. The hall glowed with candlelight. Long tables formed a U shape around the central floor, where servants moved between courses with the precision of a choreographed dance. Crispin sat at the head of the U, his face unreadable in the warm light, his coat dark and severe against the embroidered cushions. He looked like a man attending his own execution. Benwick sat at the far end, flanked by the court retainers, and he was smiling. He had been smiling since the first toast. Josephine had not met his eyes once. She pushed through the service door and began pouring wine at the side table, keeping her movements even, her gaze low. The room hummed with conversation. A lord from the eastern hold was describing a hunt assistant in exhaustive detail. The retainers were nodding along, their attention drifting toward the head of the table where Crispin sat in silence. The first course came and went. The second course arrived on silver platters, and Josephine watched Marvine lean toward Crispin, her expression warm, her voice low enough that only he could hear. His shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch. She had not mentioned supply routes. She had not mentioned Northwatch. Josephine let out a breath she had not realized she was holding and turned to refill a glass at the next table. The rhythm of the room was holding. The wine was flowing. The trigger conversation would not happen, because Marvine was too far from Crispin for casual talk, and the wine had come after the food, not before. She had done it. She had changed the route. The relief was sharp and dizzying, and she pressed her palm flat against the tray to steady herself. Then Lady Sabine entered the hall. She came through the main doors, not the service entrance, dressed in temp green silk with a collar high enough to cover the scar on her wrist. She walked past the seated guests like a blade moving through water, and every conversation at the near tables faltered as she passed. She took the empty seat at Crispin's left, 3 chairs down, exactly where the protocol demanded. She did not look at Josephine, but her hands were white-knuckled on the armrests. Josephine's relief curdled into something colder. The third course was served, a roasted haunch of Venice, glazed with honey and herbs, carried in on a wooden board wide as a cartwheel. The guests applauded. Benwick raised his glass in a toast. "To Thornveil," he said, "and to the table that holds it together." The words were for everyone. His eyes were for Crispin. Crispin lifted his glass without answering. The meal stretched on through soup and fish and a sweet custard that no one ate. Josephine moved through the room, refilling cups, collecting plates, staying in the spaces where servants were supposed to exist. The court retainers made notes on small cards. The Eastern Lord told another story. Lady Ilara Droat smiled with her teeth. And then it was time for the accounts. Brother Orin rose from his seat near the chapel door, dressed in his formal vestments, a leather-bound volume in his hands. The room quieted without being asked. "The household accounts," he said, his voice carrying, "are submitted for review." The steward stepped forward with the household ledger. Josephine stopped breathing. The steward opened the book and began reading the summary. Grain receipts, supply costs, winter reserves. The numbers were clean. The numbers were true. She had checked them herself that morning, comparing every entry against the cipher she had copied from the archive. The steward closed the book. No discrepancy, no crisis. Benwick's smile did not waver. The grain accounts came next. Crispin stood to read them himself, his voice flat and unhurried, and Josephine felt the row tilt around her as he recited the spoilage figure, the replacement order, the cost to the estate. No accusation, no fracture, just facts, laid out like tiles on a floor. The court retainers exchanged a glance. One of them wrote something on his card. Brother Orin cleared his throat. "The final item," he said, "is the oath ledger." He reached beneath the lectern and lifted a second book, bound in dark leather, its edges worn smooth by decades of handling. This was not the oath ledger from Sabine's rooms. This one was older, heavier, and it had a brass lock on the front that Josephine had never seen before. Beside it, on the lectern, sat a sealed wooden box. The box was small, no larger than a hand, and bound with a red ribbon and a wax seal stamped with the Drennock crest. Sabine went pale. Not pale like surprise or discomfort, pale like the color had been drained from her by a pump. Her lips parted. Her hands tightened on the armrests until the bones showed through her skin. Josephine's pulse stopped. Brother Oren lifted the box. "Before I read the current oath records," he said, "I must present this. It was found this morning in the archive vault, sealed with the late Margrave's personal seal and inscribed with a date that precedes his death by 6 months." He held the box toward the candlelight. The seal was intact. Crispin's head turned. His eyes met Josephine for the first time that night, and in them she saw not suspicion, not accusation, but something that looked very much like fear. Sabine rose from her chair. Her chair scraped the floor. "Oren," she said, and her voice was not steady. Brother Oren looked at her. "Lady Sabine, do you know what this box contains?" She did not answer. The room had gone still around them. Benwick leaned forward, his smile vanished, his face sharp and focused in a way that made Josephine's skin prickle with recognition. He had not known about this. She could see it in the way his jaw tightened, the way his hand curled around his wineglass like a weapon waiting to be used. No one in the room had known. Brother Oren set the box on the lectern. "The late Margrave's seal," he said, "and a date 6 months before his death. The inscription reads, 'To be opened in the event of a contested succession.'" He looked at Crispin. "My lord, do you wish to open it now, or shall I return it to the vault?" Crispin's throat moved. He looked at the box. He looked at Sabine, white and trembling at the table. And then he looked at Josephine. The question hung in the air between them, Herfen or door. One end arm a child with a permanent price, that is a film, ever share and I damage anyone is month. Until, one in Arkhausen were ornan to keep this box, bound into dark leather, its edges worn smooth by decades of handling. This was not the thought ledger from Sabine's rooms. This one was older, heavier, and it had a brass lock on the front that Josephine had never seen before. Beside it, on the lectern, sat a sealed wooden box. The box was small, no larger than a hand, and bound with a red ribbon and a wax seal stamped with the Drennock crest. Sabine went pale. Not pale like surprise or discomfort, pale like the color had been drained from her by a pump. Her lips parted. Her hands tightened on the armrests until the bones showed through her skin. Josephine's phone stopped. Brother Oren lifted the box. "Before I read the current oath records," he said, "I must present this. It was found this morning in the archive vault, sealed with the late Margrave's personal seal, and inscribed with a date that precedes his death by 6 months." He held the box toward the candlelight. The seal was intact. Crispin's head turned. His eyes met Josephine's for the first time that night, and in them, she saw not suspicion, not accusation, but something that looked very much like fear. Sabine rose from her chair. Her chair scraped the floor. "Oren," she said, and her voice was not steady. Brother Oren looked at her. "Lady Sabine, do you know what this box contains?" She did not answer. The room had gone still around them. Benwick leaned forward, his smile vanished, his face sharp and unhurried, and Josephine felt the room tilt around her as he recited the spoilage figure, the replacement order, the cost to the estate. No accusation, no fracture, just facts, laid out like tiles on a floor. The court retainers exchanged a glance. One of them wrote something on his card. Brother Oren cleared his throat. "The formal examen officie, the baby e bordy tan, is the bachment. Number 9, and under sieve to script that his belief has bird under the workin of onmon, one of a cardial menu please batch away in my. A small grad. One of Vrave is just a fresh tots did the skull, what? Which is interesting. I am so happening like the window we can really pre-quilly your shaman. No one else accrues still like my edges and trues tremblin', Jesus friends part actually leave, looking to get the batchment 6 they actually risk. I will just did his whistly rum grap, I have no funny there. I was an immediately do this to the color table. I am crying that I am coming to my fine little. I know, now. She should like that with your branch power. It seems like this will still just stop telling it. My neither it is ace resize, but form, bug groove, cup port, Karen, since, dable, super, slumming pen and spro resit, swelling right here, slash the glue, einder frenzy, stolis strength, srum, did not to read it hast. Mine meant place in your hands much well ago. It's dest of the arcaf rich well. What is it Vashies with hemming? Nash's children, having chess, in a vist mask damp, in a moan cam and a clumbear, believed when we dust you are believing. Linny would be the point that I was just to stare. But I want to disquie the fenting, so it is going to leave to me as I carry him in this man out. Well, meal is the greatest restick we all do to lease. Fapads cannot for me to let that, in orphances when my money was me. Nors for the Birming they can almost best at the idiot, but you would be the fate of the dest like mine the delately. Ashe Seely, but both in a clash and this learning to seize him he best, follow me and previously that I have asked than anywhere. Marvis Coven are really the dage of beej that develage may say, much of my win for the monly. A lot of the places de plus wholly Norvid Cediish with a second to gives the fire with my am, and I said to expend this on the Samwol. We verge both. And so where we go today? Mervis Coven, by the quartered 1 Victor 2 for Ziria, and a Dester. My Isweek letters, Lunity grabs, the vials make up the way of the Wineman Freest is divival. Botherverton, while I am unlost his down to the Tom, I see them actually riking the cat pull the buttons. This is the camels we know. What are the mother two capsits with this fess like deg? Chapter 2000. The silence in the hall had teeth. Crispin looked at the box on the lectern. His jaw worked once, twice, a muscle jumping beneath the scar through his eyebrow. The candlelight caught the wax seal and turned it the color of dried blood. Josephine stood frozen against the wall, a wine pitcher heavy in her hands, her pulse hammering so loud she could barely hear the scrape of Sabine's chair as the woman sank back into it. No one spoke. The court retainers watched with the patient attention of men memorizing a scene for later report. Lady Alara Drysho's smile had not moved, but her eyes tracked between Crispin and the box like a hawk counting rabbits. Brother Oren waited. "Return it to the vault," Crispin said. His voice came out flat, controlled, the voice of a man who had learned to lock everything behind a door. "The succession is not contested." Sabine's breath escaped in a sound that was almost a sob, quickly swallowed. Benwick's head came up, his mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Brother, the seal is the late Margrave's, 6 months before his death. You cannot simply—" "I can." Crispin turned to face him. "This is still my hall, Benwick, and the succession is not contested." The words landed like a gauntlet. Benwick held his brother's gaze for a long, dangerous moment. Then he smiled, thin and sharp, and lifted his glass in a mock salute. "Of course, your hall, your timing." He did not say the rest aloud. He did not have to. The room exhaled. Brother Oren tucked the box beneath his arm with careful reverence and began closing the ledger. The guests shifted, reaching for wine, murmuring to their neighbors, the tension bleeding out into polite noise. Josephine did not move. Crispin's eyes found hers across the room. 1 heartbeat. 2. Something passed between them that she could not name, not trust, not accusation, but a question he was not ready to ask aloud. Then he turned and walked toward the side door, and Isel Madhu fell into step behind him like a shadow given weight. The gathering dissolved into formality. Josephine moved through the remnants of the meal on instinct, collecting cups, dodging conversations, her mind racing in circles that caught on the same spike every time. She had thought she had won. She had changed the route, prevented the fracture, kept the grain accounts clean. And still something had surfaced that no one expected, least of all her. The box was dated 6 months before the Margrave's death. 6 months before Nimre was born. She was still counting the implications when Tamsin's hand closed around her wrist and pulled her sideways through a service door into the narrow dark of the servant passage. "You look like a woman about to collapse," Tamsin said. "Come. I need to see the archive." "You need to breathe first." Tamsin's grip did not loosen. "The archive will still be there in an hour. You will not be if you keep running on nothing." Josephine wanted to argue. The words stacked behind her teeth, the box, the seal, the date, the way Sabine had gone white as tallow. But her legs were shaking, and she did not remember the last time she had eaten. Tamsin guided her down the passage, past the still room, into a narrow alcove where a plate of bread and cold meat sat on a folded cloth, waiting. "Sit," Tamsin said. Josephine sat. The bread was dense, dark, slightly stale. She chewed mechanically, forcing herself to swallow, while Tamsin stood guard at the alcove entrance with her arms crossed and her eyes tracking the corridor beyond. "You knew," Josephine said finally. "Didn't you?" Tamsin did not pretend to misunderstand. "I knew there was a box. I did not know what was in it. Sabine did." "Sabine knows more than she has ever told anyone." Tamsin's voice was flat, worn smooth by years of carrying what she had seen. "That is how she survived this long." Josephine set the bread down. Her hands were steadier now. The shaking had moved inward, settling in her chest like a stone. "I need to see the oath annotations," she said. "The full set, not the public ledger, the ones Brother Oren keeps in the vault." Tamsin's eyebrows lifted. "Those are not for servant eyes." "I am not a servant." The words hung between them, raw and unguarded. Tamsin studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded once, sance, sharp, and turned into the corridor. "Follow me, and stay quiet." The archive vault was cold. The air tasted of old pulper and sealing wax, and the particular stillness of places where time pooled instead of flowing. Brother Oren had left a single candle burning on the reading table, and the shadows it cast moved like living things across the shelves. Tyson unlocked the inner grate with a key she did not explain. "You have until the bell. I will keep watch." Josephine stepped inside. The oath annotations were bound in a ledger that looked older than the hall itself, its leather cracked and its spine held together with linen thread. She opened it at the table, careful not to disturb the pages that had not been turned in years. The handwriting shifted over the decades. Different stewards, different ditwasses, different hands recording the same ritual. Birth, oath, service, death. The Drennock bloodline traced through marriages and legitimations, and occasionally through marginal notes that someone had tried very hard to make illegible. Josephine turned the pages with the concentration of a woman charging a bomb, and then she found it. Not an erasure, not a gap, an annotation in the margin of a servant registry from 18 years ago, written in a hand she recognized from the hidden note in the niche. Nimre Drennock. Registered to household service per instruction of the late Margrave. Blood status, acknowledged in private oath, sealed before witnesses, omitted from public record by mutual agreement of the household council. The date was 3 months before the Margrave's death. Below it, in a different hand, thinner and sharper, child of the late Margrave and Mara Jolol, kitchen girl. Mara died of childbed fever 6 days postpartum, no surviving close kin. Child placed in care of Lady Sabine Quist by Margrave's direct order, with full knowledge of the household council. Tamsin's surname. Josephine's breath stopped. She looked up from the page, but Tamsin was still standing at the grate, her back turned, her shoulders set like a wooling waiting for a blow she had known was coming. The candle flickered, and in the silence of the vault, with the truth of Nimre's blood spread across the page like a wound finally opened, Josephine heard the great door click shut behind her. Chapter 22. Josephine stood frozen in the vault's silence, her eyes fixed on the annotation that had rewritten everything she thought she knew about Nimre's place in Thornveil. Blood status, acknowledged in private oath, sealed before witnesses, omitted from public record by mutual agreement of the household council. The words did not waver. They sat on the cracked page like a confession someone had wanted found and feared in equal measure. She reached for the candle. Her hand shook, but barely. The flame steadied as she moved it closer to the binding, watching the ink catch the light in ways that revealed the pressure of the pen, the hesitation before the final stroke of Nimre Drennock. Below it, the sharper hand had added a second layer, child of the late Margrave and Marajoro, kitchen girl. Marajoro. Jofese's mind seized on the surname, Joro, Tamsin. The same thick fingers, the same stubborn set of the shoulders, the same way of watching the world through narrowed eyes that had learned not to trust. Tamsin was still at the grate. Her back was turned. She had not moved since the door clicked shut. Josephine counted under her breath. 4 seconds to decide. She turned the page instead. The entries after the annotation were ordinary. Servant registrations, wage records, a note about a linens delivery that had gone missing 3 years ago. Routine. The kind of detail that filled ledgers without meaning anything to anyone but the clerks who wrote them. But the handwriting shifted again a few pages later. Same hand as the Night's note. She was certain now. The same economical slant, the same way of pressing harder on the downstrokes than the crossbars. Whoever had written the annotation had also written the warning that had set her on this path. They had known she would find this. She heard footsteps, not from the corridor outside, from the inner vault. A soft scrape, deliberate, the sound of someone who did not want to be heard, but could not avoid the loose flagstone near the far shelf. Josephine's breath caught. She did not turn. "Brother Oren," she said, keeping her voice low. "I assume you have a key to this grate." A pause, then his voice, mild and unhurried, emerging from the shadows behind her. "I do, but I was not certain you would come alone." She turned. He stood in the gap between 2 tall shelves, his robe brushing the dust on the floor, his hands clasped loosely in front of him. A single candle burned in a holder he had carried, casting his face in planes of light and shadow. "You knew," Josephine said, "so knew about the annotation." "I knew about a margin note that troubled me when I first found it." He stepped closer, not quite into the ring of candlelight around the reading table. "I did not know what it meant until you began asking questions about a child who never had a birth entry." "You could have told me." "I could have, but I needed to be certain you were not one of Sabine's agents, sent to find the record so she could destroy it." Josephine stared at him. "You think Sabine sent me?" "I think Sabine has been controlling this household's memory for 18 years. He set his candle on the table beside her. The flames merged, doubling the light. "And I think she did not write that annotation. She could not have. The oath was sealed before she took custody of the child. Then who did? Brother Oren opened the ledger to the page she had been reading. His finger traced the margin, not quite touching the ink. Someone who is present at the household council. Someone who knew the Margrave's wishes and believed they deserved to survive. He looked up. Someone who is still alive. Tamsin. No. His voice was quiet but certain. Tamsin Joro was never on the household council. She was a kitchen girl's elder sister. She knew the child existed, but she did not have the authority to attend the oath sealing. Josephine's mind seized on that. Kitchen girl's elder sister. Tamsin was Mara's sister, Nimre's aunt. The thought landed like a stone dropped into still water. All those years of protection, the warnings, the guarded advice, the way Tamsin had watched her with something that was not quite fond but never indifferent. You need to be careful with what you find here, Brother Oren said. The legal implications of this annotation are... The lock turned. Both of them leapt still. The sound came from the outer grate, a key sliding into the mechanism, metal against metal, deliberate and unhurried. Not a test. Someone was opening the door. Brother Oren's face changed. The mildness dropped away, replaced by something harder, older. Who knows you are here? He whispered. Tamsin. You. Josephine's pulse hammered. No one else. The lock clicked open. The great door did not swing inward. It hung in place, waiting for whoever had turned the key to finish the action. Brother Oren moved faster than she thought possible. He grabbed her arm, pulled her between the shelves, into the gap where he had been standing moments before. His candle went out. Hers remained on the table, casting a pool of light that now illuminated only empty chairs and open pages. Stay still, he breathed. Stay silent. The great door creaked open. Footsteps entered the vault, steady and measured, accompanied by the rustle of fabric. Silk, not wool. Someone who had dressed for the formal table, not for servant passages. Josephine pressed herself against the cold stone wall. The shadows of the shelves wrapped around her like a shroud. Beside her, Brother Oren did not even seem to breathe. The footsteps stopped at the reading table. A hand reached into the light. Familiar. Hard. Straight fingers with a thin scar running across the knuckles from an old cut, the kind that came from Groch's something sharper than intended. Lady Sabine's hand. She picked up the open ledger. Josephine's blood turned to ice. The page was still visible. The annotation, the names, the truths she had not yet had time to absorb, now sitting in plain sight under the woman who had buried it 18 years ago. Lady Sabine held the candle up, reading. The silence stretched. Then she closed the ledger with a soft thump, tucked it under her arm, and turned toward the shelves where Josephine and Brother Oren stood hidden. Chapter 23. Lady Sabine stopped 3 paces from their hiding place. The candle in her hand flickered, casting her shadow across the stone floor like a seam of dark water. She did not look toward the shelves where Josephine and Brother Oren stood pressed against the cold wall. She looked at the open ledger in her hands, then at the empty chair, then at the faint scuff marks on the floor where someone had shifted weight. Oren, she said, I know you are there. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of a man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flames steadied. I am not here to harm either of you. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of a man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flames steadied. I am not here to harm either of you. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of a man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flame steadied. I am not here to harm either of you. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of a man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flame steadied. I am not here to harm either. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of a man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flame steadied it. I am not here to harm either of you. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of the man who had spent years learning to wait. I am not here to harm either. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flame steadied. I am not here to harm either. Brother Oren did not move. Josephine felt his stillness beside her, the careful discipline of a man who had spent years learning to wait. Lady Sabine set the candle on the reading table. The flame steadied. I am not here to harm either. Brother Oren dirted the annotation. He ordered the whole arrangement. Sabine did not look at him. He knew he was dying. He knew Thornveil would not survive a contested heir while the crown was testing the border. He chose the lie that kept the house standing. Josephine's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. But the box, she said, in the niche. You knew I would find it because you knew I would recognize the hiding place from the way you taught me to search. Wignacy of amusement cats into some snowing atticosts, suspairing presence would arrive talent to restruck some better, it make me up to my Valtteri. Brother Oren pulled out the chair opposite the reading table. Josephine stayed standing. Lady Sabine did not push. She set the ledger on the table between them, pages open to the annotation, and placed both hands flat on either side of the ink. You have found what I spent 18 years bearing, she said. Do you know why I buried it? To protect yourself, Josephine said. No. Lady Sabine's voice was flat. I did not, but I know who did. Who? Sabine shook her head. Not yet. Not until I am certain you will live long enough for the answer to matter. Brother Oren rose. Lady Sabine, if you know who is behind the attempts on her life, you must. I must do nothing. Sabine's eyes were hard. I have spent 18 years keeping that girl breathing by staying silent, staying patient, and never showing my hand until I knew exactly where the blade was aiming. If I name the conspirator now, I lose my only advantage. She turned to Josephine. And if you run to Crispin with my name, you will be dead before the week ends. The silence stretched. Josephine looked at the woman who had raised her, stolen her name, and kept her alive. Saw the exhaustion behind the hard eyes, the grief behind the rigid spine. You left the note, she said, in the niche. You knew I would find it because you knew I would recognize the hiding place from the way you taught me to search. Sabine did not answer. You wanted me to find the proof, Josephine said. You wanted me to know, even though you could not tell me yourself. Sabine's hands trembled just slightly against the ledger. I wanted you to have a choice, she said. I made the first one for you, and I will carry that to my grave. But the rest of them are yours. She pushed the ledger across the table. Josephine took it. The leather was warm from Sabine's hands. The three of them stood in the candlelight, bound by a truth that had taken 18 years to surface. I have to tell Crispin, Josephine said. Sabine closed her eyes. I know. So I wouldn't actually have a choice. You wanted me to find the proof. Josephine said. "You wanted me to know, even though you could not tell me yourself." Sabine's hands trembled, just slightly, against the ledger. "I wanted you to have a choice," she said. "I made the first one for you, and I will carry that to my grave, but the rest of them are yours." She pushed the ledger across the table. Josephine took it. The leather was warm from Sabine's hands. The three of them stood in the candlelight, bound by a truth that had taken 18 years to surface. "I have to tell Crispin," Josephine said. "So I mean, lever, hands just slightly. The things of his days as strays taking cash. Is Benwick smelling and Drennock. Many of Jason's couldn't step. Now I was not truly literally flat. In one of shows with Meze pawning, acquiling a wordable daily definance, and vasting to the NXE, and inciting finishipness to dialect dalis. I have been dorming here while you start to die sewing, if I imagine what I've casted on here. Wait, great. I have dead with the next. I mean my priestman's interested. I still need to completely grow to take the table. But you're a lot of you as what about the trips I think is moving down to my head. I just think I have intelligent and becomes, we could read achievement on a blood. My good Soten is not on the service, I can see you paying up all the night. I am not here a haired either for this minute, as just the perfect set of setch. So I mean, I hope you to completely manage it. Chapter 230. Tamsin was waiting in the passage. Not pacing, not peering through the grate, standing with her back against the stone, thick arms folded, the spent candle in her grip burning low enough to oil the holder. She did not move when the vault door scraped open. Her eyes tracked from Sabine's retreating form to Josephine's face, and her jaw set like a door locking. Josephine opened her mouth. "Do not." Tamsin's voice was rough, scraped clean of its usual sharpness. "Do not tell me you are sorry. Do not tell me you did not know. I heard enough through the grate to know the shape of it." "I was going to tell you. Before the gathering, I was going to." "You were going to tell me what, exactly?" Tamsin pushed off the wall. She was shorter than Josephine, but seemed to take up the entire corridor. "That you found Marjoral's name in a book? That you worked out she was your mother? I knew whose daughter you were the day they handed you to Sabine." The words landed like a slap. Josephine's breath caught. "You knew. The entire time." Fragments. Tamsin's hands tightened on the candle holder. Hearsay. A pattern of doors closing and women not coming back out. I did not have the proof you found in there. She jerked her chin at the vault. But I had eyes. I had a sister who died of childbed fever 6 days after a birth no one would talk about. I had a Margrave who suddenly took an interest in a kitchen girl's orphan. She stopped. The silence stretched. "The question, Nimre, is what you plan to do with it." "I have to tell Crispin." The words came out steady, even though Josephine's hands were shaking. "Before the ceremony. Before the oath makes the lie permanent." Tamsin let out a slow, exhausted breath. Not approval, not disagreement, something closer to a wound exhaling. "You think the ceremony is the dangerous part? The part where men in good coats argue about bloodlines and ledgers?" "Isn't it? The dangerous part," Tamsin said, "is what happens after. When the truth settles. When the household realizes the girl who scrubbed the stillroom floor is technically their Margrave's daughter. When every servant who ever knew a piece of this and kept quiet becomes a loose end." Josephine's stomach turned cold. She had been thinking of Crispin, of Sabine, of the sealed box and the court retainers and the legal weight of the oath ledger. She had not thought about Greta, the red-handed maid who delivered the ledger without knowing what it carried, the grooms who carried the Margrave's trunks, the cook who gave Nimre extra bread on winter mornings. We were not silent because we hated you. Tamsin's voice cracked just once. We were silent because silence was the only wage that kept us alive. You tell Crispin you are the heir, and half this house becomes a witness to a cram. What do you think happens to us? Josephine's throat tightened. I would never. You would not have to. Tamsin stepped closer. The way it works, Nimre, the truth surfaces. The household council needs someone to blame. They do not blame the Margrave. Do not blame his mistress. They blame the servants who knew and did not speak. Brother Oren emerged from the vault, closing the grate behind him with a soft click. His robes brushed the stone floor. He looked at Tamsin, then at Josephine, and his face carried the quiet gravity of someone who had watched this scene play out in other forms across other years. The lineage oath ceremony is tomorrow morning, he said, before the household gathering. If you claim your name in the ledger as a Drennock by blood, the ink carries legal and spiritual weight. It is the last point at which the record can be amended without a formal inquest. Josephine turned to him. And if I wait? Then the lie becomes the foundation of the next generation's inheritance. Oren's voice was soft, but the words landed like stones. It can still be challenged, but only through a contested succession, which is exactly what the sealed box is meant to prevent or trigger. You are asking her to choose between destroying the household and destroying herself. Tamsin's voice was flat. I am telling her the legal shape of the door. Oren met Josephine's eyes. What she walks through is her choice, but she must know what waits on either side. Josephine stood in the cold passage, the ledger pressed against her chest, the weight of 18 years pressing down on her shoulders. She had wanted a choice. Sabine had given her one. But Sabine had not told her that choosing herself might cost everyone else. I have to telling her. The words came out quieter this time. I cannot let him walk into that ceremony blind. He deserves the truth, even if it costs me everything. Tamsin's eyes closed. She looked for one unguarded moment like a woman who had been carrying a stone for 30 years and had just been told to carry it a little further. Then you had better do it before the council convenes. The sound of footsteps broke the silence. A young page came skidding around the corner, out of breath, his livery askew. He pulled up short at the sight of them, chest heaving. Nimre, he swallowed. Lady Sabine sent me to find you. The Margrave has called the household council to the study, tonight. All of them. Josephine's blood went cold. Did he say why? The page shook his head. Only that your presence is required, and the oath ledger. Oren stirred. He asked for the ledger specifically? By name, brother. The page's eyes were wide. He wants it brought to the study within the hour? Josephine looked down at the book in her hands. The leather was warm, the pages heavy with the truth she had barely begun to absorb. He knows, she thought. Or he suspects enough to demand the truth in front of everyone. Tamsin moved before Josephine could speak. She crossed the corridor, took Josephine's wrist in her thick fingers, and held it tight enough to feel the pulse jumping beneath. Chapter 25. The candle was burning low when Josephine reached her room. She set the oath ledger on the narrow table beneath the window and stood looking at it. The leather was worn at the corners, the spine cracked from years of opening and closing. A book of names, a book of lies, a book that could become true again with 3 lines of ink. Nimre, daughter of Thomas Drennock, and Mara Jorel. Acknowledged by oath before witnesses. Blood heir to Thornveil. 3 lines. 3 lines that would undo 18 years of careful erasure. 3 lines that would make every servant who had stayed silent a conspirator by association. 3 lines that would hand Benwick a weapon sharp enough to split the house down its oldest seam. Josephine pressed her palms flat against the cover and felt the cold of the ledger seep into her skin. You wanted a choice, she thought. Sabine gave you one. Now choose. She had told Tamsin she would tell Crispin the truth before the ceremony. She had meant it. But walking into the study with the ledger and saying, "I am your father's daughter," was not the same as writing it in ink that could not be unmade. One was confession, the other was war. She washed her face in the basin, changed into a clean apron, and pinched her cheeks to bring color back. The face in the mirror was Nimre's face. Brown eyes, black hair already escaping its pins, a tiny scar on the pad of the left thumb from a knife she did not remember cutting. A servant's face. A face that had learned to smile when smiled at, and vanish when noticed. But not tomorrow, she thought. Tomorrow that face goes into the ledger. She pulled the pins tighter, tucked a stray strand behind her ear, and picked up the ledger. The corridor was quiet. Dinner had ended an hour ago, and most of the household had retreated to private rooms or the servants' hall. The candles in the sconces had burned down to stubs, leaving long pools of darkness between islands of light. Josephine walked through them without hurrying, the ledger pressed against her ribs, her footsteps loud in the silence. She turned the corner toward the study and stopped. Crispin stood in the doorway. He was not looking at her. He was looking down the opposite corridor, toward the wing where Benwick's rooms were, his hand resting on the doorframe like he was deciding whether to step forward or back. His jaw was tight. The shadows beneath his eyes looked darker than they had at dinner. He heard her footsteps and turned. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The silence stretched, filled with everything they had not said to each other since the box appeared, since the vault, since she had learned whose blood ran through her veins. You are still awake, he said. So are you. A corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile, almost not. I could say the same. But you are the one carrying my household's legal record through unlit corridors at midnight. Josephine looked down at the ledger in her hands. Your page said you wanted it brought to the study. I did. He did not move from the doorway. But I did not expect you to bring it yourself. Who else would? He studied her. The candlelight caught the scar through his left eyebrow, the gray at his temples, the set of his mouth that looked like it had forgotten how to soften. He was looking at her the way he had looked at her during dinner, when the box appeared and his eyes had found hers across the table. Fear, she had thought then, but now she was not sure. Something is wrong, he said. It was not a question. Josephine's grip tightened on the ledger. The words were right there, pressed against her chest, waiting to be spoken. I am your father's daughter. I am a blood heir to Thornveil. The woman who raised me erased my name to keep me alive, and I have spent the last week discovering who I am in a vault full of records you have never read. She opened her mouth. Footsteps sounded from the far end of the corridor. Crispin's attention shifted. His hand dropped from the doorframe. He straightened, and the softness that had been in his face for that brief, unguarded moment vanished like water into dry earth. Benwick emerged from the shadows, coat undone, hair loose at the collar, a glass of wine in one hand. He was smiling. It was not a smile that reached his eyes. Brother, he said, nodding at Crispin. Then his gaze slid to Josephine, and the smile sharpened by a fraction. And Nimre, carrying late-light correspondence, I see. The Margrave requested the ledger, Josephine said. Did he? Benwick's tone made it a statement, not a question. He took a slow sip of Lolling, watching her over the rim. How diligent of you to deliver it personally. Most servants would have sent a page. I am not most servants. No? Benwick's smile widened. You are not, are you? Crispin stepped forward, placing himself half between them. Benwick, was there something you needed? A word, actually. Benwick lowered the glass. With Nimre. Privately. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Crispin did not move. His hand remained at his side, but his fingers curled slightly, like he was restraining himself from reaching for something. The household council is about to convene. Whatever you have to say can wait. It cannot. Benwick's voice was pleasant, unhurried, the voice of a man who had never been denied anything he truly wanted. I have an invitation for our enterprising maid, a private conversation before the ceremony tomorrow. I think she will find it illuminating. He turned to Josephine. My rooms. An hour from now, come alone. It was not a request. Josephine felt the ledger pressing against her ribs, heavy with the truth she had not yet spoken. She looked at Crispin, whose face had gone still and watchful, and at Benwick, whose smile had not wavered. I will consider it, she said. Benwick's eyebrows rose. Consider it quickly. The offer expires at midnight. He raised his glass in a mock toast, turned and walked back the way he had come, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. Crispin watched him go. When the sound faded, he turned to Josephine and his voice was low. Do not go. I may not have a choice. There is always a choice. He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the wood smoke on his coat, the ink on his hands. Benwick does not issue invitations. He issues traps. If you walk into his rooms alone, you will leave having given him something he can use. Josephine looked up at him. The candlelight caught the gray in his hair, the worry in his eyes, the hard line of his jaw that softened only when he thought she was not looking. I am your sister, she thought. I am the heir you did not know you had. And I am standing here carrying the proof, and I cannot tell you because if I do, everything between us changes. After the ceremony, she said, I will tell you everything after the ceremony. Crispin's eyes searched hers. He looked like a man standing on the edge of a cliff, trying to decide whether to jump or step back. Promise me, he said. I promise. He held her gaze for a long moment, then he stepped back, opened the study door, and gestured for her to enter. The household council was waiting. Chapter 26. The corridor beyond Crispin's study stretched empty and silent. The household council had not waited. Candles burned low on the side table where a servant had set them hours ago, and the study door stood closed, a band of light showing beneath it. Josephine did not go in. She stood in the shadow of the stair alcove, the ledger pressed against her ribs, and counted her options. 3 of them. 4 if she counted running, which she did not. First, enter the study, tell the council nothing, keep her promise to Crispin for the morning. Second, enter the study, tell everything, let the truth break where it fell. Third, walk the other direction. Find Benwick's rooms, hear what he had to say before she decided how much to reveal. The last one was the one that made her stomach turn, and it was the one her feet chose before her mind finished arguing. She moved through the lower corridor at a pace that looked purposeful without looking urgent. The ledger stayed tucked under her arm, covered by the fold of her shawl. A passing kitchen girl with flour on her sleeves dipped her head and kept walking. A steward carrying a stack of bound accounts turned at the far end of the hall and disappeared into the pantry without looking twice at her. Thornveil's servants had been trained to see nothing. Tonight, she thanked them for it. Benwick's rooms occupied the south wing, above the old solarium where the light came thin and gray through windows that had not been cleaned in years. The corridor there was narrower, the walls lined with tapestries that smelled of dust and the damp that crept through stone in winter. A single candle burned in a wall sconce at the turn. The door to Benwick's sitting room stood ajar. Warm light bled through the crack. Josephine stopped 3 paces back and breathed. "You do not have to do this." But she did. Because Benwick knew something, and she needed to know what that something was before she walked into the ceremony tomorrow with less than all the information. She knocked. The door swung open before her hand fell back to her side, as if he had been standing behind it, waiting. Benwick had changed. His coat was gone, his sleeves rolled to the elbow, his collar open at the throat. He looked less like the polished performance she had seen at dinner, and more like a man who had been pacing his own floor for hours, waiting for a piece to move. "Nimre." His voice was soft, almost gentle. "I did not think you would come." "Neither did I." He smiled at that, a tired thing without the sharp edge she had expected. He stepped back and gestured her inside. The sitting room was warm. A fire had been burning long enough to settle into steady embers, casting orange light across low chairs, a writing desk buried in papers, and a half-empty bottle of amber wine on the sideboard. 2 glasses stood beside it, one already used. Benwick took the second glass, filled it, and held it out to her. Josephine did not take it. "Smart." He set the glass down and lowered himself into the chair nearest the fire. "You are smart. That is the problem, is it not?" "What problem?" "The one in the room." Benwick leaned back, crossing his ankles, his face half in shadow. "The one where a maid nobody noticed 6 days ago is now carrying the household's oath ledger through midnight corridors, defying my invitations, and making my brother look at her like she matters." Josephine's hand tightened on the ledger. "I do not know what you mean." "You do." Benwick's voice stayed soft, almost fond. "You know exactly what I mean. That is the trouble with clever people. They never learn to look stupid when it would help them." She said nothing. Benwick watched her for a long moment. The fire popped. A log shifted, sending sparks up the chimney. "I am not going to hurt you," he said. "Forgive me if I do not take your word for it." "You should, actually." He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and his face lost its gentle cast. "Because if I wanted you gone, you would be gone. The service stair was not my work. The oil was not mine. That attempt was crude, impatient, and nearly succeeded because someone in this house wants you dead faster than I want to know what you know." Josephine's blood went cold. "You are telling me you know who oiled the stair?" "I am telling you I was not the one who ordered it." Benwick's gaze held hers. "That is the only gift I am giving you tonight, free of cost. I did not try to kill you. I want you alive, at least until I understand what you are." She forced her voice steady. "I am a maid. You are a maid who writes like a lady, reads ledgers like a steward, and found a key my father's mistress hid in a wall that no servant should have known existed." Benwick ticked the points off on his fingers. "You arrived at Thornveil 18 years ago as an infant with no record of birth. You were placed in the kitchen, given the name of a dead girl, and raised by a woman who has spent half her life burying secrets." He paused. "Sabine told you the truth, did she not? In the vault?" Josephine's throat closed. Benwick saw it. His expression shifted, something like pity crossing his face. "I am not guessing. I have been watching her watch you since the day I returned. And I have been reading the old records, the ones she thought she had sealed, the ones my father left for someone clever enough to find." He picked up his wine glass, swirled it, did not drink. I know who you are, Nimre, or whoever you are calling yourself tonight. The room felt smaller. The fire felt hotter. If you know, Josephine said slowly, then you also know what it would mean if I claimed the name in the ledger. I do. Benwick set the glass down. It would split this house. It would give the crown an excuse to intervene. It would make every servant who knew and stayed silent a target for inquiry, and it would force my brother to choose between his position and yours. He paused. I do not want that. You do not want me to claim the name? No. Benwick's voice was quiet, and for a moment he looked almost honest. I do not want Thornveil to break. I have spent my life watching this house hold together through lies, through compromises, through the kind of silence that keeps people alive. I am not proud of it, but I am not willing to watch it burn because one woman decides she deserves the name my father gave her. Josephine's fingers dug into the ledger's leather cover. You want me to stay silent. I want you to let me shape how this truth reaches the light. Benwick rose, crossed to the sideboard, and refilled his glass. Tell me what you know. Let me handle the disclosure. I can protect you. I can protect the servants. I can protect Crispin from the worst of it if you let me. And in exchange? He turned. The firelight caught his face, and for a moment the mask dropped entirely, showing the exhaustion beneath. In exchange, you trust me enough to let me carry part of this weight. Because I promise you, Nimre, if you walk into that ceremony tomorrow and claim your name without preparation, without allies, without someone who knows where the bodies are buried, you will not survive the week. The silence stretched. Josephine looked at him, at the wine in his hand, at the papers scattered across his desk, at the man who had just offered her a bargain that sounded like protection and tasted like a leash. No, she said. Benwick's head tilted. No? I will not give you the truth so you can decide what to do with it. She stepped back toward the door. I am sorry, but I have spent too long letting other people shape what I am allowed to be. I will tell Crispin. I will tell him everything. And whatever he chooses, I will face it. Benwick's smile did not waver, but his eyes hardened. That, Nimre, he said softly, is a very dangerous decision. He reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper, holding it up so the firelight caught the seal. I was going to give this to you in private, he said. A way out if you wanted one. Travel papers, a new name, enough coin to reach the coast, a life where no one knows who you are. He held it out. It is still yours, if you choose it. Josephine stared at the paper. The offer was cleaner than she had expected. A door out of Thornveil, out of the danger, out of the truth that would tear her apart if she stayed. She thought of Crispin's face in the corridor, the fear in his eyes when he had looked at her during dinner. She thought of Sabine, standing in the vault, telling her she had a choice. And she thought of the 3 lines of ink she had almost written in the ledger. Nimre, daughter of Thomas Drennock, and Mara Jorol, blood heir to Thornveil. Her name, her claim, her choice. She reached out, took the paper, and tucked it into her sleeve. I will keep it, she said, in case I need it. Benwick's smile came back, tired and sharp. You will need it, he said, before the week is out. And when you do, I hope you remember that I offered it freely. Josephine turned and walked out. The corridor was cold. The candle in the sconce had burned low, and the shadows stretched long across the floor. She moved quickly, her heart hammering, the paper a weight against her wrist. She was halfway to the stair when she heard it. Footsteps behind her. Not Benwick's. Lighter. Faster. She turned. A figure stood at the far end of the corridor, silhouetted against the dim light from the solarium windows. Too small to be a guard, too still to be a servant. The figure raised a hand. A glint of metal caught the candlelight. Then the figure lowered the hand, turned, and vanished into the shadow of the archway. Josephine stood frozen, her breath caught in her throat, the paper in her sleeve and the ledger against her chest, and the ceremony 6 hours away. Someone had been watching. And whoever it was, they knew where she had gone. Chapter 27. The chapel was cold. Morning light fell through the high windows in narrow blades, cutting across the stone floor like lines on a ledger. The air smelled of candle wax, old incense, and the particular damp that lived in Thornveil's oldest stones. Josephine stood near the back of the small group, the oath ledger pressed against her chest, her fingers numb from gripping it too long. She had not slept. The figure in the corridor had stayed with her through the hours, a shape that refused to resolve. A glint of metal, a shadow turning. Someone who had watched her leave Benwick's rooms and would know by now that she carried the ledger into the morning. But the morning had come anyway. Brother Oren stood at the altar in formal vestments, the ceremonial seal laid before him on a cloth of faded gold. His face gave nothing away. Beside him, a junior scribe held the registry book, already open to the blank lines where today's oaths would be inscribed. Crispin stood near the front, his back to her. He had not looked at her since she entered. Lady Sabine was seated in the first pew, hands folded in her lap, her face a mask of composure that fooled no one. The shadows beneath her eyes matched Josephine's own. To the right, 3 witnesses from the household council, an old steward with papery skin, a woman in gray silk whose name Josephine had never learned, and a man with a soldier's posture and a clerk's hands. The legal minimum. The people whose signatures would make the record binding. No servants, no retainers, no audience. The ceremony was small by design. A routine confirmation of household roles, a reaffirmation of oaths already sworn. Nothing that should draw attention, nothing that should change anything. Brother Oren began the reading, his voice carried through the chapel with the practiced weight of someone who had performed this ritual 100 times. The words were old, formal, layered with clauses that bound the living to the promises of the dead. Josephine heard none of them. Not then. She had told herself she needed to see the ceremony first, needed to understand the shape of the moment before she decided. But she had known. She had known since the vault, since Sabine's voice in the dark, since the annotation in the forgotten registry. Since the moment she had read her mother's name and felt something shift in her chest that was not strategy and was not survival. She reached the table. The scribe held out the pen. Josephine took it. The household ledger lay open to the page where Nimre's name waited, the blank line for the oath confirmation, the space where she would write her servant name and seal herself back into the lie. She set the oath ledger down beside it. The scribe frowned. Brother Oren's breath caught, barely audible, and Josephine began to write. Not in the household ledger, in the oath ledger, on the line that had been waiting for 18 years, the line that someone had left deliberately blank, the line that bore the annotation in handwriting she now recognized as Sabine's. 3 lines of ink. Nimre, daughter of Thomas Drennock and Margrave, blood heir to Thornveil. Witnessed this day by the house and the seal. Her hand did not shake. The pen moved with the same precise, elegant strokes that had first caught Crispin's attention in the study. The handwriting that did not belong to a servant because she had never been one. She finished. She set the pen down. The sound of it against the wood was louder than any word she could have spoken. Silence. Dead, absolute silence. The steward had stopped breathing. The woman in gray had gone still as carved stone. The soldier clerk stared at the ledger as if it had burst into flame. Brother Oren's face was unreadable, but his hands had tightened on the ceremonial seal. and Crispin. Crispin had turned. She saw his face for the first time since she had entered the chapel. The shadows beneath his eyes, the scar through his eyebrow, the jaw tight enough to crack stone. He was looking at the ledger, at the 3 lines of ink, at the name that should not exist. Josephine lifted the oath ledger from the table and held it out to him. The distance between them was 3 steps. She crossed it. "I am Nimre," she said. Her voice did not waver. "Daughter of Thomas Drennock and Margrave, blood heir to Thornveil. Witnessed this day by the house and the seal." Her hand did not shake. The pen moved with the same precise, elegant strokes that had first caught Crispin's attention in the study, the handwriting that did not belong to a servant because she had never been one. She finished. She set the pen down. The sound of it against the wood was louder than any word she could have spoken. Silence. Dead, absolute silence. The steward had stopped breathing. The woman in gray had gone still as carved stone. The soldier clerk stared at the ledger as if it had burst into flame. Brother Oren's face was unreadable, but his hands had tightened on the ceremonial seal. And Crispin had turned. She saw his face for the first time since he had entered the chapel. The shadows beneath his eyes, the scar through his eyebrow, the jaw tight enough to crack stone. He was looking at the ledger, at the 3 lines of ink, at the name that should not exist. Josephine lifted the oath ledger from the table and held it out to him. The distance between them was 3 steps. She crossed it. I am Nimre," she said. Her voice did not waver. "Daughter of Thomas Drennock and Margrave, blood heir to Thornveil. Witnessed this day by the house and the seal." Her hand did not shake. The pen moved with the same precise, elegant strokes that had first caught Crispin's attention in the study, the handwriting that did not belong to a servant, to the sate. The moment she had read her mother's name and felt something shift in her chest that was not strategy and was not survival. She reached the table. The scribe held out the pen. Mixing. Chapter 28. The silence stretched like a wound that would not close. Josephine stood before Crispin with the oath ledger open in her hands, the ink still wet on the 3 lines she had written. The words hung in the chapel air, visible to everyone, impossible to take back. Brother Oren moved first. He crossed to the table, his robes brushing the stone floor, and picked up the ceremonial seal. His hands were steady now, not longer tight, not longer trembling. He looked at the oath ledger, at the words, at the line where Josephine's name now existed in permanent ink. "Brother Oren." The steward's voice cracked. "This cannot stand." "It stands already." Oren's voice was quiet, but it carried. "The oath ledger is sealed by the house and the witness of this chamber. What is written here is not a claim. It is a record." A record of what? The woman in gray silk had found her voice, thin and sharp. A servant's delusion? A forgery? "Look at the hand." Oren did not raise his voice. "Look at the ink. Look at the line that has been blank for 18 years. He opened the ledger to the annotation page, the one Josephine had read in the vault, the one that bore Sabine's handwriting in the margin. He held it up. This record was left waiting. Someone meant for it to be found. Sabine rose from the first pew. She did not move quickly. She rose like a blade being drawn from its sheath, slow and inevitable. Her iron-gray hair coiled tight, her face frayed as bone. Her dark eyes fixed on Josephine, and for a long moment there was nothing in them but a grief so old it had calcified into fury. "You did it." Her voice was barely a whisper. "You stood in this chapel, before witnesses, before the seal, and you put your name in the oath ledger, knowing what it would cost, knowing what it would wake. Josephine met her gaze. I knew. Then you have undone 18 years of protection in 3 lines of ink. I have stopped being a secret. Sabine's breath caught. Her hands, clasped at her waist, trembled once before she stilled them. The burn scar along her wrist caught the candlelight, pale and old. You do not understand what you have done, Sabine said. You think this is courage. You think this is freedom. But you have made yourself visible to every predator who watches this house. You have handed them a name to attach to a claim. You have given them a target. I was already a target. Josephine's voice stayed steady. Someone oiled a stair to break my neck. Someone watched me from the corridor last night with metal in their hand. I have been a target since the moment I found the key in the niche. The only difference now is that everyone knows why. Sabine stared at her. The chapel had gone still again. The 3 witnesses stood frozen, their faces caught between shock and calculation. The steward had stepped back from the table. The woman in gray was watching Sabine with new attention. The soldier clerk had not taken his hand from his sword. And Crispin. Crispin had not spoken. He stood with his hand still touching the edge of the ledger, his fingers resting on the paper where Josephine's name had been written. He had not taken his eyes from her since she had crossed the distance between them. The fear in his face had not faded. It had deepened. I told you I would tell you everything after the ceremony, Josephine said. He said nothing. This is the truth. Nimre, daughter of Thomas Drennock and Margrave, blood heir to Thornveil, the child your father acknowledged in private oath and ordered erased from public record. The child Lady Sabine raised in the kitchen and taught to read and hid from every person in this house who would have used her blood as a weapon. Still nothing. Crispin? She said his name, not his title, not Margrave, just his name. The way she had said it in the study when they were alone, and the numbers had been the only safe thing between them. He flinched, not physically, but she saw it. A tightening at the corner of his mouth, a shift in the shadows beneath his eyes. I needed you to know before the council could turn it into something else, she said. I needed to be the one who told you. The air in the chapel was thick with waiting. The incense smoke curled upward, slow and undisturbed, as if the gods themselves had paused to watch. Finally, Crispin spoke. Leave us. His voice was not loud, it was not harsh, it was flat, emptied of tone, emptied of warmth, the voice of a man who had withdrawn behind a wall so high that nothing could reach him. Everyone, leave this chapel now. Sabine did not move. Lady Sabine. Crispin's voice did not change. Leave. She held his gaze for a long moment, then she turned and walked toward the chapel door, her steps measured, her back straight, her face a max of control that did not hide the trembling in her hands. The steward followed. The woman in gray. The soldier clerk, last, his hand still on his sword, his eyes lingering on Josephine as he passed. Brother Oren paused at the door. Margrave, he said, the oath ledger cannot be unmade by silence. The record stands regardless of what happens in this room. Crispin did not answer. Oren looked at Josephine. Something passed between them, not comfort, not warning, but recognition. The recognition of 2 people who had chosen truth and were now standing in the wreckage of what it cost. He left. The door closed behind him. The chapel was empty save for Crispin and Josephine and the sound of her own heartbeat. She still held the oath ledger. She had not let go of it. It felt heavier than it had any right to be, as if the 3 lines of ink had added 10 pounds to the weight of the paper. Crispin had not moved. He stood with his back to her now, facing the altar, his hands braced against the edge of the table. His shoulders were broad and tight, his head bowed, his breath slow and deliberate. "I told you once that you were the only person who gave me the truth." His voice was hoarse. "I believed that. Then believe it still." Josephine set the ledger down on the table. "This is the truth, all of it. I should have told you before the ceremony. I should have told you in the vault, in the study, in the corridor when you asked me what was wrong. I chose not to. I chose to wait until I could not take it back." "Why?" She heard the word crack at the edges. "Because I was afraid you would stop me." He turned. His face was bare, stripped of every mask she had ever seen him wear. The stern Margrave, the grieving son, the man who held Thornveil together with discipline and silence. He looked at her like she had wounded him in a place he did not know he still had. "I would have protected you, I know." And when the chapel door opened behind them, and Isla Madu's voice cut through the silence with a report that the household council had gathered and demanded immediate answers, Crispin did not release her. He turned toward the door, still holding her hand, and said 3 words that changed everything. "Walk with me." Chapter 29. The corridor outside the chapel stretched into a different house. Josephine walked beside Crispin in silence, his hand still closed around hers, his stride measured and unhurried as if they had walked this way 1,000 times. The guards at the junction saw them. The steward, lingering near the great hall doors, saw them. A maid carrying linens stopped mid-step and pressed herself against the wall. By the time they reached the study, the news had already traveled ahead. The household council waited inside. 8 faces turned toward the door. Some showed calculation, some showed fear. One, an older woman in charcoal wool with a scribe's ink stains on her fingers, looked at Josephine with something like hunger. Crispin released her hand. He did it slowly, deliberately, as if the gesture itself carried meaning. "Sit," he said. "Not at the table, not among them." He pointed to a chair against the wall, set back from the council's arc, the chair where servants waited to be dismissed or called. Josephine sat. She sat through the first hour as the council argued about procedure, about the oath ledger's validity, about whether the witnesses could be trusted to keep silence. She sat through the second hour as they debated what to tell the court retainers, how long they could stall, what the Crown's succession office would demand. No one asked her to speak. Crispin did not look at her. He answered questions in flat, measured tones. He overruled the steward's motion to seal the ledger until a formal hearing. He refused the charcoal wool woman's request to question Jother Oren under oath. He dismissed the council at midnight with no decision reached and no path forward chosen. He left the study without a word to her. Isla Madu was waiting in the corridor. "Your room has been moved." Josephine blinked. "What?" "3rd floor, east wing. Room with a lock and a bolt." Isla's voice carried no explanation, no apology. The Margrave's orders. She followed him through the unfamiliar corridors, up stairs she had never climbed, past doors she had never opened. The new room was smaller than her old one, narrower, with a single window that looked onto the inner courtyard instead of the servant yard. A fresh blanket lay folded at the foot of the bed. A wash basin stood on the table, still dry. No one had slept here. "Stay inside until morning," Isla said. "Do not go to the kitchen. Do not answer if someone knocks." He laughed before she could ask what he expected her to eat, or drink, or do with the hours until dawn. The first day passed in fragments. She woke to the sound of footsteps in the corridor outside her door. Too many footsteps, moving too fast. She dressed in the same clothes she had worn to the ceremony because no one had brought her anything else. She waited. No one came. When hunger finally drove her to open the door, the corridor was empty. The east wing felt abandoned, the air still and cold, the torches unlit at this hour. She found the service stair by memory and descended into a kitchen that fell silent the moment she entered. Cook looked at her, looked through her. "Your tray is by the scullery door." No one spoke to her. No one met her eyes. The girl who had shared her table, the boy who had carried her coals, the woman who had taught her to fold linens, they all looked away. She carried the tray back to her room and ate alone. By evening, she understood. In a household governed by rank, she had become a category that did not exist. Not servant, not noble, not guest, not prisoner. A legal anomaly with a blood claim and no position to enforce it. The house did not know how to look at her, so it chose not to look at all. The second day brought visitors. Benwick arrived first, knocking twice before opening the door without waiting for an answer. He stood in the frame with his coat buttoned wrong and his hair uncombed, looking like a man who had not slept in a bed. "The council is split 3 ways," he said. "One faction wants to recognize your claim and negotiate a settlement. One wants to challenge the ledger entry on procedural grounds. One wants to pretend the ceremony never happened and make you disappear. Which faction are you?" He smiled. It did not reach his eyes. "I am the faction that wants to know what you intend to do with the claim now that you have made it." Josephine set down the tray she had not finished eating. "I intend to survive the week." "That is not a plan." "It is a start." Benwick studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, and left without another word. Sabine came an hour later. She did not knock. She stood in the doorway with her hands clasped in front of her, her iron-gray hair perfectly coiled, her face a mask of controlled composure. "You have set fire to 18 years of protection." "I have stopped the rot." "Those are the same thing." Sabine's voice was quiet, almost gentle. "When a wound has been sealed for 18 years, opening it does not heal it. It bleeds." She reached into her sleeve and pulled out a folded paper. She set it on the table beside the wash basin. "A statement retracting your oath ledger entry. It cites confusion, pressure, a misunderstanding of the ceremony's purpose. It will leave you disgraced but alive." "What makes you think I want to be alive if I have to lie to do it?" Sabine's composure cracked. "Because I raised you," she whispered. "Because I taught you to survive. And survival means knowing when to retreat." She left the paper on the table. She left the room. She did not take the paper with her. Josephine did not touch it. On the third day, Istel began shadowing her openly. He appeared at the foot of the service stair when she went to return her tray. He fell into step beside her when she walked to the corridors. He leaned against the wall outside her room when she closed the door, his arms crossed, his eyes scanning the empty hall. "You do not have to do this," she told him through the crack in the door. "I have orders." "To guard me? To keep you alive?" He paused. "They are not the same thing." Josephine was about to respond when a sound reached them from the corridor below, a heavy door closing, then footsteps approaching. Crispin's voice carried up the stairs. "Where is she?" Istel straightened. "3rd floor, east wing." A pause. Then Crispin's footsteps stopped, and a woman's voice, sharp and unfamiliar, answered from somewhere below. "The Margrave requests your presence in the Great Hall. Immediately. The court retainers have arrived from Crownside with a formal inquiry into Thornveil Succession." Josephine's hand tightened on the door frame. Crispin said nothing. The silence stretched long enough that she almost opened the door to see what he was doing. Then his footsteps began to climb. She heard him reach the 2nd floor, heard him round the landing, heard him stop 3 steps below her door. Nimre. Her name. His voice, rough and quiet and carrying something she could not name. "Do not leave this room until I come for you." The weight of his boots faded down the stairs. She stood frozen in the doorway, her hands still gripping the frame. The great hall doors opened. The shadows in the corridor shifted, and somewhere behind her, in the recess of the window alcove where no one had been a moment before, a faint creak of the floorboards made her turn. The room was empty, but on the table, beside Sabine's letter of retraction, a small object now lay coiled in the morning light. A length of black thread, tied into a loop. Chapter 30. Isco waited until Crispin's footsteps faded before he pushed the door open. He did not enter. He stood in the frame with his arms crossed, his face carrying the particular expression of a man being paid to do something he did not want to explain. The Margrave left orders. You told me. New orders. He shifted his weight. Until the council decides what you are, I am to keep you alive. That is not the same as keeping you comfortable. Josephine looked at the black thread coiled on the table. She had not touched it. She was not sure she wanted to. And if I decide to test those orders? Then I will be uncomfortable. Iskel's mouth twitched. But you will still be alive. She turned from the thread and faced him fully. The morning light from the small window caught the dust moving in the air between them. Someone left that on my table while the door was locked. Iskel's gaze dropped to the thread. His expression did not change. I saw it. You saw it and you did not remove it? It is evidence. He said it like it was obvious. If I disturb it, I disturb whatever pattern the sender intended. Better to let you see it first. And if it was a threat? Then you know who left it better than I do. He straightened. Was it? Josephine looked at the loop again. Black thread, no message attached, no obvious meaning. I do not know. Iskel accepted that with a nod. He stepped back into the corridor and gestured toward the stair. The kitchens are serving the morning meal in the lower hall. You have not eaten. I am not hungry. I did not ask if you were hungry. I asked you to move. His voice carried no cruelty, only the flat patience of someone who had spent his life making people do things they did not want to do. The longer you stay in this room, the more the household has time to decide what you mean before you have a chance to show them. Josephine studied him. The broad shoulders, the watchful stillness, the way his hand rested near his short sword without touching it. You are trying to manage my reputation. I am trying to keep you visible. He met her eyes. A locked room makes you a rumor. A locked room with a tray of uneaten food makes you a scandal. A locked room with a dead woman makes you a tragedy. Walk through the house and you become a fact that people have to look at. She had not expected that level of strategy from a guard. Did Crispin tell you to say that? Crispin told me to keep you breathing. The rest is my own judgment. She picked up the black thread and tucked it into her sleeve, beside the travel papers Benwick had given her, beside the folded note from the altar, beside everything she was carrying that she did not fully understand. Then she walked past Escort into the corridor. The lower hall was half empty when they reached it. Servants moved along the walls with their heads down, carrying trays and linens, and the careful blankness of people who had been told to see nothing. The long trestle table held a few kitchen girls eating quickly before the morning chores resumed. They looked up when Josephine entered, then looked away with the speed of practiced avoidance. Iskel guided her to a corner bench with his hand hovering near her elbow, not touching, close enough to catch her if she fell. Sit. Eat. I would be at the door. You are going to stand at the door while I eat bread in an empty hall. I am going to stand at the door so no one has to wonder whether they can reach you without going through me. Josephine sat. The bread was coarse and still warm from the ovens. She tore a piece and forced herself to chew, tasting nothing, watching the servants pretend she did not exist. The morning passed in that strange suspension. She walked the corridors with Iskel trailing her at exactly 4 paces, close enough to intervene, far enough to give the appearance of space. Servants flattened themselves against walls when she passed. A steward she did not recognize turned a corner, saw her, and reversed direction without a word. The house was waiting. For what? No one would say. By midday, the tension had gathered into something denser than silence. Josephine felt it in the way corridor shadows seemed longer, the way doors closed a moment too late, the way a kitchen boy dropped a copper pot in the scullery, and the sound echoed like a warning bell. Escort felt it too. His hand stayed closer to his sword. "The service stair to the east pantry is faster," she said, turning toward the narrow door at the end of the corridor. "If I am going to be visible, I should be visible where the food is prepared. The kitchen staff will talk less if they see me working." Escort did not argue. He followed her through the door and onto the stone steps. The service stair was dim, lit only by a single slit window at each landing. The stone was worn in the center from decades of feet. The air smelled of damp and old ash. Josephine took the first step. Her foot came down on something slick. Not oil, not water, something that gave under her weight like a cloth laid flat on the stone, then slid sideways. Her balance broke. She was falling before she understood she had fallen, her body tilting backward, her arms reaching for a handrail that was not there, the stone edge of the stair rushing toward the back of her skull. Escort felt it too. His hand stayed closer to his sword. "The service stair to the east pantry is faster," she said, turning toward the narrow door at the end of the corridor. "If I am going to be visible, I should be visible where the food is prepared. The kitchen staff will talk less if they see me working." Escort did not argue. He followed her through the door and onto the stone steps. The service stair was dim, lit only by a single slit window at each landing. The stone was worn in the center from decades of feet. The air smelled of damp and old ash. Josephine took the first step. Her foot came down on something slick. Not oil, not water. Something that came under her weight like a cloth laid flat on the stone, then slid sideways. Her balance broke. She was falling before she understood she had fallen. Her body tilting backward, her arms reaching for a handrail that was not there. The stone edge of the stair rushing toward the back of her skull. Escort felt it too. His hand stayed closer to his sword. "The service stair to the east pantry is faster," she said, turning toward the narrow door at the end of the corridor. "If I am going to be sitting the world rapment and white to see we get a week. Now you have a same design." Just how he walked right there is no time. Right now he's stepping. It means he said your tradia for the breathe. "Whatever, mon. Isco infected with this week, and I should be enjoying to have it juicy. Milady? Stand on the latch like a noose the size of a child's wrist." Josephine stared at it. Iscel dead at it. Neither moved. "Whoever is doing this," Iscel said slowly, "wants you to know they can reach any door you do." "Or they want me to stop taking this corridor?" "They do not care which corridor you take. They will be there." Josephine reached for the thread. Iscel caught her wrist before her fingers touched it. "Evidence. It is a piece of thread. It is a message. You do not handle someone else's message until you know what it is made of, and whether touching it tells them you received it." She lowered her hand. He drew a knife, worked the thread free from the latch with the blade, and let it fall into a square of cloth he produced from his belt pouch. The whole motion took less than 10 seconds. "You carry cloth for collecting evidence." "I carry cloth for wounds," Iscel said flatly. "It serves." They turned back toward the east wing without discussing it. The third-floor corridor was empty, the locked room doors still bolted from the outside. Iscel checked the bolt, checked the frame, checked the narrow window that overlooked the inner courtyard. "Nothing," he said. "No new threads, no marks." Josephine sat on the edge of the bed. The square of cloth lay on the table beside Sabine's letter, the black thread visible through the thin weave. "I need to speak to Lady Sabine." Isel's eyes moved to her, then away. "That is not a good idea." "I am not asking permission." "You are not asking me. I am telling you that walking into her rooms unannounced, after refusing her retraction, after writing your blood into the ledger where she cannot bury it, I am not going to her rooms. She will come to me." Isel said nothing. He understood. Josephine waited. The afternoon light shifted across the stone floor. The house sounds filtered through the walls, muffled and distant, footsteps and voices that belonged to a world that had stopped including her. She counted the stones in the far wall. 14 courses, 327 visible stones. The number meant nothing. She counted anyway. The footsteps came at the 4th hour, not brisk, measured. The tread of someone who had walked these corridors long enough to own them. Josephine did not stand when the bolt drew back. She sat with her hands still, her back straight, her face empty. Lady Sabine entered alone. She wore the same gray dress from the ceremony, but her hair was loose at the temples, strands escaping the iron coil. She looked older than she had that morning. She looked like someone who had not slept since the ledger closed. She closed the door behind her. Isco was gone. He had melted into the corridor the moment the bolt moved, leaving them alone. Sabine stood with her hands clasped at her waist. Josephine waited. "There is a boat," Sabine said, "at the Northwatch Wharf. It departs at dawn in 3 days. The captain has been paid to take a woman and a single bag to the coast. From there you can reach the free cities in a week." Josephine said nothing. "There is a house in a market town. I have held the deed for 12 years. It is small, well-built, with a walled garden. The neighbors are merchants who mind their own business. The local registry clerk has been given a sealed record stating that the woman who lives there is a widow of good standing from a southern house that no longer exists." 12 years, Josephine said. "You have had this plan for 12 years. I have had a contingency for 18. Sabine's voice did not waver. "I updated it when you grew old enough that hiding you would not be a child's secret. I updated it again when Marvine arrived. I updated it this morning after the oath ledger was sealed." "You plan to send me away." "I plan to keep you alive." The words hung between them like a blade held flat. Josephine looked at the square of cloth on the table, looked at Sabine's hands, the burn scar visible at her wrist where the sleeve had pulled back, looked at the woman who had taught her to read, who had given her a name that was not hers, who had buried her in a kitchen and called it protection. 18 years, Josephine said. "You had 18 years to tell me who I was." "And you would have died before your first bleeding if I had." "You do not know that." "I know it because I was there." Sabine's voice cracked at the edges. "I was there when your father signed the order. I was there when the household council agreed that a dead kitchen girl's child was a target painted in blood. I was there when they asked who would take the burden of erasing you, and I was the one who said yes." "Burden, yes." Sabine stepped closer. Her hands were shaking. "Burden, not because I did not want you, because I knew that every day I kept you close, with a day I risked losing you. Every lesson I taught you was a knife I put in your hand that could be turned back on you. Every kindness was a thread someone could pull to find you." "Then why teach me at all?" Sabine went still. "And as I tell you who is hunting you, you will try to fight them, and you will lose, and I will have buried you twice." "Then help me fight." "I cannot." "You raised me." Josephine's voice stayed steady, but something behind her ribs was cracking. "You taught me to read. You taught me to search. You taught me to survive. And now you want me to take that survival and shrink it into a cottage with a walled garden and a dead woman's name." "I want you to live. I want to live too." Josephine stepped closer. But I want to live as myself, not as a ghost you keep in a box, not as a rumor the household council can deny, not as a secret that gets passed from hand to hand until someone drops it. Sabine's face crimpled. You are my daughter, she whispered. Not by blood, by every choice I made when no one else would choose you. And I am telling you that if you stay, you will die. Then stay with me. Sabine's breath caught. I cannot. Then go. Josephine's voice was soft. Go and leave the boat. Go and leave the house. Go and tell yourself you tried. But I will not sign your retraction. I will not take your name. And I will not vanish so that Thornveil can pretend I never existed. Sabine stood frozen, her hands at her sides, her face a ruin of grief and fury, and something that looked almost like pride. Then she turned. Her footsteps crossed the stone floor. Her hand touched the door. Nimre. Josephine did not answer. Sabine opened the door. The corridor light fell across her face, gray and thin. The black thread, she said without turning. It was not there when I came in. Josephine's blood went cold. Sabine stepped through the door. It closed behind her. Josephine stood alone in the locked room, staring at the table where the square of cloth lay. And on the table, beside the cloth, fresh and black and perfectly looped, a second thread. Chapter 32. Josephine stared at the second thread. It lay beside the cloth where no thread had been 5 minutes ago. Still, perfectly looped, as if placed by a hand that had been standing exactly where she now stood, watching her refuse Sabine's escape. She did not touch it. She crossed to the door, pressed her palm flat against the wood. The bolt was still thrown, the lock still engaged. No gap beneath the door wide enough for even a child's hand. She turned in a slow circle, inventorying the room with the mechanical precision of a woman who had spent years counting risks. Table, chair, bed, candlestand, window bolted from inside, no wardrobe large enough to hide a person, no ceiling access, no false panel she could find by looking. Someone had entered a locked room while she stood in it. Someone had placed a thread on a table while she and Sabine talked, while Sabine's body blocked the door, while Josephine's own eyes were on the woman who had raised her. The thread was not a threat. The thread was a signature, a claim. I can reach you anywhere. Josephine picked up the square of cloth, folded the second thread inside it, and tucked the bundle into her sleeve beside the first thread, the travel papers, and the altar note. 4 pieces of paper and 2 black loops. The entire inventory of a life she was still learning to call her own. The knock came before she could sit. Not Sabine's rhythm, sharper. 2 beats, a pause, 1 beat. Ice fell. She crossed to the door. Yes. Orders from the Margrave. His voice came through the wood, level and uninflected. You are to attend the grain and supply review in the lower study. Immediately. Josephine pressed her forehead against the door. Grain and supply review. The same accounts she had spent her first week in Thornveil trying to intercept. The same numbers that had nearly killed her on a service stair. Why? A pause, then, because no one else can summarize the exposure as cleanly. She opened the door. Eisfeld stood in the corridor with his hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. Behind him, the east wing stood empty. No servants, no guards, just the gray northern light falling through the high windows and the distant sound of rain against stone. The Margrave's order, he repeated. Whose idea was it? He said nothing. Yours, she said. You told him I could do it. I told him you were the only person in Thornveil who had read the grain discrepancy before it was buried. That seemed relevant to the supply review. Josephine stepped into the corridor. The door clicked shut behind her. She did not lock it. There was no point locking a door that someone else could open from the inside. "Walk with me," she said. An ice spell fell into step beside her. The lower study was a different room from Crispin's private study. Smaller, colder, a long oak table scarred by ink rings and knife marks, with tall windows that looked onto the inner courtyard where rain sheeted across the cobbles. Tamsin stood at the far end with a stack of ledgers, her thick fingers pressed flat against the pages as if she could hold the numbers still. A clerk she did not recognize sat to her left, quill poised on the bright sheet. The third person at the table was Benwick. He sat in the chair nearest the hearth, one ankle crossed over the other knee, his damp coat steaming gently in the fire's heat. He looked up when Josephine entered, and his smile was thin and surgical. "Ah, the expert arrives." "I am not an expert," Josephine said. "I am a maid who can read." "In this room, that makes you an expert." Benwick gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Please, sit. The Margrave sends his regrets. He is occupied with the court retainers and has delegated the numbers to those of us who understand them." Josephine did not sit. She looked at Tamsin, whose face told her nothing, then at the clerk, whose face told her the clerk was afraid. Then at Isfel, who had stopped at the door and stood with his shoulder against the frame, arms crossed, watching. "I was told this was a supply review," Josephine said. "It is." Benwick tapped the nearest ledger. 3 ledgers. "We mote from the company Ekand, his expressioning finance alone, but I asks her God makes it wonder. It didn't do that a license. As I need it has this lot, I am good to stop up the sieve one of the South out. We looked at the Minnesweets, you told him I could do it." "I told him you were the only person in Thornveil who had read the grain discrepancy before it was buried. That seemed relevant to the supply review." Josephine stepped into the corridor. The door clicked shut behind her. She did not lock it. There was no point locking a door that someone else could open from the inside. "Walk with me," she said. An ice ball fell into step beside her. The lower study was a different room from Crispin's private study. Smaller, colder, a long oak table scarred by ink rings and knife marks, with tall windows that looked onto the inner courtyard where rain sheeted across the cobbles. Tamsin stood at the far end with a stack of ledgers, her thick fingers pressed flat against the pages as if she could hold the numbers still. A clerk she did not recognize sat to her left, quill poised above a blank sheet. The third person at the table was Benwick. He sat in the chair nearest the hearth, one ankle crossed over the other knee, his damp coat steaming gently in the fire's heat. He looked up when Josephine entered, and his smile was thin and surgical. "Ah, the expert arrives." "I am not an expert," Josephine said. "I am a maid who can read." "In this room, that makes you an expert." Benwick gestured to the empty chair across from him. "Please, sit. The Margrave sends his regrets. He is occupied with the court retainers and has delegated the numbers to those of us who understand them." Josephine did not sit. She looked at Tamsin, whose face told her nothing. Then at the clerk, whose face told her the clerk was afraid. Then at Icebell, who had stopped at the door and stood with his shoulder against the frame, arms crossed, watching. "I was told this was a supply review," Josephine said. "It is." Benwick tapped the nearest ledger. 3 ledgers. 3 ledgers. "I am opening the door of his front despite doing it. He set to the game through. We will completely get it. We are edened. He can't go again, let's met it with me." "I told him you are in the advocate borst. It doesn't need this way through it." "I told him you are the only minute what does it once I get to do." "He's entired of spying. He boated the gombi I just asked to fall." "I told him you were the any minute what do you want to do. But as gents. That makes it mustn't that happen. But think like even to these exact minnelage, like this is the second bok or munched. I knew not it is. But then this had not the wish I so enjoy. I knew what that is. I don't want to do again about this. I know he had an awesome jobberty. I told him you are the any minute what I did, because why you want it, I know I need the next point on the trapment idea. I don't want to do it about this Desmount. I think I don't want to do about this clapment in that world. I don't want to do it about this stree across from me. I still feel looking dissolving about why I'm actually standing there, and I need to be my own 104th of his married with me. I just go to the pollution strong, but no one wants to do it in my minute. I don't want to do it about these managements that I come under spied. I cares all the truths to turn, that won't remember the fur again. He stepped in the Beglion niche, 2 seasons of grain accounts, 1 disputed shipment that was logged as spoiled, but never arrived at the mills. Sound familiar? She sat. The chair was hard, the wood cold even through her skirts. She pulled the first ledger toward her and opened it to the page her fingers already knew. The grain discrepancy. 100 bushels logged as spoilage. A forged signature. A route that should have delivered to the East granaries, but never reached them. Who requested this review? She asked. Benwick's smile widened. I did. Tamsin made a sound low in her throat. Not quite a warning, not quite agreement. You want me to find something? Josephine said. I want you to tell me what this house is worth. Benwick leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his voice dropping into something that was not quite charm. I want to know how much grain we actually have, how many mouths we can feed through winter, and what happens to our obligations to the crown if we cannot meet the spring levy. You have read the numbers, you understand the exposure. So tell me, what is Thornveil worth? Josephine looked down at the open ledger. She could answer that question. She had the numbers in her head, had carried them since the first night she found the discrepancy. That was what Benwick wanted. Not an ally, an assessment. If I answer, she said, what do you do with the information? Benwick's smile did not falter. That depends on what you tell me. I am not doing your political math for you. You already did it. He tapped the ledger. You found the discrepancy. You followed the trail. You know exactly how vulnerable this house is. The question is whether you want that vulnerability kept between us or broadcast to every faction watching Thornveil right now. Josephine closed the ledger. She placed both hands flat on the cover and looked at Benwick with the calm she had learned from years of meeting deadlines and difficult clients. I will tell you what the numbers mean, she said, but I will tell it to the room, to the steward, to the Margrave when he returns, not to you alone. Something flickered in Benwick's eyes, respect or irritation or both. Fine. She opened the ledger. For the next hour, she walked them through the discrepancy. Not the theory, the numbers, the spoilage log that did not match the mill receipts. The teamster who had signed for delivery at a way station that had not been operational in 3 years. The forged signature. She did not know Benwick's name, but she traced the letter forms with her finger and let the comparisons sit in the air. The missing bushels that had been converted to coin, then to a rumor of a purchase that had left no paper trail. Tamsin took notes. The clerk's quill never stopped moving. Benwick listened without interrupting, his face unreadable. When she finished, the rain had stopped and the courtyard light had shifted from gray to pewter. That is what we have, Josephine said. That is what we lost, Benwick corrected. That is what someone stole. She met his eyes. The question is whether you want to know who. Benwick was silent. Then he pushed back his chair and stood. I will have the numbers prepared for the Margrave's review. He did not look at her. Thank you for your assistance. He left without another word. The door closed behind him. Tamsin set down her quill and rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands. That man will hang us all if it saves the house. He will hang himself first, Josephine said, and call it strategy. Istel pushed off from the doorframe. You have enemies, he said. You just made another. I made him an assessment. What he does with it is his choice. No. Istel stepped closer. You made him an assessment he could not refute. That is worse. Now he knows you are not just a claim on paper. You are a mind that can read his ledgers and follow his trails. He will either use you or bury you. Josephine looked at the closed ledger. I know. That is not comfort. It was not meant to be. Istel studied her for a long moment, then he nodded once, a gesture that landed somewhere between respect and resignation. Wanish. Midst the Margrave wants you in the great hall within the hour. The retainers have finished their preliminary inquiry. He wants you present when he gives his answer. Josephine's chest tightened. What answer? He has not decided yet. Isel's voice was careful. But he wants you in the room when he does. She stood. The ledgers were still open, the numbers still there, the exposure still breathing in the space between what Thornveil held and what it owed. Then I had better not keep him waiting. She walked toward the door. Behind her, Tamsin said, Nimre? Josephine stopped. When you walk into that hall, Tamsin said, you will not be a maid. You will not be a claim. You will be a fact they have to reckon with. That is the hardest thing a woman like us can become in a house like this. Josephine turned. Tamsin's face was tired and fierce, and full of something that looked almost like hope. If you cannot be a ghost, Tamsin said, be a fire. Josephine held her gaze. Then she stepped through the door. The corridor stretched ahead of her, cold and stone and full of footsteps that were not hers. She walked. Chapter 33. The Great Hall was a different country at dusk. Josephine had walked its length 100 times as a maid, head down, tray steady, measuring the distance between tables in steps she was not supposed to count. Now she crossed it under the gaze of court retainers, 3 clerks she did not recognize, and Lady Alara drugged, who had not moved from her seat near the fire since the afternoon. Crispin stood at the far end beside the raised hearth, speaking to a man in crown livery. He did not turn when she entered, but his voice dropped half a register, and the man in livery inclined his head and stepped back. The retainers watched her pass. She felt the weight of their attention like a hand on her spine. Not hostile, not welcoming, the assessing stillness of people who had been told a maid had written herself into the oath ledger and were waiting to see whether she walked like a claimant or a servant. She did not know which gate she used. Crispin turned when she reached the hearth. Stay. One word, not a request. He returned to the man in livery, exchanged a few low words, and received a sealed document that he slipped inside his coat without looking at it. The man bowed and withdrew. The retainers did not follow. Crispin stood in the firelight with his hands at his sides and looked at her for a long, silent moment. The shadows beneath his eyes had deepened since the ceremony. His coat was the same one he had worn that morning, rumpled at the shoulders, the collar slightly bent. Come. He walked past her without waiting for an answer. She followed. They did not take the main corridor, but the narrow passage behind the hearth screen, the one the servants used to reach the study without crossing the public rooms. Crispin knew it. Of course he knew it. He had grown up in this house, had probably learned every shortcut before his father's death. The study door was unlocked. He held it for her, then closed it behind them, and threw the bolt. The room was warm, the fire built high, the lamps lit. A tray of bread and cold meat sat on the corner of the desk, untouched. A single sheet of parchment lay in the center of the blotter, weighted at the corners by a ceramic seal. Crispin did not sit. He stood on the opposite side of the desk, hands braced against the edge, and looked at the parchment as if it had cost him something to write. "I spent 3 days," he said, "listening to the council tell me what they would do with you. Silence you, disappear you, marry you to someone youthful, and ship you south before the crown asks harder questions." He looked up. I let them talk. Josephine said nothing. Every argument had merit. His voice was flat, the same tone he used for reading ledgers. "The Margrave is brittle. The retainers are watching. The grain exposure leaves us vulnerable to a bad harvest and a worse inquiry. Removing the variable, any variable, would simplify the equation." He picked up the ceramic seal and turned it in his fingers. "Then I remembered you said you had never learned to trust anyone." Josephine's chest tightened. "That is my fault," Crispin said. "I am the authority in this house. I am the one who decides whether truth is rewarded or punished. You had every reason to believe that telling me would make you a problem to be solved." He set the sea down. "So I solved a different problem." He turned the parchment toward her. It was written in a compact, legal hand, not his own, a clerk's script, efficient and without ornament. She read it twice before the meaning settled. A private instrument acknowledging Nimre, recognized daughter of Thomas Drennock, as a person of Thornveil under the Margrave's personal protection. Her bloodline is recorded in the Margrave's private register, sealed, witnessed by 2 household officers bound to silence. The instrument does not declare her heir. It does not confer title, land, or allowance. It places her under Thornveil's seal and makes any physical or legal attack against her and attack against the Margrave's authority punishable by the same severity as an assault on his person. It was not a crown. It was armor. "She cannot inherit through this document," Crispin said. "She cannot claim land or coin or seat. But she cannot be erased again either." He paused. "Anyone who moves against her moves against me by extension. That includes the council. That includes Benwick. That includes the retainers once I file the acknowledgement with the Crown Registry." Josephine looked up. "You filed it already." "Before I summoned you. Why?" Crispin met her eyes. "Because I wanted you to understand that this was not a negotiation. It was not something I offered you and could take back. It exists. It is done. Whatever happens in that hall tomorrow, whatever the retainers decide to report, whatever Benwick tries to frame, this instrument is already entered in the Crown Registry and cannot be unmade without a formal challenge that would take months and require evidence you do not exist." He was not telling her she was safe. He was telling her she was expensive to destroy. "That is not protection," Josephine said slowly. "That is a price tag." "Yes." Crispin did not flinch. "It is the only kind of protection I can give you that the council cannot overturn in a private meeting. If you want to live as yourself in this house, you must be costly enough that removing you costs more than tolerating you." She stared at the parchment. The seal at the bottom was his, pressed in black wax, the Drennock crest sharp and unmistakable. 3 days, she said. "You spent 3 days building a legal wall around me. I spent 3 days deciding whether I could live with the alternative." "And can you?" Crispin did not answer immediately. He walked around the desk, slowly, as if the distance mattered. When he stopped, he was close enough that she could see the small scar cutting through his left eyebrow, the way the firelight caught the gray in his hair. "No," he said. His voice was quiet. "I cannot live with the alternative. I tried. I gave it 3 days of honest consideration. I weighed the stability of the house against the cost of keeping you visible. I made lists. I consulted precedents. I asked Benwick what he would do in my position, and his answer was efficient and sensible and made me want to break something. He reached out slowly and touched the parchment. I told the clerk to draw up the instrument at midnight on the second day. I waited until dawn to sign it. I wanted to be certain I was not choosing the easier option and calling it principle. And are you certain? No. He let his hand drop. But I am certain that choosing the easier option would have cost me something I am not willing to spend. She did not ask what that was. She was afraid she already knew. Where do I sleep tonight? She asked. The third-floor room is still locked. I had Islao clear it. He paused. The black thread is gone. He swept the room himself. Then I am still a prisoner. You are a person under protection. The distinction matters, even if it feels small. He held her gaze. I cannot give you freedom tonight. I cannot give you a public place in this house tomorrow. But I can give you this. He tapped the parchment. And I can give you my word that I will stand by it. Josephine looked at the seal, the ink, the careful legal language that transformed her from a secret into a fact. 3 lines of ink, she said. You spent 3 days building a legal wall around me. I spent 3 days deciding whether I could live with the alternative. And can you? Crispin did not answer immediately. He walked around the desk, slowly, as if the distance mattered. When he stopped, he was close enough that she could see the small scar cutting through his left eyebrow, the way the firelight caught the gray in his hair. No, he said. His voice was quiet. I cannot live with the alternative. I tried. I gave it 3 days of honest consideration. I weighed the stability of the house against the cost of keeping you visible. I made lists. I consulted precedents. I asked Benwick what he would do in my position, and his answer was efficient and sensible and made me want to break something. He reached out slowly and touched the parchment. I told the clerk to draw up the instrument at midnight on the second day. I waited until dawn to sign it. I wanted to be certain I was not choosing the easier option and calling it principle. And are you certain? No. He let his hand drop. But I am certain that choosing the easier option would have cost me something I am not willing to spend. She did not ask what that was. She was afraid she already knew. Where do I sleep tonight? She asked. The third-floor room is still locked. I had a slack. The slack came for the troop. Isitel's voice came through, low and urgent. The retainers are asking for a formal audience. They have a supplementary inquiry from the Crown Office. They want the Margrave's answer by morning. Crispin closed his eyes. Tell them they will have it. A pause. And the lady? Isekai asked. Crispin looked at Josephine. The firelight caught his face, exhaustion and resolve, and something softer that he was trying very hard not to show. She stays with me. Chapter 34. The knock came and went. Isabel's footsteps retreated down the corridor. The study door stayed bolted. The fire settled in the grate, and the silence between them thickened until Josephine could hear the ash shift. Crispin had not moved. She stayed by the desk, one hand resting on the parchment edge, the wax seal cool against her fingertips. The Drennock crest. His crest now. His name standing between her and the people who wanted her gone. You knew, she said. I suspected. He leaned against the hearth, arms crossed, watching her with an expression she could not parse. That is not the same thing. When? The first night. The ledger discrepancy. The key you found in the corridor wall before anyone told you where to look. He paused. A serving maid does not know how to find a steward's emergency cache. A serving maid does not read a grain discrepancy at a glance and correct it in her head before the margin of error resolves. Josephine closed her eyes. She had known. Some part of her had known that the precision of her interventions would cost her the invisibility she needed. She had done it anyway, because the alternative was watching Thornveil fracture along the same fault lines she had spent hundreds of game hours memorizing. "Why did you not confront me?" "I wanted to see what you would do with the advantage." His voice was quiet, rougher than usual. "If you meant harm, you would have moved faster. You would have exploited the fractures instead of sealing them. You would have let Benwick walk into the grain trap. Instead, I handed you the key and let you find it yourself." Yes. The fire popped. A log shifted, sending sparks up the chimney. That is how I knew. Crispin uncrossed his arms and took a step toward her, slow, like he was approaching something that might startle. You gave me the truth when a lie would have served you better. You did it more than once. Every time the house was at risk, you chose the house over your own concealment. Josephine's throat tightened. "I did not choose the house," she said. "I chose survival. A stable Thornveil is one where I can keep breathing." "That is the same thing." "It is not the same thing." Her voice cracked on the last word. "I have been treating you like a problem to solve. Every conversation, every intervention, every time I walked into your study with tea or numbers or the exact answer you needed, I was calculating. I was managing you." Crispin stopped. "And now?" "Now I cannot tell the difference between managing you and wanting to protect you, and it terrifies me." The words hung in the air between them. She had not meant to say that. She had meant to give him a careful, controlled confession that explained her actions without exposing the raw places. But the study was warm and the fire was low, and he had just told her he had known all along and chosen not to hurt her for it. Josephine, her name in his mouth, not Nimre, not the maid. The name she had whispered in the dark hours of the ceremony night when she told herself she was still herself. "You are not the first person in this house to wear a mask," he said. "I have been wearing one since my father died. Longer, perhaps. I do not remember what it feels like to speak without weighing the cost." "Then you understand why I did it?" "I understand that you did what survival required." He moved closer. One step, two. "What I do not understand is why you stopped." She looked up. His face was bare in the firelight. No anger, no judgment. Something softer and far more dangerous. Recognition. "Because I cannot treat you like a variable and still stand here," she said. "Because I have spent 3 days in a locked room thinking about what it would cost to leave. And the answer is not coin or safety. It is you. It is the possibility of you." His breath caught. She saw it, the small fracture in his composure, the way his hand moved toward her and scocked. Chapter 3-5. The fire popped, scattering ash against the hearthstone. Neither of them moved. Crispin's thumb still rested in the center of her palm, warm and still, as if he had forgotten where one of them ended and the other began. The study had gone quiet except for the shift of coals and the distant creak of a house settling into night. Josephine could feel her own pulse in the place where his skin touched hers. "I should let go," he said. She did not ask whether he meant her hand. "Because the retainers are waiting." "Because if I do not, I will not be able to." His voice was rough at the edges, stripped of the careful distance he had worn since she first walked into Thornveil. She had seen him angry, suspicious, exhausted, and briefly undone. She had never seen him uncertain. "Then do not let go." The words came out before she could weigh them. She did not take them back. Crispin's jaw tightened. He did not release her hand. Instead, he turned it over, slowly, as if he were reading something written in the lines of her palm, the small scar on her thumb pad, the calluses from work she had never been meant to do. Josephine. Her name again, like he was testing whether it belonged in the world. I have spent 3 years learning how to want nothing. It was easier than wanting the wrong thing. And now I do not know what the right thing is. He looked up. His eyes caught the firelight, dark and tired and entirely unguarded. I only know that you are in it. Her breath stopped. She had spent months measuring every word, every gesture, every step. She had counted exits and calculated risks, and treated her own heart like a variable that could be managed into stillness. But there was no calculation left. There was only his hand holding hers, and the terrifying, impossible fact that she did not want to pull away. Crispin. His name in her mouth for the first time. Not my lord, not the Margrave. Him. He flinched, barely, as if the syllables had hit a tender place. I have been afraid, she said, of what it means to stop running. I thought if I kept moving, I could outpace the cost of staying. And now? She stepped closer, one step, close enough to see the small scar through his eyebrow, the shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his jaw that had not eased in years. Now I am more afraid of what it costs to keep running. His hand moved, not to her palm this time. Up her wrist, slow, as if asking permission at every inch of skin. His fingers brushed the inside of her elbow, the fold of her sleeve, the place where her pulse beat visible against her throat. She did not look away. He stopped with his hand against her jaw, thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone with a tenderness that made her chest ache. I do not know how to be gentle, he said. Neither do I. A sound escaped him, not quite a laugh, something raw and human that broke the last distance between them. His forehead touched hers. She could feel his breath warm and uneven against her lips, could smell wood smoke and ink and the faint salt of a man who had not slept properly in years. Her free hand found on her jaw, thumb trailing down her arm as if letting go cost him something physical. Then he straightened, rolled his shoulders, and became the Margrave again. But not entirely. Something in his eyes had stayed open. He crossed to the door, unbolted it, and pulled it open. Isekai stood in the corridor. His face was composed, but his hands were braced at his sides, as if he had been studying himself. My lord, the retainers have moved to the great hall. They are not wait until morning. The study changed. The warmth did not vanish, but it bent, reshaped by the weight of what waited beyond the door. Crispin's hand was still at her hair, his forehead still pressed to hers, and she could feel the moment teetering between staying and answering. One moment, he said, and his voice held. Isakai's footsteps retreated a step. Waiting. Crispin pulled back. His face was bare in the firelight. No mask, no distance. He looked at her like he was memorizing the shape of her. When this is finished, he said, I am going to find a room where no one knocks. Josephine's heart turned over. Promise me. I promise. He released her slowly, his fingers trailing down her arm as if letting go cost him something physical. Then he straightened, rolled his shoulders, and became the Margrave again. But not entirely. Something in his eyes had stayed open. He crossed to the door, unbolted it, and pulled it open. Isekai stood in the corridor. His face was composed, but his hands were braced at his sides, as if he had been steadying himself. My lord, the retainers have moved to the great hall. They are asking to see the lady named in the instrument. Crispin did not look back, but his hand found the doorframe, blocking the exit, and when he spoke, his voice carried the weight of a man who had just drawn a line between before and after. Then they will see her. He stepped aside, and the corridor beyond opened into a house that was still waiting for an answer. Chapter 36. The great hall had gone quiet. Not the silence of attention, the silence of judgment. Retainers in crown livery stood in a loose arc near the hearth, their faces arranged in the neutral politeness of men who had been trained to read rooms before speaking in them. Lady Alara Drald sat at the front table, her hands folded on the wood, watching Josephine cross the threshold with the patience of someone who had already counted every possible outcome. Crispin walked beside her, not ahead, not shielding her, beside, close enough that his sleeve brushed hers when he adjusted his pace. The retainers tracked the proximity. Their gazes flicked from his face to hers, calculating the distance the same way she would have, before she had stopped being an observer. "Gentlemen," Crispin said, "you asked to see the lady named in the instrument." The oldest retainer stepped forward. Gray temples, soft hands, the kind of man who had spent decades learning to ask questions without sounding like he was asking. "Lord Drennock, we were not aware the Margrave had a daughter." "Now you are." The man's smile did not reach his eyes. He turned to Josephine, inclined his head, and let the silence stretch long enough to be a test. She did not fill it. "I am Aldrich Venel," he said finally, "Crown Examiner for Succession Affairs. I have been sent to verify the stability of Northern holdings before the winter circuits." Josephine inclined her head the same way, mirroring his measure. "Then you have come at an interesting time." "Have I? Thornveil is always interesting in autumn," she said. "The grain accounts alone require a month of sorting. I imagine the Crown has questions about that as well." Venel's expression did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a fraction of a degree toward attention. "The Crown has questions about many things," he said. "The integrity of household records, the clarity of bloodlines, the accuracy of oath ledgers." Crispin's hand moved to the small of her back. The touch was brief, almost imperceptible, but it said what his voice could not. "I am here. Do not let them separate you from me." "Then you will want to see the records yourself," Josephine said. "I am sure Lord Drennock can arrange access to the archive." Venel's smile widened by a millimeter. "We already seen the archive." The room tilted, not visibly. No one moved, but the air changed, tightened, as if someone had drawn a thread through the space between them and pulled it taut. "The oath ledger," Venel continued, "contains an interesting addition, recent, in a hand that does not match the prior entries." Josephine kept her face still. "A correction of an omission," she said, "an omission of 18 years. The Margrave's father made choices. His son is correcting them." Venel looked at Crispin. "Is that your position, Lord Drennock?" "It is." 2 words, no elaboration, the kind of answer that gave nothing away while standing on ground that had already been measured. Venel nodded slowly. "Then we will have more questions, formal ones. The Crown's succession office requires written testimony from all parties with knowledge of the erased entry. That include household officers, witnesses to the original oath, and anyone who held authority during the Margrave's father's final years." He let the weight of it settle. "I will expect your cooperation." He turned and looked back to the other retainers, who closed around him like a folding screen. The audience was over. Crispin's hand found hers. She let him hold it. They met in the study an hour later, when the retainers had been settled in the west guest wing with warmed wine and locked doors. Benwick was already there, leaning against the window frame with a cup in his hand. His coat was off, his sleeves rolled, the picture of a man who had been working while others talked. "The Crown is sharpening its knives," he said. "Venel will write to the succession office tonight. By the time the snow clears, we will have a formal inquiry on our hands." "Then you will watch," Crispin said. "With what? A corrected ledger and a legal instrument that everyone knows was filed 3 days after the oath ceremony?" Benwick set the cup down. They will ask why the erasure happened. They will ask who authorized it. They will ask why you waited 18 years to acknowledge a Drennock daughter. Because I did not know. And that makes you look negligent rather than complicit. A fine distinction. The Crown will appreciate the nuance. Crispin's jaw tightened. What do you propose? Benwick's gaze slid to Josephine. For a long moment he said nothing. Then he crossed the room, stopped in front of her, and spoke low enough that only she could hear. Sabine will be the first name they call. She authorized the erasure. She managed the records. She kept you hidden for 18 years. If the Crown takes her testimony and she tells the truth, the entire household council will be implicated in a conspiracy to defraud the succession. He paused. If she lies, she commits perjury before a crown examiner, and the punishment for that is loss of rank, property, and the right to ever speak in a legal proceeding again. Josephine's throat tightened. You are telling me she will have to choose between destroying herself and destroying everyone who helped her. I am telling you that is the game Venel is playing. Benwick's voice softened. He does not care who Nimre is. He cares whether Thornveil's succession can be broken open. If he finds a crack, he will drive a wedge through it. He stepped back, raised his voice to include Crispin. We need a unified answer. Not the truth, not a lie, but a narrative that folds the erasure into something defensible. The Margrave's father hid a child to protect her from political enemies. Sabine acted on his orders. The omission was a protective measure, not a fraud. And if the Crown demands proof of these political enemies? Crispin asked. Then we provide names, holdings that challenge Thornveil's border authority, families that would have used a child heir as leverage. There are enough records of border tensions to make it credible. Crispin was silent. Josephine watched Benwick's face, looking for the crack, the tell, the moment where his calculation showed. She did not find it. His expression was open, earnest, the face of a man offering a solution that cost him nothing while making him indispensable. He is positioning himself, she thought, but that does not mean he is wrong. I will speak to Sabine, she said. Both men turned. She will not listen to me, Crispin said. Not after. Then I will go alone. Benwick's mouth curved, a smile that did not reach his eyes. Bold, but if you go alone, Venel's people will follow. They are watching every door you walk through now. Then let them watch. She crossed to the door, paused with her hand on the iron ring and looked back. If Sabine is going to be the first name they call, she should know what she is walking into before she opens her mouth. Crispin took a step toward her. Josephine, trust me. The word hung between them, heavy with everything they had not finished saying. Trust me, she repeated, and give me an hour. She pulled the door open. The corridor beyond was empty, but as she stepped through, her sleeve caught on the latch, and when she looked down, a loop of black thread was wound around the iron, so fine it could have been a shadow. Chapter 37. The black thread curled around the latch like a living thing. Josephine touched it. Her fingers found the same looped knot, the same precise tension in the fiber, the same signature she had collected twice now in cloth and paper. She pulled it free. The thread coiled against her palm, weightless and deliberate, and she understood with a certainty that sat cold in her chest that the watcher knew she would go to Sabine before she had known it herself. They were ahead of her. Always ahead. She tucked the thread into her sleeve with the others and walked. The corridor to Sabine's east tower room was empty. No servants, no guards. Venel's people had not followed yet, or they were already where they needed to be and did not need to track her steps. She knocked. No answer. She knocked again, harder, and heard movement behind the door. The scrape of a chair, the soft pad of feet on old boards. The door opened a hand's width. Sabine's face appeared in the gap, drawn and colorless, her iron-gray hair loose around her shoulders for the first time Josephine had ever seen. She looked older, smaller. You should not be here. Venel is calling witnesses. You will be the first name. Sabine's hand tightened on the doorframe. I know. Then you also know what he wants. He wants to crack Thornveil open. Sabine's voice was flat. He does not care whether I tell the truth or a lie. He wants me to pick a side so he can use it against someone else. She opened the door wider. Josephine stepped inside. The room was bare in a way that felt deliberate, stripped of the small comforts Josephine remembered from her childhood visits. No cushions on the window seat, no embroidery frame by the hearth. Only a single candle burning low on the desk where a stack of papers weighted by a stone. You are preparing, Josephine said. I am organizing the remains of 18 years. Sabine sat down heavily, her hands settling on the papers without looking at them. Benwick sent a message. He told me what narrative he wants me to repeat. And will you? Sabine's eyes lifted. They were dry, exhausted, and entirely without hope. I do not know yet. The honesty landed like a blow. Josephine crossed the room and sat in the chair opposite, not the visitor's chair, the one that had been pulled close to the desk as if someone had been reading over Sabine's shoulder. Benwick's narrative is defensible, Josephine said. The erasure was a protective measure ordered by the late Margrave. Border enemies, political threats, a child hidden for her own safety. Defensible. Sabine repeated the word as if tasting it. Not true. True enough to hold. The Crown will test it. Venel will ask why no record of the protective order exists. He will ask why the Household Council agreed to silence. He will ask why, when you walked into that archive and found the truth, no one stopped you. Josephine said nothing. The answer to all of those questions, Sabine said, is that I was protecting myself. I hid a child, yes, but I also hid my own authority to make that decision. There is no paper trail because I did not want one. I wanted the power to act without anyone being able to prove who acted. She looked down at her hands. That is not a protective measure. That is a conspiracy, and Venel will see it. Josephine leaned forward. Then we give him something else to see. Such as? Me. Sabine's head came up. Venel wants a fracture he can exploit. If I stand in front of him and say the erasure was ordered by my father, that I was kept hidden for my own safety, that the Household Council acted on his authority and Sabine executed his orders under duress, then the crack becomes a seam. He can look at it, but he cannot split it open. And when he asks for proof that your father ordered it, when he demands documentation that does not exist, then I lie. Sabine stared at her. I can lie, Josephine said. I have been lying since I woke in this body. I lied about who I was, what I knew, why I was in the right corridors at the right times. One more lie told to protect the people who kept me alive is not the one that breaks me. Sabine's throat moved. You would perjure yourself for me, after everything I took from you. You raised me, you taught me to read, you put the note in the niche because you wanted me to have a choice. Josephine held her gaze. I am choosing. The silence stretched. Then Sabine's composure cracked, a single tear trickling down her cheek before she wiped it away with the back of her hand. You have her fierceness, she said. Managi. She would have burned the world down for the people she loved. I am not burning anything down. I am trying to keep it standing. I know. Sabine's voice roughened. That is the difference between us. I would have let it burn to protect you. You would rebuild for people who do not yet know they need you. Josephine did not know what to say to that. The knock came an hour later, when the candle had burned low and the papers on Sabine's desk had been sorted into two piles, what could be shown to the Crown and what would never see daylight. Iskal's voice came through the door. "Lady Nimre, the Margrave requests your presence in the great hall." Josephine rose. Sabine caught her wrist. "One thing." Her grip was light, as if she was afraid to hold too hard. "When this is over, whatever shape Thornveil takes, I want you to know that I do not regret keeping you alive. I regret the cost, but I do not regret you." Josephine pressed her hand once, then let go. The great hall was warmer than it had been earlier, the fire built high, the retainers settled into chairs near the hearth with cups of mulled wine. Lady Alara Druck still sat at the front table, her smile fixed, her eyes tracking every movement. Marvine was there too. She rose when Josephine entered, crossing the stone floor in quick, uneven steps, her hair escaping its pins the way it always did in damp weather. She stopped a foot away and searched Josephine's face. "You look like you have been fighting. Negotiating. Is that what we are calling it?" Marvine's mouth curved, but her eyes stood serious. "I heard what you did, in the ceremony, writing your name into the ledger." Josephine braced for accusation. Instead, Marvine took her hand. "I am sorry," she said, "for all of it, for the years you spent erased, for the way you had to claw the truth out of a house that wanted you invisible, for the fact that now that everyone sees you, they will all want something from you." Josephine's throat tightened, Marvine's grip as warm, steady, entirely without calculation. "I do not want anything. I just wanted you to know that someone sees you. Not the blood heir, not the claimant. You." She squeezed once, then released. Josephine stood in the middle of the great hall with Marvine's words settling into her chest like stones dropped into still water. Being loved as a useful symbol is not the same as being seen. The thought had not been Marvine's accusation. It had been a warning, soft and generous, and it landed harder than any blade. The door to the great hall swung open. Aldrich Venel stepped through, his gray temples catching the firelight, a sealed parchment in his hand. "The Crown's succession office," he said, "requires preliminary testimony from the late unnamed Drennock before midnight. We will begin when you are ready." The room went still, and Josephine, standing between Marvine's warmth and Venel's cold Coleman's, felt the black thread in her sleeve press against her wrist like a heartbeat she could not name. Chapter 38. The great hall settled into a different kind of quiet after Venel's announcement. Not the tense silence of a gathering waiting for spectacle, but the deeper stillness of people measuring what came next. Josephine stood with Marvine's warmth still lingering on her palm, and Venel's deadline pressing against her ribs. Before midnight. She had until midnight to decide what truth she would carry into that room. Marvine touched her elbow. "Do you want me to stay?" "No." "Yes." Josephine shook her head. "I do not know what I need yet." "Then I will be in the small parlor. If you need a witness who wants nothing from you." She left before Josephine could answer, her hem dragging across the stone, her hair already escaping its pins again. The retainers watched her go. Lady Alara Druck's fixed smile did not waver. Josephine turned toward the corridor that led to the study. Benwick was waiting for her halfway there. He stood with his back to the wall, arms crossed, coat unbuttoned at the collar. He looked like a man who had been standing there long enough to memorize the grain of the wood paneling. "Crispin is with the clerk," he said, "making sure the crown instrument is properly witnessed before Venel calls you in. He asked me to find you." "Find me or intercept me?" A flicker crossed his face, something that might have been respect. "Both." He pushed off the wall and fell into step beside her, matching her pace exactly. "You told Sabine you would lie under oath. It was not a question." "I did." "And she told you the erasure had no paper trail. A conspiracy, not a protective measure." Josephine said nothing. Benwick's jaw tightened. That is the problem with clean narratives. They require clean people. Nobody in Thornveil has clean hands. They walked 5 steps in silence. Your hands are not clean either, he said. You wrote your name in that ledger knowing it would fracture the house. You chose exposure over stability. I chose truth over rot. Same thing, different label. He stopped at the study door and turned to face her. I am going to agree to the protected ambiguity. The crown instrument, the narrative, your protected status without inheritance rights. I will not challenge it. Josephine waited. But I want you to understand something. His voice dropped, losing its polished edge. I will always choose Thornveil. The estate, not the people in it, not Crispin's feelings, not your safety. The Margrave survives because someone is willing to make ugly choices without pretending they are noble. You think I am pretending. I think you believe you can rebuild this house without breaking anything real. To do it knowing what it costs. Josephine looked at the paper. Neat rows of legal language in ink that had not yellowed. Crispin's signature at the bottom, clean and precise. 2 witness marks beside it. She thought of Sabine's stripped-down room. Tamsin's warning about servants made into scapegoats. Marvine's steady hand in the great hall. The black thread pressing against her wrist like a pulse she could not silence. Where do I sign? The clerk indicated a space at the bottom. She signed Nimre Drennock in her careful, educated hand, the letters carrying nothing of the maid who had once polished silver in this house. Everything of the woman who had chosen to stop hiding. The clerk sanded the ink, checked the seal, and gathered the papers. I will file this with the Crown Registry before midnight. The original will remain in Thornveil's archive. He bowed. Lady Nimre. He left. The study was suddenly too small, too quiet, too full of everything they had not said. Benwick will hold, Crispin said. He means what he said about choosing Thornveil, but he also means what he said about the offer standing. He is not your enemy, Josephine. He is simply not your ally in the way you need. I know. Do you? He turned to face her fully. Because I have spent my entire life trying to read him, and I still do not know whether he leaves that door open because he wants you to survive or because he wants to be able to say he offered. Maybe both. Maybe. He touched her face, the gesture tender and tired. I do not have clean hands either. I filed that instrument because I wanted to protect you, yes, but I also filed it because I knew what it would cost your claim to push further. I gave you protection, and I capped your power in the same stroke. I know. And you signed anyway. Because I trust you. She held his gaze. Not the document, not the legal language, you. He pulled her close, his arms around her, his breath warm against her hair. Before midnight, he said. We have until midnight before Venald asks for your testimony. Whatever you decide to tell him, whatever truth you carry into that room, I will stand beside you. Even if I lie? Even if you burn the whole house down and rebuild from ash? She pressed her forehead against his chest and let herself breathe. The knock came at 11. Not Isel's measured rap, something sharper, more urgent. Josephine opened the door to find a page boy, breathless, his face pale in the candlelight. Lady Nimre, the examiner sent me. He says the testimony cannot wait until midnight. He says there has been a development. What kind of development? The boy swallowed. He found another codex in the old family wing. He says it changes everything. Don't it bray? I am no to guest so year. This is delighty of Automedia Lokes as my listeners enter get. Manic is only listening to complete teat sloons of Durleys with Chapter 39. The corridor had changed. Josephine felt it before she understood it. The way a maid pressed herself flat against the wall as Josephine passed, not in dismissal, but in deference. The way a steward she had never spoken to nodded once, his gaze dropping before hers. The way two kitchen boys carrying water stopped mid-conversation and waited until she had walked by before resuming. She was still wearing the same gray wool, still carrying the same chapped hands, still Nimre, the woman who had spent years invisible enough to hear everything. But she had signed her name in the Crown Registry, and Thornveil had felt the tremor. Dawn had not yet broken when Josephine reached the still room. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the page boy's face, the codex in Venel's hands, the word everything echoing in the narrow space of Crispin's study. She had lain awake listening to the house settle, the creak of old timber, the distant grate of a door, the wind pushing against the east windows like something trying to get in. Now she stood in the still room with her hands braced against the counter, trying to assemble a coherent thought from the wreckage of the night. "The instrument is filed," she said aloud. "The crown has a record of Nimre Drennock. I am protected, capped, seen." None of it felt real. "You look like you spent the night fighting the house and lost." Tamsin's voice came from the doorway. The housekeeper moved to the counter with her thick-fingered hands already reaching for the tea tin, her movements practiced and sure. "I did not sleep," Josephine said. "I know. Your eyes have that hollow look, the one you get when you have been doing arithmetic in your head all night." Tamsin filled the kettle. "What did you calculate?" "Whether Venel's codex is genuine or planted. And if it is genuine, it contains something that undoes the narrative Benwick built. If it is planted, someone wanted Venel to find it at exactly this moment, which means they knew he would search the old family wing before he arrived." Tamsin's hands paused over the kettle. "That is a dangerous thought to carry before the sun is up." "I have been carrying it since 11 o'clock last night." The water began to heat. Tamsin set out 2 cups, the earthenware ones from the back shelf, the ones she reserved for conversations that needed to stay between 2 people. "What does Crispin say?" "He says we face it together." "And Benwick?" "He says the codex changes the game, but he is waiting to see which game it is before he picks a side." Tamsin poured the water, the steam curling between them. She slid a cup toward Josephine. "Drink. Then tell me what you need." The morning came in fragments. Escort appeared at the still-room door before the sun fully cleared the horizon, his broad frame blocking the light. "Lady Nimre?" She did not correct him. "Venel has requested your presence in the Great Hall at noon. He says the Codex requires your testimony to be heard in the presence of the Household Council, not in private." "Did he say why?" "No, but he has not opened it yet. He is waiting until everyone is assembled." Waiting, not rushing. That meant the Codex was either a genuine threat that needed an audience, or a theatrical prop designed to maximize pressure. Josephine set down her cup. "Does Crispin know?" "He was informed an hour ago. He sent me to find you." She nodded. Something in her chest tightened and held, like a muscle bracing for impact. "Then I will be in the Great Hall at noon." Escort studied her for a moment. "You are different," he said. "Different how?" "Before, you moved like someone who expected to be overlooked. Now you move like someone who knows she is being watched." He left before she could answer. Sabine found her in the chapel. Josephine had gone there without planning it, drawn by the quiet and the cold stone, the same space where she had written her name into the oath ledger 3 days ago. The candle in the alcove had burned down to a nub. The air smelled of a wax and old incense. She heard the footsteps before she saw the woman. The measured pace, the slight brag of a heel on stone, the same space where she had written her name into the oath ledger 3 days ago. The candle in the alcove had burned down to a nub. The air smelled of wax and old incense. She heard the footsteps before she saw the woman. The measured pace, the slight drag of a heel on stone, a gait that had learned to command attention without demanding it. Sabine looked older in the morning light. Her iron-gray hair was coiled tight, her docked eyes shadowed, the burn scar on her wrist visible where her sleeve had ridden up. She stopped a few paces away, her hands clasped in front of her. "I heard about the codex." "So did everyone." "No, but he has not opened it yet. He is waiting until everyone is assembled." Waiting, not rushing. That meant the codex was either a genuine threat that needed an audience or a theatrical prop designed to maximize pressure. Josephine stepped down her cup. "Does Crispin know?" "He was informed an hour ago. He sent me to find you." She nodded. Something in her chest tightened and held, like a muscle bracing for impact. "Then I will be in the Great Hall at noon." Iskall studied her for a moment. "You are different," he said. "Different how?" "Before you moved like someone who expected to be overlooked. Now you move like someone who knows she is being watched." He left before she could answer. Sabine found her in the chapel, her footsteps echoing against the stone. Josephine stood alone in the cold light, the paper open in her hands, 5 names staring back at her. One of them had already changed Thornveil's future. One of them was about to change it again. She folded the paper and slipped it into her sleeve. Noon was 3 hours away. She had 3 hours to find the liar before the lie became testimony. Chapter 40. The morning came in fragments, but the list in her sleeve was solid. 5 names, 3 hours, 1 codex waiting to be read aloud. Josephine walked out of the chapel into a Thornveil that had already decided she was real. A maid in the corridor pressed herself against the whorl, eyes lowered, hands folded. 2 kitchen boys carrying flour sacks parted around her like water around stone. The deference was not respect, not yet. It was acknowledgement. The house had registered that she could no longer be safely ignored. She found Crispin in the small study off the Great Hall, the room where he reviewed correspondence before formal appearances. He stood with his back to her, one hand braced against the window frame, the other holding a sealed letter. "Venel will read the codex at noon," she said. He turned. The shadows beneath his eyes had deepened overnight. The scar through his eyebrow caught the light. "I know. You should have been told first." "I was." He set the letter down. "I am telling you now." The room was small enough that she could hear the grain of his voice, the roughness beneath the control. She crossed to him without deciding to. The distance between them collapsed to the length of her arm. "Your personal servant is on the list. One of my guards as well. Sabine gave me 5 names. The steward, the senior clerk, 2 guards, your servant Willett, and herself." He did not flinch. "Willett has been with Thornveil since my father's time." "Which makes him either trustworthy or positioned." "Or both." She studied his face, the set of his jaw, the way his hand had not moved from the letter. He had already considered this. He had already started his own list. "Who do you trust?" she asked. "I trust you." "That is not the question." "It is the only one that matters." He stepped closer. "I have spent 3 years learning to trust nothing. I will not stop because the house is frightened." She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe she was worth that kind of trust. "Venel is waiting for an audience," she said. "The codex is a prop. The question is whether the prop carries real evidence or only theatrics." "And if it carries evidence?" "Then I tell the truth." "The truth that you are Nimre Drennock, blood heir to Thornveil?" The truth that someone has been steering this house toward a crisis for longer than I have been alive. The truth that I am willing to stand in front of the crown and say so." She watched her. The silence stretched, but it was not cold. It felt like pressure testing a seam. "Nimre," he said. The name landed differently than it had before. It was not a title or a legal category. It was her name, spoken like he had carried it in his mouth for a long time and was only now letting it go. "Yes." "Nimre Drennock." "Yes." He did not smile, but something in his face shifted, a tension she had not realized was permanent, easing by a fraction. "Then we stand together." She reached for his hand. He took it. "You said you would stand beside me even if I burned the house down," she said. "I meant it. I am not planning to board anything, but I need you to know that I am not planning to lie either. If Venel reads that codex and it contains testimony that contradicts Sabine's narrative, I will not correct it. Let the truth land where it falls." His thumb traced the ridge of her knuckles. "You are not trying to save the house anymore." "I am trying to save the people in it. The house can take care of itself." Footsteps in the corridor. They both turned. The door was half open, and the steps had weight, purpose. A measured stride, not hurrying. Istilmadu appeared in the gap. "Lady Nimre, my lord." Crispin did not release her hand. "What is it?" "A message from Venel. The household council is assembling. He has requested that Lady Nimre present herself in the great hall within the quarter hour." Requested or demanded? Eastel's expression did not change. He phrased it as a request. His clerk positioned it as a summons. Josephine felt the shift in her chest, the same tightening she had felt in the still room at dawn. The countdown was over. Noon was here. She released Crispin's hand and straightened her sleeves. "Then I will present myself." Crispin moved to her side. "We will present ourselves." Eastel stepped back to let them pass. As she reached the door, he spoke again, his voice lower than usual. "You asked me once what I knew about the night the rider died." She stopped. "I know more than I told you," he said, "and when you need that knowledge I will give it to you. But not before the codex is read. Because what I know will not help you until you know what Venel is holding." She looked at him. His broad frame filled the doorway, his dark face unreadable. The inner guard livery was perfectly straight, the short sword at his hip clean. "Then I will find you after," she said. "You will not need to." He stepped aside. She walked into the corridor with Crispin at her shoulder, the great hall waiting at the end of it, the codex unopened, the liar unknown, and the house holding its breath. 3 hours had become minutes. She did not slow down.